Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Zix. Something's not right, I whisper beneath my breath. I move silently through the dense forests of northeastern Terramyst, my footsteps barely disturbing the crystalline moss beneath my feet. The air thrums with a deep, resonant energy that sets my nerves on edge. Something's off today. My wings are folded tight against my back as I weave between towering trees with bark that shimmers like polished obsidian. Their leaves pulse with an inner light, casting an eerie glow across the forest floor. Bioluminescent fungi cluster at the base of each trunk, their soft blue glow usually a comforting sight. But today, they seem muted, as if holding their breath. I pause, extending my senses outward. The usual cacophony of Terramyst's wildlife is absent. No chirping of crystal-winged birds, no rustling of gem-scaled forest creatures. Even the ever-present hum of the earth feels subdued. My silver eyes scan the surroundings, searching for any sign of movement. The floating islands off the coast that usually drift lazily between the realms look still, suspended in the twilight sky like frozen sentinels. Rivers of flowing gemstones that typically babble and gurgle their way through the underbrush are eerily quiet, their surfaces unnaturally smooth. I flex my fingers, feeling the tips of my retractable claws itching to emerge. Every instinct screams danger, but I can't pinpoint the source. The air feels thick, charged with an unfamiliar energy that makes my skin prickle. Ahead, a clearing opens up, revealing a vista of Terramyst's landscape. Mountains rise in the distance, their rocky faces sparkling beneath the twin moons. Usually during the week of the solstice, we can see more, but the ever-present twilight seems to be thick with clouds right now. I crouch low, using the shadows cast by a cluster of crystal formations to conceal my presence. My midnight blue skin shifts, adapting to the surrounding colors. It's a handy trick for hunting, but right now, it feels more like a necessary precaution. The winter solstice festival looms large in my mind. I wanted to hunt before the festival so I could spend the night in the city and have plenty to eat tomorrow after all the wine I know I'll drink tonight. But with the forest this quiet, I'm starting to wonder if there's anything left to hunt. A faint tremor runs through the ground beneath my feet. It's subtle, barely noticeable. But in this unnatural silence, it might as well be a thunderclap. I freeze, every muscle taut, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. I hold my breath, every sense on high alert. The tremor fades, but the unease lingers, and something calls me forward. I follow where the sound came from, the magic in the air feeling tumultuous. Shadows cling to my form, helping hide me or guide me, I'm not sure, as I move toward the source of the disturbance. And that's when I see them. Two figures lie sprawled on the forest floor, motionless. My heart races as I approach cautiously, wings twitching with nervous energy. The first figure is unmistakably a demon. His obsidian skin gleams in the dim light, covered in blue runes that pulse faintly with an energy I don't recognize. Small horns protrude from his forehead, and his white hair fans out around him like a halo. A Sazgaroth demon, if I'm not mistaken, though I've never seen one in person. What is he doing in Terramyst, or Nythora at all? but it's the second figure that truly throws me. Oh, woman? What are you? I murmur as I sink down into a crouch, careful to be ready to fight if she wakes. I blink, certain I must be seeing things because I have never seen or heard of this creature. I know of all the races of Nithora, even some from Arasak like the demon. Yet this creature, she has a form like mine, though much shorter, with brown skin, a stark contrast to the crystalline ground beneath her. Freckles dot her face, and her black curly hair is tangled with leaves and twigs. And there's no wings. My mind reels. A demon and another creature, both unconscious here in Terramyst. It doesn't make any sense. Every instinct screams danger, tells me to turn and run, to alert other guards. But something stops me. Maybe it's the vulnerability in their faces, or the way the woman's hand is stretched out, fingers barely touching the demon's arm. Whatever it is, I don't feel danger from them. I pray to the Seven that I'm not wrong. I move a little closer to them, my claws extending from my fingertips as I scan the area for any immediate threats. The forest remains unnaturally still, as if holding its breath. "Hey," I whisper, gently shaking the demon's shoulder. No response. I try the woman next, careful not to scratch her with my claws. "Can you hear me?" As I consider my options, my wings slightly spread in a non-threatening manner, I notice the demon's eyelids fluttering. He groans, a hand coming up to rub his forehead. "Easy there," I say, keeping my voice low and calm. "You've had quite a tumble." The demon's silver eyes snap open, immediately alert. He sits up abruptly, then winces, clearly regretting the sudden movement. "Where am I?" he demands, his voice rough. "Terramyst," I reply, watching him carefully. His brow furrows as he tries to process the information. "I'm Zixander, but most call me Zix." And then, to try and help him know I don't see him as a threat. "You're not from around here, are you?" The demon's eyes narrow, taking in my appearance. "No," he says slowly. "I'm Kairos. From elsewhere." I can't help the dry chuckle that escapes me. "Elsewhere, huh? Let me take a wild guess. Arasak?" Kairos stiffens, looking up at me. "You know of Arasak?" "Relax," I say, holding up my hands. He seems to be getting agitated, those runes flaring with every word I say. "I'm not here to cause trouble. Just curious how a demon ended up in Terramyst. Not exactly a popular vacation spot for your kind. Never heard of one coming here, to be honest. Oltics can be a bit protective about visitors." Kairos' eyes widen at the mention of Oltix's name, and I see a flash of... Is that fear? You just said his name, Kairos whispers, looking around as if expecting divine retribution to strike at any moment. I raise an eyebrow. "Yeah? That's kind of how names work. You say them when you're talking about someone." Kairos shakes his head, clearly bewildered. "But on Galmolith, we're taught never to speak the gods' names. It's sacrilege." "Huh?" I muse, genuinely intrigued. I don't know what Galmolith is, but it seems there's a lot neither of us know. "Interesting custom. Here in Nithora, we use their names all the time. They seem to like it, actually." Kairos opens his mouth, about to ask another question when the woman groans. In an instant, he's at her side, all thoughts of our conversation forgotten. "Naya," he whispers, his voice filled with concern. "Naya, can you hear me?" I watch, fascinated, as he gently brushes her hair away from her face. The tenderness in his touch is at odds with everything I've ever heard about demons. It's unexpected. The woman, Naya, apparently stirs, her eyes fluttering open. She looks around, confusion evident on her face before her gaze settles on Kairos. Relief floods her features. "Kairos," she murmurs, reaching for his hand. "Where are we?" As I observe their interaction, I feel an inexplicable urge to protect these strangers. doesn't make sense. I'm a border guard tasked with keeping outsiders away, not welcoming them with open arms. Oltics, well, none of the gods really, care for anyone, even other Noctari, to come to their realms without their blessing. But something about their vulnerability, their clear disorientation, tugs at me. I clear my throat softly, drawing their attention. Naya's eyes widen as she takes in my appearance, but to her credit, she doesn't scream or recoil. Instead, she regards me with a mix of wariness and curiosity. "Why does he look like a dark elf?" she whispers to Kairos. The way she says the word, I try not to take it as an insult. "I'm a Noctari," I offer, shifting and my wings rustle. Her eyes widen and the demon tightens his hold on her, the runes flaring with light. "He's a dark elf with wings." At this, I scratch my head. I'm afraid I don't know what a dark elf is." This time, she at least looks excited. "You don't?" She looks to Kairos. "Oh, thank the 13. She sighs. He smiles at her, and I hold back my question about whatever pantheon she's thanking. 13 gods? Where are they from? Instead, I try again to establish some form of comfort. "I'm Zixander," I say, offering them a tentative smile. "But you can call me Zix. You're in Terramyst, one of the realms of Nythora." Naya and Kairos exchange a glance, clearly lost. I can almost see the questions forming in their minds. But I need an answer of my own first. I know of demons from Arasak, but what are you? I look at Naya, trying not to be rude. "You don't know what humans are?" she asks. I shake my head. "Never seen anyone like you." "There are some on Arasak," Kairos supplies. "But Naya looks to Kairos. "Well, we're from Prothika." "Never heard of it." I stand, letting my wings stretch in the process. "Never been to Arasak either." And they both just stare up at me like I've lost my mind. Like they aren't the ones that dropped in the middle of my world. But despite the potential risks, bringing strangers into our realm, especially a demon, could have serious consequences. I make a decision. These two need help, and for whatever reason I feel compelled to offer it.
Chapter 2. Bronwyn. No, no, no. The words tear from me as my ankle twists, but I refuse to even slow. My body is so numb I can barely feel the pain anyway. I crash through the snow-laden underbrush, my lungs burning with each desperate breath. The icy air stings my face as I push forward, driven by pure survival instinct. Behind me, the guttural roars of the orc hunting party grow louder, their heavy footfalls crunching through the frozen forest floor. My mind races, searching for any advantage in this desolate wasteland that was once the northern part of a country long forgotten. The name eludes me, another casualty of a world torn apart by the orc invasion. All I know is the bitter cold of the longest night of the year, and the primal fear coursing through my veins. I duck under a low-hanging branch, my braid catching on the bark and yanking my head back. Panic surges as I fumble to free myself, precious seconds ticking away. The orcs' war cries grow closer, their foul stench carried on the frigid wind. "Damn it," I mutter, finally tearing free and stumbling forward. My legs burn from exertion, but I can't stop. Not now. Not when I'm so close to what? Safety. There's no such thing anymore. I spot a fallen tree ahead, its massive trunk creating a small hollow beneath. It's a desperate move, but it's all I've got. I dive into the cramped space, pressing myself against the frozen earth. My chest heaves as I try to quiet my breathing, praying to whatever gods might still exist that the orcs will pass me by. The sound of their approach grows deafening. Massive, green-skinned feet stomp past my hiding spot, kicking up snow and fallen leaves. I hold my breath, my heart pounding so hard I fear they might hear it. "Where'd the witch go?" one of them snarls in their guttural language. I understand enough to know I'm in deep sludge if they find me. "Spread out!" another bellows. "Boss wants this one alive. Says she knows where the human bunker is." I squeeze my eyes shut, willing myself to become invisible. They're right. I do know where the entrance of some of the bunkers are. It's why I led them on this chase, to draw them away from the others. But now, as the cold seeps into my bones and exhaustion threatens to overtake me, I wonder if it was worth it. The orcs continue to search, their grunts and curses filling the air. I stay frozen in place, every muscle tense, ready to bolt if they discover my hiding spot. But where would I run? In this moment, trapped between certain death and an impossible escape, I've never felt more alone or desperate in my life. I strain my ears, listening for any sign of the orcs. Their grunts and heavy footsteps seem to fade, but I don't dare move yet. Minutes crawl by like hours as I lie there, my body trembling from cold and fear. Finally, when the forest falls silent save for the whisper of wind through bare branches, I allow myself to breathe. My muscles scream in protest as I slowly uncurl from my hiding spot, every movement cautious and deliberate. I scan the area, my eyes darting from tree to tree. Nothing moves, no sign of green skin or crude weapons. But I know better than to feel relief. They're still out there, hunting. I force myself to my feet, biting back a groan as pain shoots through my twisted ankle. Limping, I push deeper into the forest, away from the direction the orcs had gone. Each step is agony, but the alternative is worse. The trees begin to thin, and I find myself at the edge of a small clearing. My breath catches in my throat. There, half buried in snow and overgrown with vines, stands an ancient structure. Its weathered stone walls rise before me, intricate carvings barely visible beneath years of neglect. A temple, out here. I hesitate, my practical mind screaming warnings. Unknown structures mean unknown dangers. But the orcs are still out there, and I'm running out of options. It's the best option I have from the cold, too. A distant roar makes the decision for me. They've picked up my trail again. Damn, I mutter, limping towards the temple entrance as fast as I can manage. The massive stone doors are ajar, offering just enough space for me to squeeze through. Maybe it'll be heavy enough to keep them out. Inside, it's so dark I can barely see. The only light comes from the damaged ceiling that can't block out the moon. A weak beam of light flickers intermittently through the room, illuminating dust-covered floors and crumbling pillars. The air is stale, carrying the musty scent of long abandonment. The moonlight catches strange symbols etched into the walls, unlike anything I've seen before. But I don't have time to examine them closely. I need to find a place to hide, to catch my breath, to think. The temple seems to stretch on forever, corridors branching off in all directions. I pick one at random, my footsteps echoing ominously in the silence. Suddenly a crash comes from behind me. They've found the temple. "In here!" an orc bellows, his voice bouncing off the stone walls. "I smell her!" Panic surges through me. I extinguish my light and press myself against the wall, heart pounding. In the darkness, I fumble forward, hands outstretched, searching for any kind of sanctuary. My fingers brush against something cold and metallic. A door handle. I twist it desperately, relief flooding through me as it gives way. I slip inside, easing the door shut behind me just as the sound of heavy footsteps echoes down the corridor. I press my back against the cold stone wall, my chest heaving as I try to catch my breath. The room I've stumbled into is pitch black, and I strain my ears for any sound of pursuit. My legs give out, and I slide to the floor, my body shaking uncontrollably. "No, no, no," I whisper, the words barely audible even to my own ears. The irony of the situation isn't lost on me. It's the winter solstice. A night that used to be celebrated with feasts and bonfires, now reduced to this desperate fight for survival. The sound of heavy footsteps and guttural voices grows closer. I clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle my ragged breathing, tears pricking at the corners of my eyes. This can't be how it ends. Not after everything I've survived. Please, I plead silently, my usual skepticism crumbling in the face of sheer desperation. If there's anyone out there, any god who still gives a crap about us humans, I could really use some help right about now. The words feel hollow, ridiculous even, but I cling to them like a lifeline. I've never been one for prayer. The gods abandoned us long ago, if they ever existed at all. But right now, trapped in this ancient temple with bloodthirsty orcs closing in, I'm willing to try anything. A crash echoes through the corridors, followed by angry shouts. They're searching room by room. It's only a matter of time before they find me. I don't want to die, I whisper, my voice breaking. Not like this. Not alone in the dark. My hand brushes against something on the floor, a small metallic object. I grasp it tightly, not caring what it is. In this moment, it's a talisman, a focal point for my desperate plea. A god of people, a god of kindness or faith or humanity. I'm begging the universe now. The orcs said they want me alive, but I know what will happen to me if they take me. I won't last long. A god of earth? I hold back a sob. Please, someone help me. The footsteps grow louder. A door slams open nearby, and an orc roars in frustration at finding another empty room. I press myself further into the corner, willing myself to become invisible. My heart pounds so hard I fear it might burst from my chest. The air grows thick, almost electric, as if the very atmosphere is responding to my desperate prayers. But is it just my imagination, fueled by terror and exhaustion? A strange warmth spreads through my body, starting from the hand clutching the mysterious object. For a moment the pain in my ankle subsides, and my trembling stills. I hold my breath, hardly daring to believe that something might be happening. The door to my hiding place begins to creak open, but suddenly the ground beneath me gives way. A gasp tears from my throat as I plummet through empty space, my stomach lurching with the sudden drop. The metallic object slips from my grasp, lost to the void. I fall through seemingly the ground, my scream of surprise cut short as I'm enveloped by a blinding light. It's so bright it burns, forcing my eyes shut. The air around me crackles with energy, making the hair on my arms stand on end. My body feels weightless, spinning in a dizzying freefall. The sensation is unlike anything I've ever experienced. It's terrifying and exhilarating all at once. For a moment, I forget about the orcs, about the constant struggle for survival. I'm suspended in this strange in-between, caught between two realities. My mind races, trying to make sense of what's happening. Is this death? Some strange hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion? Or have the gods actually answered my desperate plea? As I tumble through the light, flashes of images assault my senses. Glimpses of a world that looks nothing like the one I just left. Or is it more than one? I can't tell. My heart pounds with a mixture of fear and wild hope. Whatever's happening, whatever awaits me on the other side of this portal, it has to be better than what I'm leaving behind. Right? The light intensifies, becoming almost unbearable. My head spins, and I feel consciousness slipping away. My last coherent thought is a jumble of relief and trepidation about what awaits me on the other side. Then, mercifully, everything fades to black.
Chapter 3. Zix. Kairos and Naya scramble to their feet, both eyeing my wings as they do so. Their faces are a canvas of questions, but I decide to take charge of the conversation before we all get overwhelmed. It's better this way, I think. Let them get their bearings first. Regardless of where you've come from or how, I'm sure you'll want to celebrate, I say, expecting them to agree immediately. Kairos cocks his head, his silver eyes gleaming with curiosity. Celebrate? I'm taken aback, my wings rustling slightly in surprise. How could they not know? It's the winter solstice, the most magical time in all of Nethora, I explain, looking between the two of them. Their blank expressions make me pause. You don't have festivals and feasts for the night? No, Kairos says, raising an eyebrow. I don't miss the way his arms tighten around Naya in a protective gesture. I realize why when he asks, what is so special about tonight? I can feel my grin widening, probably making me look like an overeager fool, but I don't care. The solstice has always been my favorite night of the year, and sharing it with newcomers, that's something special. Though based on their looks, they seem to think I'm going to sacrifice them or something. Tonight, the veils between worlds are at their weakest, I explain. Magic flows freely, more potent than ever. It's when we Noctari truly come alive. As I say it, I feel the very magic twining around me, pulsing through me. The shadows still cling to my legs, writhing as if joining in my excitement now that I am no longer in danger. Naya's eyes widen, a mix of wonder and confusion dancing across her face. It's not night, though. I can't help but chuckle, the sound rumbling deep in my chest. That's because the sky is always twilight here on Nethora. No sun? Kairos asks, and I shake my head. The moons rotate. We have 5, but which you can see changes. That's about as close as we get. No day, Naya murmurs. No night. I shrug, but look at how gorgeous the sky is. I gesture up and they both look at the pinks and purples, the blues and reds and oranges. They scatter above us, twining beautifully. Besides, the clouds shift and the color changes, so it feels like there is night and day. But if you have no sun, how do you even know when it's the solstice? Naya asks. It's not like your night is actually longer. But we feel it in our very bones. The air practically crackles with energy. In reflex, I spread my wings slightly, letting the magical current ripple through them. The sensation never fails to send a thrill down my spine. But the way they both jerk back, it seems they felt the wave too. And we do have calendars, I add with a wink. Naya and Kairos say nothing, their silence making me a little uncertain. I decide to press on, filling the quiet with more details about our celebration. Part of me is itching to join the festivities, but I can't just abandon these two strangers. That leaves me with only one option, really. In every realm of Nethora, Noctari are preparing to celebrate, I continue, tipping my head back to check the moon's positions. It's nearly time for it to start, when the moon's center in the sky. Then we'll feast on bioluminescent delicacies, dance in the streets until our feet ache, and give thanks for the magic that sustains us. As I speak, I notice Kairos and Naya exchange a look. There's something in their eyes. Fascination and a little longing that tugs at my heart. It hits me then how out of place they must feel, thrust into our world on such a significant night. I feel a sudden urge to make them feel welcome, to share the magic of this night with them. I have a feeling it'll take some convincing, though. In Terramyst, I add, gesturing to the glowing flora surrounding us. Most of us gather near the crystal caves. Whether in the forest, mountains, or on the beach, as we are, there are an abundance of them. I turn, pointing out a cluster of caves back towards the city, down by the beach. Even from here, I can see people starting to gather, their forms illuminated by the soft glow of bioluminescent plants and the shimmering light from the caves. The sight makes my heart race with anticipation. The energies there amplify the solstice magic, creating a light show like you've never seen. I pause, a mischievous grin spreading across my face. Unless, of course, you've been to one of Nadia's chaos parties in Vortexia. Now those are truly something else. Nitya, Naya asks. Goddess of chaos, Kairos answers. but I can see so many more questions on his face than hers. He knows the gods, but that seems to be all he knows. Maybe it's time to just show them, I realize. I feel a surge of excitement at the prospect of sharing our festivities with two people who have never seen it before. I think it would make the solstice even more entertaining for me, at least. Listen, I say, my wings rustling slightly with anticipation. I know you're probably overwhelmed, but I can't in good conscience leave you out here alone on a night like this. And I'm just about to head back. So much for hunting. How about I guide you to the city? You can experience the solstice celebration firsthand. Kairos and Naya exchange another look, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, Kairos nods. We'd appreciate that, Zixander. Thank you. Just Zix is fine, I say with a grin. Come on, it's not far. We'll follow the coastline. It's the quickest route. As we set off, I can't help but point out the sights along the way. The bioluminescent plants glow brighter tonight, their colors shifting in mesmerizing patterns. See those flowers? I gesture to a cluster of iridescent blooms. They only open on the solstice. Their nectar is said to grant visions of possible futures. Naya's eyes widen. Really? That's incredible. I chuckle. Well, that or a wicked hangover. Depends on how much you drink. As we walk, I explain more about the celebration. In the city, you'll see Noctari from all walks of life. The caste system loosens a bit on nights like this. Everyone's too busy enjoying themselves to worry about status. Caste system? Kiros asks, his brow furrowing. I nod, realizing how much they don't know. Based on magical aptitude and wing size, mostly. But tonight, none of that matters. You'll see high caste mages dancing with craftsmen, warriors sharing drinks with scholars. It's liberating. We crest a small hill and the city comes into view. Even from here, I can see the streets are already alive with celebration. Magical lights float through the air, and the sound of music drifts on the breeze. There it is, I say, unable to keep the pride from my voice. Terra Luna, jewel of Terramyst's coast, ready to experience a real Nithoran solstice? As I'm about to lead Kairos and Naya into Terra Luna, something shifts in the air. My wings twitch, responding to a change so subtle most wouldn't notice. But I'm not most people. Years of hunting and guarding have honed my senses to a razor's edge. I freeze, my body tensing as I scan the coastline. The festive sounds from the city fade into background noise as I focus on our immediate surroundings. There's a disturbance, something that doesn't belong. My wings spread slightly, an instinctive response to potential danger. I shift my stance, placing myself between my new companions and whatever threat might be approaching. Hold up, I whisper, my voice low and urgent. Something's not right. Kairos and Naya instantly go still, picking up on the tension in my voice. I'm impressed by their quick response. They may be strangers to our world, but they clearly understand danger. What is it? Kairos murmurs, his silver eyes darting around. I shake my head slightly. Not sure yet. Stay close. Without waiting for a response, I take off down the coast, my feet barely touching the sand as I move. My wings give me extra speed and balance as I navigate the uneven terrain. Behind me, I hear Kairos and Naya struggling to keep up, but I can't slow down. Whatever I've sensed, it's moving fast. The shoreline blurs as I race along it, my eyes scanning for any sign of the disturbance. The bioluminescent plants cast an eerie glow over everything, making shadows dance and shift. It's disorienting, but I push through it, relying on instinct more than sight. And whatever it is, it's practically screaming at me, begging me to come forth. I've never felt such a tug, though I want to blame it on the solstice. It must be with the kind of magic that is flooding toward me. All I can think is I have to get there.
Chapter 4. Bronwyn. I jolt awake, heart pounding, muscles tensed for a fight. The cacophony of sounds assaults my ears. Raucous laughter, unfamiliar music, the clinking of glasses. My eyes dart around, trying to make sense of the kaleidoscope of colours and movements surrounding me. What the heck? I mutter, scrambling to my feet. My hand instinctively reaches for the knife at my hip, but it's gone. Panic rises in my throat. Bodies press in from all sides, alien faces peering at me with curiosity and concern. I back away, hands raised defensively. "Stay back!" I snarl, my voice hoarse and trembling. The air is thick with unfamiliar scents, sweet spices, roasted meats, and something else? I can't place it, but it makes my skin tingle. Everywhere I look, there's movement. People, no, not people, creatures, dance and twirl in elaborate costumes. Lights float in the air without any visible source. A group of what look like blue-skinned bat people soar overhead, their wings casting fleeting shadows. My breath comes in short gasps. This can't be real. I must be hallucinating, or maybe I hit my head when I fell. But the sand beneath my feet feels solid, and the winter chill biting at my exposed skin is all too real. The sky above is painted in purples and blues and pinks, looking like twilight thought it was just the middle of the night, and I struggle to reconcile all the changes that I am experiencing. My mind reels. Just moments ago, I was running for my life from bloodthirsty orcs. Now I'm in the middle of some fantastical party. It doesn't make sense. I scan the area for exits, but the streets twist and turn in ways that defy logic. Buildings stretch impossibly tall, their architecture unlike anything I've ever seen. In the distance, I spot what looks like a mountain floating in mid-air. My legs wobble, threatening to give out. "Where am I?" I demand, my voice cracking. But I can barely hear myself over the festivities. What is this place? What have I done? I stumble backward, my heart racing as the crowd's attention turns to me. The music slows to a discordant halt, replaced by a rising tide of whispers. Eyes, so many eyes, lock onto me, filled with curiosity, confusion, and in some cases, suspicion. What is she? Where did she come from? Look at her clothes. The voices swirl around me, a dizzying cacophony of unfamiliar accents and languages. I catch snippets of conversation, but my mind struggles to process it all. My gaze darts from face to face, taking in features that are almost human, yet undeniably not. They are all tall, dark-skinned figures, their bodies lithe and graceful. But it's their wings that truly captivate me. Massive bat-like appendages that flex and shift with every movement. I blink hard, convinced I must be hallucinating. But when I open my eyes, they're still there. Winged people. Actual winged people. This can't be real, I mutter, my voice barely audible over the growing commotion. The crowd parts, and I spot a group of these winged beings moving purposefully in my direction. Their expressions are hard, determined. My muscles tense instinctively, years of survival on Earth kicking into overdrive. I drop into a defensive stance, fists clenched at my sides. My eyes dart around, searching for anything I can use as a weapon. A discarded bottle, a loose stone, anything. "Stay back," I growl, baring my teeth. It's a futile gesture, I know. These creatures could probably tear me apart without breaking a sweat. But I'll be damned if I go down without a fight. The winged figures approach cautiously, their wings half spread in what could be a threatening display. Or maybe it's meant to be calming. I can't tell, and I'm not about to take any chances. My breath comes in short, sharp gasps. Sweat beads on my forehead despite the chill in the air. Every instinct screams at me to run, but where? I'm surrounded, lost in a sea of unfamiliar faces and impossible beings. As the winged figures draw closer, I can make out more details. Their eyes are unlike anything I've ever seen, large, reflective, in colours that shouldn't exist in nature. One of them, A male, I think, reaches out a hand. His fingers end in what look like claws. I flinch back, my heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. Don't, I warn, my voice shaking despite my best efforts to sound tough. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I will if I have to. Wait! The voice is loud enough to draw the creature's gaze away from me. They turn as I do, and my eyes lock onto a new figure approaching through the crowd. Another winged being, but this one's different. Taller, more imposing. His midnight blue skin shimmers in the strange twilight, and his silver eyes seem to pierce right through me. My breath catches in my throat, and for a moment, I forget the danger surrounding me. Instead, everything in me screams to run to him, the air feeling like it's pushing me to him. Two others flank him. The first is what can only be a demon. My mind reels at the sight. A demon, a real demon. I traded orcs for a demon. My lungs start to function again when I see the other person with him, though. She is human, and she looks unharmed to my relief. Maybe I can trust these people. My gaze automatically drifts back to the blue-skinned man. That something about him is still calling to me, tugging at something deep inside. It's an ache, a need I've never felt. Without warning, he surges forward. My muscles tense, ready for an attack, but he doesn't come at me. Instead, he plants himself between me and the other creatures, his massive wings spread wide. The action is so unexpected, so bizarrely protective, that I can only stare in stunned silence. "Back off!" he growls, his voice low and threatening. The other winged beings hesitate, clearly caught off guard by his intervention. And then their eyes drift to the other two creatures and widen. What a weird night. I blink, trying to make sense of what's happening. Why is he protecting me? He doesn't know me. Hell, I don't even know what he is. But I can't deny the wave of relief that washes over me at his presence. The human woman steps forward, her eyes wide with concern. "Are you okay?" she asks, her voice gentle. I open my mouth to respond, but no words come out. Am I okay? I don't even know where I am or what's happening. The demon moves closer, his silver eyes studying me intently. Every instinct screams at me to run from him, but I'm rooted to the spot. His presence radiates power, and I can feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. "It's solstice," the blue-winged man calls out. "Tonight, we celebrate, with strangers and loved ones alike." His tone is deep and soothing, charming. It's no surprise that the others start to move back. "He's right," I hear someone murmur. "Yeah, who cares?" Another voice. "Turn the music back on," someone shouts. And suddenly the place is back alive with music and dancing. People return to eating and drinking, and even though glances dash our way, no one is staring. I stare at the blue-winged man as he turns to face me, his silver eyes softening as they meet mine. The chaos around us seems to fade away, leaving just the two of us in this bizarre moment. "Are you all right?" he asks, his deep voice gentle and filled with concern. A strange flutter ripples through my chest, catching me off guard. I've never felt anything like it before. It's warm, comforting. I find myself nodding, unable to look away from his gaze. "I'm Zixander," he says, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "But you can call me Zix." I open my mouth to respond, but the question that tumbles out isn't my name. "Where am I?" His smile grows wider, revealing sharp canines that should terrify me but somehow don't. "You're safe. We're in Terramyst," he says. My mind reels, struggling to reconcile this information with everything I've ever known. But as I look into Zix's eyes, I find myself wanting to believe him. There's something about him, something that makes me feel safe. It's a foreign sensation, one I'd almost forgotten existed. The flutter in my chest grows stronger, spreading warmth throughout my body. I should be terrified, lost in this strange world with its winged people and talk of gods. But standing here, with Zix's gentle gaze upon me, I feel something I haven't felt in a very long time. Hope. He must take my silence for confusion because he adds, Oltix's realm. Oltix? I repeat, the unfamiliar name feeling strange on my tongue. Zix's expression shifts, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he gives me a smile that steals my breath away. It's warm and inviting, filled with a kindness I haven't seen in years. The tension in my body begins to melt away, replaced by an inexplicable sense of relief. But that is shaken when he answers, the god of earth.
Chapter 5. Zix. I can't take my eyes off her. The moment she appeared, something inside me shifted, like the world tilted on its axis. Her presence draws me in, a magnetic pull I can't resist. My wings twitch, aching to wrap around her protectively. The god of earth, she whispers, and gods, even her voice is making feel weak. I can't believe I was actually saved. I would save her. I'd do anything to save her. But I don't say that out loud. Even though those forest green eyes wide with wonder and a hint of fear, and I want nothing more than to erase that fear, to make her feel safe. What's your name? The words tumble out before I can stop them, having noticed she didn't tell me hers when I introduced myself. Bronwyn, she answers, her voice like a melody I've waited my whole life to hear. Bronwyn. The name echoes in my mind, fitting her perfectly. I open my mouth to speak again, but the small human woman, Naya, beats me to it. I'm Naya, she pipes up, gesturing to herself, and then to the demon beside her. And this is Kairos. We just got to this planet, too. My attention stays on Bronwyn as she takes them in. She looks lost, overwhelmed by the festivities around us and our presence, clearly confused. An idea strikes me. Would you like a tour of the city? I offer, including all three of them in my gaze, but lingering on Bronwyn. The winter solstice celebration is in full swing, and the more the Noctari drink, the less they'll stare. I could show you around. As I speak, I find myself moving closer to Bronwyn. It's unconscious, as natural as breathing. My wings arch slightly, creating a barrier between her and the curious onlookers. I want to shield her from prying eyes to keep her close. That sounds wonderful, Bronwyn says, a small smile playing on her lips. My heart races at that smile. I extend my hand to her, an invitation and a promise. When she takes it, her fingers warm against my cool skin. I know I'll do anything to keep her safe. What a good solstice already. My eyes turn to Naya and Kairos. Ready? They both look from me to Bronwyn, to each other, and then, with a grin, they nod. I guide Bronwyn through the bustling streets of Terra Luna, my hand resting protectively on the small of her back. The city pulsates with life, every corner bursting with winter solstice festivities. Lanterns of bioluminescent fungi hang from crystalline arches, casting an ethereal glow over the revelers. This is the Crystal Plaza, I tell her, gesturing to the open square before us. It's my favorite spot in the city. Bronwyn's eyes widen, taking in the sight of towering crystal formations that seem to grow from the very ground. They shimmer with an inner light, refracting the lantern's glow into a dazzling array of colors. It's beautiful, she breathes, and I find myself staring at her instead of the view. Is the whole city powered by the crystals? Kairos asks. I nod. For the most part, the whole continent is covered in them. The crowd surges around us, pushing me closer to Bronwyn. I should step back, give her space, but I can't bring myself to move away. Her warmth seeps into me, igniting something I've never felt before. She doesn't pull away either, and my heart races at the thought that she might be feeling this too. We make our way to a vendor selling steaming cups of spiced nectar. Kairos grabs a cup for himself and Naya. As I hand Bronwyn a cup, our fingers brush, and a jolt of electricity shoots through me. Her cheeks flush, and I wonder if she felt it too. "Careful, it's hot," I warn, my voice lower than I intended. She takes a sip, her eyes closing in appreciation. "This is incredible," she says, licking her lips. I can't tear my gaze away from her mouth. What's happening to me? I've never been so instantly drawn to someone before. We continue our tour, weaving through the throng of Noctari that have flooded the coastal city for tonight. I point out the Whispering Fountain, where water flows in various directions throughout the air, and the Starlight Pavilion, where couples dance to ethereal music. All the while, I can't shake the feeling that Bronwyn's arrival is more than chance. I've always felt restless, like something was missing. Now, with her by my side, that restlessness has vanished, replaced by a certainty I can't explain. As we pause to watch a group of fire throwers, Bronwyn leans into me, seeking shelter from a gust of wind. I wrap my wing around her without thinking, pulling her close. She fits perfectly against me, like she was made to be there. "Thank you," she murmurs, looking up at me with those forest green eyes. In that moment, I know. This human, this incredible woman who fell into my world, is why I've never found my mate on Terramyst. Because she wasn't on Terramyst, or Nythora at all. I guide our small group through the pulsing heart of Terra Luna, my senses alive with the sights, sounds, and smells of the winter solstice celebration. But nothing captivates me more than Bronwyn's reactions to it all. We pass a group of Noctari dancers, their wings shimmering as they twirl in perfect synchronization. Bronwyn's eyes widen, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Without thinking, I take her hand and pull her into the dance. I don't know how, she protests, but I can see the excitement in her eyes. "Just follow my lead," I murmur, placing my hand on her waist. We move together, our bodies finding a natural rhythm. Bronwyn's laughter rings out as I spin her, the sound more beautiful than any music I've ever heard. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Naya dragging a reluctant Kairos into the dance as well. As the night progresses, we feast on delicacies from across Terramyst. I watch Bronwyn's face light up as she tastes crystal-infused fruits and savors the rich flavors of roasted cave vegetation. Her joy is infectious, and I find myself smiling more than I have in years. As the night starts to end, we make our way to the Celestial Observatory, a towering structure of living crystal and ancient stone. The air hums with anticipation as Noctari gather for the solstice's culmination. "What's happening?" Bronwyn asks, her voice hushed with wonder. "Watch," I whisper, wrapping my wing around her as a chill wind blows. The sky above us begins to change. It starts slowly at first, a faint shimmer that could be mistaken for a trick of the light. Then, as if responding to some unheard signal, the heavens erupt. Stars burst into existence, not as distant pinpricks of light, but as brilliant, multifaceted crystals suspended in the night sky. They shine with an inner fire, casting prismatic light across the gathered crowd. The constellations of Nythora come alive, each star a perfect gleaming gem. We only see it once a year with the twilight, and it makes a great solstice. I tear my gaze away from the spectacle to look at Bronwyn. Her face is tilted upward, lips parted in awe, eyes reflecting the crystalline stars above. The light plays across her features, highlighting the curve of her cheek, the arch of her brow. She's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. "It's incredible," she breathes, turning to me with wonder in her eyes. "Yes, I agree, but I'm not looking at the sky anymore. It is." As the festival winds down, I lead our small group back to my home. It's a cozy dwelling nestled high in the trees, with expansive windows that offer a breathtaking view of Terramyst's crystalline landscape. I'm not sure what else to do with these visitors. I feel a surge of pride as I watch Bronwyn's eyes widen, taking in every detail as we approach. She takes in the gorgeous sculpted wood, the glistening lavender waters lapping at the crystal-dotted beach just ahead. Sometimes I forget to take it all in, but she's making me realize again how nice it is. "Make yourselves comfortable," I say, gesturing to the plush seating area. As they settle in, I busy myself with preparing some refreshments, sneaking glances at Bronwyn whenever I can. Kairos clears his throat, drawing my attention. "Zix, now that we've seen a bit more of Nythora, could you tell us about its history? You said you knew of Arisak, but not Protheka." "I've never heard of either of those," Bronwyn says. "I didn't know there were other planets besides Earth." "I only knew of Protheka," Naya mutters. I nod, setting mugs of tea that can cure most hangovers on the table. Everyone grabs one. Good. The Noctari wine is not to be taken too lightly. There are other planets, though I don't know most. I know nothing of Earth nor Protheka. I look from Naya to Bronwyn. But I do know that before Nythora, the 7 gods created demons. Their magic ripped apart their realms, so they were brought to Arisak. I look to Kairos. He nods. I know the same. Good. I lean back, not able to keep my eyes from Bronwyn. The 7 didn't like to share, though, so they left the demons on Arisak and created Nythora as a planet of their own. They shaped this world and then created us, the Noctiri, to inhabit it. "And Nythora is where we are now?" Bronwyn asks. "Yes." My eyes coast down her, and I love feeling her watch me. Each of the 7 have their own continents. We are on Oltix's Terramyst. "And the others?" Naya asks. I outline the remaining 6 realms, but I notice Kairos leaning forward, his silver eyes intense. I don't make it far beyond listing out the other god's continent before he asks, "You make it sound like they are here in their realms. Is that right?" A smirk pulls at my mouth. "Each god and goddess resides in their realm, yes." I'm not at all surprised when he says, "Can we meet them? Do they take an audience with their people?" "Meeting the gods isn't uncommon," I explain, watching him carefully. "Some travel to their palaces to ask for their help, though they're just as liable to kill someone for disturbing them as they are to helping them." Kairos leans back, looking mildly defeated, so I add, "But there is the Nadi celebration in a few weeks. It takes place on a neutral island, and all the gods will be there." Kairos' eyes light up at this, and I make a mental note to keep an eye on him. But my attention is quickly drawn back to Bronwyn. Her reactions to each piece of information fascinate me. The way her eyes widen, how she leans in slightly when something particularly interests her. It's captivating. "The Nadi celebration sounds incredible," Bronwyn says, her voice filled with wonder. "Is it something we could see?" My heart races at the thought of sharing that experience with her. "Actually, all Noctari are invited and encouraged to attend. I could take you if you'd like." "We'll think about it," Kairos says quickly, but I barely hear him. He's too busy whispering with Naya. I'm too focused on Bronwyn's smile, on the way her eyes meet mine with a warmth that makes me feel like I'm soaring. Whatever happens next, I know one thing for certain. I want to show Bronwyn everything Nythora has to offer. But when she starts to yawn, I stand up. How about we all get some rest while you do?
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, Dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 6. Bronwyn. I'm practically dead on my feet. The night's been incredible, but between my frantic escape from the orcs and the non-stop festivities, I'm ready to collapse where I stand. I trail behind Zix as we make our way down the hallway, my mind still spinning from everything that's happened. The cozy warmth of his home envelops me like a soothing embrace, a stark contrast to the harsh, unforgiving world I left behind. While he's showing Kairos and Naya to the spare room, I can't help but gawk at the intricate wooden carvings adorning the walls. It's all so serene, peaceful in a way I've never experienced before. Once it's just the two of us, Zix turns to face me, his mesmerizing silver eyes catching the soft light. "Bronwyn, my room's this way." He starts walking, but I remain rooted to the spot, staring at his retreating back. Did I completely misread him? Does he think he just found a pet? Someone to warm his bed? What did I do? He must notice my hesitation because he turns back, concern etched on his face. Is something wrong? "Your room," I manage to choke out, fear suddenly coursing through my body. Is there nowhere I can truly be safe? "I only have 2 beds," he explains, taking a step towards me, "and mine's more comfortable." He offers me a small, reassuring smile. "It's the best option for you." My breath hitches in my throat. Zix. What is he going to do if I say no? Is he expecting me to offer myself up as thanks? I spent so many years running for orcs who would do this very thing for me. Did his god yank me here for a reason? Just when I feel like I might start to hyperventilate, his silver eyes widen and his mouth falls open in realization. "Oh, Bronwyn, I didn't mean, you won't be sleeping with me. That's my mistake." Heat rushes to my face, and I'm sure I must be beet red. I shouldn't have assumed. Wait. I could die from embarrassment right here and now. I went from insulting him by thinking he wants to sleep with me to stealing his bed. Then where are you going to sleep? His wings rustle softly as he moves a little closer. Gods, he's gorgeous. It's not fair, but I can't seem to put any distance between us, which makes this harder. I feel so drawn to him, but my past trauma had me freaking out at the thought that he was trying to use my body. After how nice he'd been all night, I'm disgusted with myself. "The couch," he says simply. "I can't kick you out of your own bed." I protest weakly. "Let me take the couch instead." He chuckles, reaching out to take my hand. Every time we touch, I swear I feel a small part of me coming back to life. He gently tugs me down the hall. "I'm not going to let you do that." "Then share it with me." The words tumble out before I can stop them. He freezes, turning towards me slowly, and I can see the surprise written all over his face. And of course it is. I'm sure now I'm the most contradicting person, or creature, I'm the only person, he's ever met. I just flipped out at the thought of him dragging me into that bed, and now I'm inviting him into it with me. What is wrong with me? But I've made my bed. Now I might as well get him in it with me. Not touching, obviously. I quickly add, "Just so we're both comfortable, you know." He swallows hard, and I watch his throat bob, mesmerized by the movement. "Of course," he says, his voice a little rough, sending a shiver down my spine. "If that's what you want." "It is," I hear myself say, surprising even myself with how quickly I agree. Maybe I had one too many cups of that cider, or maybe it's just the intoxicating effect Zix has on me. Either way, I can't bring myself to regret my decision. He nods, and I catch a flicker of excitement in Zix's eyes. I find myself leaning closer, inhaling his intoxicating scent. I hope that he knows I just want to sleep, but with how he's treated me, I think he sees my boundaries, but I still don't quite trust it. "Let's go," he whispers, his wings coming up to surround us in a cocoon of warmth and safety. I feel protected, and it feels nice. As we enter his room, I'm struck by its cozy simplicity. The bed looks inviting, piled high with soft furs and blankets. It's a stark contrast to the harsh conditions I've grown accustomed to, and I find myself longing to burrow into its comfort. "There's an adjoined bathroom," he says, pointing at the door in the wall. His consideration touches me, reminding me once again of how different he is from anyone I've ever known. I thank him, slipping inside to clean up. The water is warm, thank the gods, and I have never felt better than when I get out. But then I realise I have no clothes, and desperate, I take one of his massive shirts that I see stacked on a shelf in the bathroom. It smells like him, and I can't help but breathe in deeply. When I step out, I sheepishly meet his eyes. "I hope you don't mind," I say softly, tugging at the hem of the shirt that nearly hits my knees. "I didn't have anything else." He swallows hard, those silver eyes darkening to a stormy grey. I don't mind at all. Heat burns up my body with the way he is looking at me, like I'm the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. His gaze travels slowly from my bare feet up to my face, and I feel myself blushing under his intense scrutiny. Seeming to compose himself, Zix gestures for me to make myself comfortable, and I sink into the plush mattress with a sigh. He settles in beside me, careful to keep a respectful distance. But even with the space between us, I can feel the heat radiating from his body. It's comforting. "Thank you," I whisper, not just for the bed, but for everything he's done since I arrived in this strange new world. "I'm sure this isn't how you expected your night to go." Zix turns to face me, his silver eyes seeming to glow in the dim light. "You're welcome, Bronwyn. I'm glad you're here." There's a weight to his words that makes my heart flutter. I find myself drawn to him, feeling a connection I can't explain. It's terrifying and exhilarating all at once. As we lie there in the quiet darkness, I realise that for the first time in years, I feel truly safe. And it's all because of this winged stranger who's shown me nothing but kindness since the moment we met. I drift in and out of consciousness throughout the night, my body finally relaxing after days of constant tension. In my half-awake state, I'm vaguely aware of shifting closer to Zix, drawn to his warmth like a moth to flame. His presence is comforting in a way I can't fully comprehend, chasing away the nightmares that usually plague my sleep. The next morning, or however time is measured here, I slowly surface from the depths of slumber. The first thing I notice is warmth, not just around me, but enveloping me completely. My eyes flutter open, and I freeze. I'm curled against Zix's chest, my head tucked under his chin. His arm is draped over my waist, holding me close, and one of his wings covers us both like a protective canopy. Our legs are tangled together, and I can feel the steady rise and fall of his chest against mine. My heart races, but not from fear. This feels right, safe, like I've finally found a place where I belong after years of running and fighting. And that terrifies me. I've spent so long keeping my walls up, never allowing myself to get close to anyone. Attachment meant weakness, and weakness meant death in the world I came from. But here, in Zix's arms, I feel stronger than I ever have before. I should move. I should untangle myself and put some distance between us, but I can't bring myself to break this moment. Instead, I find myself nuzzling closer, breathing in his scent, a mix of pine and something uniquely him. Zix stirs slightly, his wing tightening around me. Even in sleep, he's protective, and it feels nice. No one has ever cared about me before.
Chapter 7. Zix. I wake up, my senses slowly coming to life. The first thing I notice is the warmth pressed against me, the soft curves of a body nestled in my arms. Bronwyn. My heart rate picks up, and I have to fight the urge to pull her closer. Memories of last night flood back, the fear in her eyes when she thought I might take advantage of her. It twists something in my gut. I can't let her wake up like this, no matter how right it feels. Carefully, I begin to slide away from her. My movements are slow, deliberate. I don't want to jostle her or make her feel trapped. It's torture, peeling myself away from her warmth, but I manage. As I create some distance between us, Bronwyn stirs. My breath catches in my throat as I watch her. She's beautiful. Her hair's a mess, spread out on my pillow. My shirt she's wearing has ridden up, exposing her beautiful thighs. It's like Oltix himself is testing my self-control. Or maybe this is a reward. The thought flits through my mind before I can stop it. I shake my head, trying to clear it. I force myself up and out of the bed. My wings unfurl as I stretch, the muscles loosening after being cramped all night. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch Bronwyn watching me. It's killing me, pretending not to notice her gaze trailing over my body. I flex my wings, extending them to their full span. The morning light filtering through the windows catches on the membrane, creating a shimmering effect. I roll my shoulders, my back muscles rippling with the movement. "Morning," I grunt, not trusting myself to say more. I turn slightly, giving her a better view of my profile. Two can play at this game. I reach up, running a hand through my hair, knowing full well how it makes my bicep flex. It's taking every ounce of self-control not to turn around fully, to not drink in the sight of her in my bed, wearing my clothes. But I resist. I won't make her uncomfortable. Not when I want her to trust me, even if it might kill me to keep my hands to myself with this incessant way that she is calling to me. I quickly pull on my clothes, trying not to stare at Bronwyn as she sits up in bed. But damn, she's gorgeous. What a solstice. "Help yourself to anything you need," I tell her, gesturing toward the bathroom. "Clothes, toiletries, whatever." I hurry out of the room before I do something stupid, like pin her to the bed and kiss her. I try to be a strong man. As a hunter and guard, I have to have a lot of self-control, but Bronwyn is testing it. In the kitchen, I busy myself making tea and laying out bread, jams, and fruit. My mind keeps drifting back to Bronwyn, thinking about her in my clothes, covered in my scent. Using my shadows, I throw the windows open to try and cool myself off. Kairos and Naya join me, looking refreshed. "We've decided," Kairos announces. "We want to go to the Nady celebration." I nod, spreading jam on a slice of bread. "It's quite the experience. My words die in my throat as Bronwyn walks in. She's wearing one of my shirts, the fabric draping over her curves in a way that makes my mouth go dry. The hem hits mid-thigh, exposing her long legs. I force my eyes up to her face, noticing how she's braided her hair to the side. "Morning," she says softly. "I hope it's okay I borrowed this." "It's perfect," I managed to say, my voice rougher than I intended. I clear my throat. We were just discussing the Natty celebration. These two want to go." Bronwyn's eyes light up. "I'd love to go too, if that's all right." "Of course," I say, probably too quickly. The thought of showing Bronwyn more of my world, of spending more time with her, sends a thrill through me. We should start preparing. It's quite a journey. If we go now, we should be able to take our time and get there just as the celebrations start. I start gathering supplies, hyper-aware of Bronwyn's presence as she moves around the kitchen. Every time she brushes past me, I feel it like an electric shock. I pack dried meats, fruits, and water skins, explaining the route as I go. I catch Bronwyn nodding, her eyes following my movements. Is she watching me the way I watch her? The thought makes my heart race. As I continue packing, I can't help but imagine the nights ahead. Bronwyn sleeping near me under the stars, the firelight dancing on her skin. It's going to be torture, but I can't wait. We'll stop in the market, too. To get everyone an extra pair of clothes or two. I glance between Kairos and Naya, who have one small pack between the two of them, but Bronwyn clearly has nothing. I'd prefer her wear nothing. I need to get it together. Sucking in a breath, I give them a smile. Let's start with the first stop. I lead the group to the balcony of my treehouse, gesturing towards the horizon as we finish our meal. The misty silhouettes of Vortexia and Somniara loom in the distance, their outlines shimmering like mirages in the perpetual twilight. See those islands? Point to the ever-shifting landmass to the southeast. That's Vortexia, Netia's realm. She is the goddess of chaos. The landscape there changes faster than you can blink. Some say it's impossible to map. Bronwyn leans forward, her eyes wide with wonder. I have to force myself not to stare at the way my shirt clings to her curves. And that one? Kairos asks, nodding towards the dreamlike island floating directly east. Somniara, I explain. Noseos' domain, the god of dreams. They say if there is no sleep there, or endless sleep, depending how you look at it, it's like you're in a waking, dreamlike state all the time. They murmur among themselves, and I grin, watching them take it in. I've lived here my whole life, with my dad before he passed, but it's fun to see it through someone else's eyes. All right. I grab my pack and look around the room. Ready to go? They eagerly agree, and I know this is going to be a fun few weeks of travel. I have the rest of the month off of guard duty for the celebrations, so I have plenty of time to spend with this new group. We make our way to the market, weaving through the bustling crowd. I keep close to Bronwyn, my hand hovering near the small of her back. Just in case. As we browse the stalls, I point out the wall of fog in the distance. That's the border of Ecovia, Sither's realm. God of Whispers. No one's ever penetrated that fog without permission. The voices make you go crazy. I explain how each god's power shapes their realm. Oltix's influence makes our forests lush and our earth rich. In Vortexia, Nedia's chaos magic causes reality to warp and shift. And in Somniara, Noseos' dream energy blurs the line between imagination and reality. We stop at a clothing stall, and I help Bronwyn pick out some practical outfits for the journey. Kairos and Naya pick through the earthen-toned fabrics too, and I give my opinions as they all look. As Bronwyn holds up a deep green tunic against her chest, I can't help but imagine how it'll bring out the color of her eyes. I grab it. We'll get it. But Zix, she looks between me and the tunic. I can't. I wave my hand at her. I hate to tell you this, but I'm a hunter, so I don't buy food. Built the house myself. I don't have many things to spend money on, so let me spend on this. I point at what Naya is holding. Anything you want, just give it to Lumi at the front. She always gives me a good deal. How sweet, Naya answers. Thank you. I nod at her, but when I see Kairos watching me, I add, you can make it up to me later. The demon smirks. As we weave through the market stalls, I can't help but grin at the wonder on everyone's faces. It's been ages since I've been here myself. Seeing it through their eyes makes it all fresh again. Oh, look at these, Bronwyn exclaims, holding up a pair of intricately carved wooden earrings. I lean in close, pretending to examine them. Beautiful, I murmur, my eyes locked on her instead of the jewelry. She catches my gaze and blushes, quickly turning back to the vendor. We continue our leisurely stroll, picking up odds and ends. Kairos finds a book on local flora, while Naya is drawn to a display of colorful scarves. I make sure to snag a few extra supplies, just in case. As we're wrapping up, a thought hits me. I turn to the group, trying to keep a straight face. So, you all like camping, right? Because we're going to be doing a lot of it, like weeks. Naya's eyes widen slightly, and Kairos grins down at her. But before they can respond, Bronwyn bumps her shoulder against mine, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Oh, please, I'm an expert camper," she boasts, chin tilted up in mock challenge. "I can't help it." I laugh, slinging an arm around her shoulders. The contact sends a jolt through me, but I keep it off my face at least. "So is that right? Well, I can't wait to see these expert skills of yours." She leans into me just a bit, and it takes everything in me not to kiss her right then. "You'll want to take notes," she says, grinning up at me. We stand there for a moment, lost in each other's eyes. Then Kairos clears his throat, and I remember we're not alone. "Right," I say, reluctantly dropping my arm. "We should get going. Got a long journey ahead of us." As we head out of the market, I can't wipe the smile off my face. Weeks of camping with Bronwyn? Bring it on.
Chapter 8. Bronwyn. I can't take my eyes off the breathtaking landscape as we trek across Terramyst. Every step reveals a new wonder, so vastly different from the bleak, ravaged earth I left behind. The air here vibrates with life and magic, a stark contrast to the deathly silence I'd grown accustomed to. "What are those?" I ask Zix, pointing to a cluster of crystals jutting out from the ground. They pulse with an inner light, casting a soft glow on the surrounding vegetation. "Crystal formations," Zix explains, his deep voice sending a shiver down my spine. "They absorb and emit magical energy. Some even communicate with gifted Noctari." I shake my head in amazement. Communicating crystals, unbelievable. Kairos and Naya are just behind us, listening and walking, though they mostly talk between the two of them. I find myself grateful for that, wanting Zix to myself. I've never felt that way before. As we continue, I notice the ground beneath our feet subtly shifting. It's as if the earth itself is alive, breathing. Zix catches my questioning glance. "Altix's influence," he says with a hint of pride. "The land here is ever-changing, always in motion." Suddenly a low rumble echoes through the air. I tense, old instincts kicking in, but Zix places a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Look," he whispers, pointing to our left. My jaw drops as I witness a mountain literally moving, its peak slowly rotating like the hand of a giant clock. The sight is both terrifying and awe-inspiring. "Living mountains," I breathe, remembering Zix's earlier explanations about Terramyst's unique features. As we walk, I notice strange, glowing fungi dotting the forest floor. Their soft bioluminescence reminds me of the stories I'd heard as a child about fairy lights. Zix plucks one and offers it to me. "It's edible," he says with a smile. "A delicacy, actually." I hesitate for a moment before taking a small bite. The taste explodes on my tongue, earthy, sweet, and unlike anything I've ever experienced. I turn toward Naya, seeing her eyes wide as she does the same. "Whoa," she says, "that's incredible." I giggle, finding that it's been so long since I could just enjoy myself that I'm clinging to moment, with another human, a demon, and a Noctari. How odd. We come to a river, but it's like no river I've ever seen. Instead of water, it flows with what appears to be liquid gemstones, a kaleidoscope of colours shimmering in the perpetual twilight. "Rivers of flowing gemstones," I murmur. "It's beautiful." As we continue our journey, I find myself drawn closer to Zix. His presence is comforting in this strange new world, and I can't help but feel safe when he's near. His wings, currently folded against his back, catch the light in mesmerising patterns. I'm struck by how different the Noctari are from humans. Zix towers over me, his lithe form graceful and strong. His skin shifts colours subtly as we walk, adapting to our surroundings. It's fascinating to watch. A deep, resonant hum fills the air, growing louder as we travel. "What's that sound?" I ask. Zix's eyes light up. That's the song of Terramyst itself, the very essence of Oltix's realm. I close my eyes for a moment, letting the vibrations wash over me. It feels ancient and powerful, yet somehow soothing. As we continue our journey, I find myself drawing parallels between the wonders of Terramyst and the myths and legends I grew up hearing on Earth. The moving mountains remind me of the Greek titan Atlas, forever holding up the sky. You know, I say to Zix, on Earth we had stories of a giant who carried the weight of the heavens on his shoulders. These living mountains make me think of him. Zix's silver eyes sparkle with curiosity. Really? Tell me more about these Earth stories. His genuine interest warms my heart. Well, we had tales of gods and magical creatures too, like the Norse god Thor, who controlled thunder and lightning with his hammer. As I speak, I notice Naya listening intently. She turns to me with a bemused expression. It's fascinating how different our myths are. On Protheca, we had completely different legends. Oh, I ask, eager to learn more. We're both human, but planets apart. Naya nods, her curly hair bouncing slightly. We had stories of the 13 instead of the 7, or I did, growing up with dark elves. And what are dark elves? Zix asks. She shudders. These terrible creatures, beautiful and deadly with magic. She gives him a look. Not too unlike the Noctari in appearance. Apparently they pushed the orcs to Earth, Kairos adds. That's what I've heard. Bastards, I mutter, making Naira giggle. So you had 13 gods, I say, looking at her. You both know the 7, I look from Zix to Kairos, and the orcs had 5 gods that they followed. It's fascinating, Kairos says. Especially since all the worlds seem so connected, Zix adds. Kairos and Naya keep talking, though they start to turn to each other as they say something about portals and Protheca and Erisak that I can't make sense of. As they drift back, I find myself drawn to Zix, my eyes tracing the elegant lines of his wings as we walk. I can't seem to keep myself pulled back from him, wanting more in every way. Have you always lived on Terramyst? I ask, genuinely curious about his life. Zix's silver eyes meet mine, a small smile playing on his lips. Yes, actually. No Noctari ever truly leaves their god's realm. We can visit others, but... He pauses, searching for the right words. We're born with our god's blessings, you see. It manifests in different variations that can tip others off. What do you mean by variations? I prompt, intrigued. He flexes his wings slightly. Well, take me for example. I'm what's called an Oltixian Noctari, earthborn. I can manipulate the earth to some degree, and I have a deep connection to the land. It's part of why I'm such a good hunter and tracker. That's incredible, I breathe, marvelling at the casual way he speaks of such power. Zix nods, a hint of pride in his voice. It is, but it also means I'm unmistakably of Terramyst. My build, the tall, thin shape of my wings, it's little things like that that other Noctari could tell. But while I've never left this realm, I've explored every inch of it with my father. Your father? I ask, eager to learn more about his life. His expression softens. Yes, he was a great hunter and guard, taught me everything I know about tracking and survival. A shadow passes over his face. He passed a few years ago from a rare illness. I reach out instinctively, placing a hand on his arm. I'm so sorry, Zix. He covers my hand with his, the touch sending a jolt through me. Thank you. It was difficult, but he lived a good, long life. And your mother? I ask gently. Zix's gaze turns distant. She died when I was born. It's not uncommon for Noctari mothers to not survive childbirth, especially with twins. Twins? I can't hide my surprise. He nods. My sister didn't survive either. It's just been my father and me. Well, until it was just you, I finish softly. Zix's eyes lock with mine, and I see a vulnerability there that catches me off guard. Yes, until it was just me. I swallow hard, my heart aching for Zix's loss. Without thinking, I slide my hand down and squeeze his hand. It's not just you now, I say softly, hoping to offer some comfort. Zix's silver eyes meet mine, a slow smile spreading across his face. My stomach does a flip at the sight. You know, I quite like that, he says, his voice dropping so low I feel it through my body. Encouraged by this connection, I take a deep breath. But I know how you feel. I've been alone for a long time too, I admit. The orcs, they tore me away from my family, like they did to so many human women. I see Zix's jaw clench, and he looks protective. I escaped 4 years ago. Since then I've been on the run, helping hide other humans in bunkers and drawing the orcs away when I can. Zix's expression darkens, a fierce look of anger and protectiveness crossing his features. His wings twitch as if he wants to wrap them around me. Bronwyn, He starts, his voice tight with emotion. I shake my head, offering a small smile. It's okay. It's actually nice to slow down a little now. As we continue walking, I notice we've gradually moved closer together. Our hands are still connected, and I don't want to let go. It feels so right. I wonder if Zix feels it too, but I'm too nervous to ask. The tension between us builds with each step, each accidental touch. I find myself hyper-aware of his presence, the way his wings shift as he walks. I'm mesmerised by their massive size, by everything about them. There's an undeniable attraction, but also uncertainty. We've known each other for such a short time, yet I feel drawn to him in a way I can't explain. I'm not sure I want to. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 9. 6. I stand before Kairos and Naya, my wings slightly spread in a relaxed position. I was all too excited when they told me they were both wielders and wanted to learn how to do so on Nithora. You said the magic here feels different from what you're used to. I start, reaching for the magic that hums in my veins. That might be because our elements are different. We draw power from the shadows and twilight. I raise my hand, fingers splayed. Wisps of darkness coil around my arm, dancing between my fingers. Feel the energy around you. It's not just light or dark, but the space between. Kairos' eyes narrow in concentration. His hands twitch, and I see a flicker of shadow play across his skin. Good. I nod. Now try to grasp it. Naya's brow furrows as she mimics my movements. A faint shimmer of twilight energy sparkles at her fingertips. Excellent start, I encourage. Remember, it's not about forcing the magic. Let it flow through you. I demonstrate again, this time pulling shadows from the nearby trees. They twist and writhe in the air, forming intricate patterns. Our magic is about balance, light and dark, dusk and dawn. From the corner of my eye, I catch Bronwyn watching. Her green eyes are wide with wonder, a hint of longing in her expression. For a moment, I'm distracted by the way the faint light plays across her face. Shaking off the thought, I turn back to my students. Now, try to manipulate the shadows around you. Start small, maybe just altering their shape. Kairos grunts in frustration as the shadows slip through his grasp. Naya has more success, coaxing a tendril of darkness to curl around her wrist. Patience, I remind them. This magic is subtle. It's not about brute force, but finesse. I continue the lesson, guiding them through basic exercises. They're both pretty quick to pick it up, given that they've been on the planet for a day. Feel the shift, I murmur. The world balances on the edge of day and night. This is when our power is strongest. As I speak, I let my own magic flow freely. Shadows swirl around me, and twilight energy crackles in the air. It's a display of power, yes, but also a demonstration of the beauty and complexity of Noctari magic. I watch with growing surprise as Naya's fingers dance through the air, shadows coiling around her arms like obedient serpents. Her eyes sparkle with a newfound confidence, a far cry from the wary woman I first encountered. That's it, I encourage, adjusting my stance to mirror hers. Feel the twilight energy. Let it flow through you, not just around you. Naya nods, her brow furrowed in concentration. With a fluid motion, she weaves the shadows into a complex pattern, one that would challenge most Noctari trying to learn. I can't help but raise an eyebrow, impressed. You've got a natural talent for this, I say, circling her to observe from different angles. I shift my attention to Kairos, who's struggling with a more basic exercise. Here, I say, moving to his side. Think of it less as controlling the shadows and more as persuading them. They're not tools, they're extensions of yourself. Kairos grunts, frustration evident in his clenched jaw. I place a hand on his shoulder, channeling a bit of my own energy to help him connect with the twilight magic. His eyes widen as he feels the difference. There you go, I nod approvingly. Now, try again. As Kairos makes another attempt, I turn back to Naya. She's progressed even further, now manipulating multiple shadow tendrils simultaneously. Her movements are graceful, almost dance-like, as she weaves complex patterns in the air. Incredible, I murmur, more to myself than to her. Louder, I say, Naya, try forming a solid object. Start with something simple, like a sphere. Naya's eyes narrow in concentration. The shadows around her hands condense, swirling faster and faster until they coalesce into a perfect orb of darkness. She lets out a surprised laugh, the sound bright and joyous in the twilight air. I did it, she exclaims, her face lit up with pure delight. For a moment, I see past the hardened exterior to the person she might have been without the weight of her past. You certainly did, I agree, unable to keep the smile from my voice. Your control is remarkable for a beginner. How does it feel? Naya's grin widens. It feels right, like I found a part of myself I didn't know was missing. I nod, understanding all too well. Magic has a way of doing that. Now, let's see if you can maintain that sphere while creating another shape. I find myself constantly adjusting my teaching style. Naya's rapid progress demands more advanced techniques, while Kairos requires a more methodical approach, but no less challenging. It's different from how most Noctari learn, but I find myself enjoying it immensely. I watch Kairos intently, my eyes narrowing as he manipulates the shadows with increasing skill. His fingers dance through the air, coaxing the darkness into intricate patterns. There's a glint in his silver eyes, a hunger for knowledge that both impresses and unnerves me. Excellent, I say, keeping my voice neutral despite the mix of emotions churning inside me. Now try to condense the shadows into a solid form. Kairos' brow furrows in concentration. The air around him seems to thicken, darkness swirling and coalescing into a sphere of pure shadow. It's not just the speed at which he's grasping these concepts that catches my attention, but the raw power behind his manipulations. Maybe it has something to do with the same gods creating us both. I circle him slowly, my wings twitching with a hint of unease. Remember, I caution, our magic is about balance. It's not just about how much power you can wield, but how precisely you can control it. He nods, but I'm not sure he's truly listening. His eyes are fixed on the orb of darkness, a predatory smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, the sphere elongates, morphing into a wickedly sharp blade. Impressive, I admit, unable to keep the wariness from my voice. But let's focus on defensive applications for now. Kairos looks up at me, and for a moment I catch a glimpse of something in his eyes. A hunger, a desire for power that sends a chill down my spine. He nods again, the shadow blade dissipating into wisps of darkness. As we continue the lesson, I find myself constantly adjusting my teaching style, pushing Kairos towards more controlled, subtle uses of the magic. But with each new technique I demonstrate, he seems to instinctively grasp not just the mechanics, but the potential for more aggressive applications. I make a mental note to keep a very close eye on his progress. While his aptitude for our magic is undeniable, the ease with which he bends shadows to his will is concerning. In the wrong hands, these skills could be devastating. Well done, I say as we wrap up the session, my tone carefully neutral. You've made remarkable progress for a beginner. Tomorrow, we'll work on finer control and defensive techniques. Kairos nods, a satisfied smirk on his face. As he turns away, I can't help but wonder what I've unleashed by teaching him our ways. The power of twilight and shadow is a delicate balance, one that I hope Kairos will respect. Just as it has the whole time, I find my gaze drawn to Bronwyn. Her intense focus captivates me, the way her brow furrows slightly as she watches Kairos and Naya manipulate the shadows. I notice the questions forming in her eyes, unspoken but burning with curiosity. A strong urge wells up inside me to include her somehow, to bridge the gap between her world and mine. Even though she can't perform magic herself, I yearn to share this part of my life with her. It's more than just a desire to teach. It's a need to connect, to let her experience the wonder and beauty of Noctari magic through my eyes. With each passing moment, this feeling grows stronger. My heart races when our eyes meet, and I feel a warmth spreading through my chest. It's as if an invisible thread is pulling us together, growing tighter with every shared glance, every silent exchange. Keeping her eyes, I perform a particularly intricate shadow weave, and her green eyes widen in awe, a soft gasp escaping her lips. The pure wonder on her face sends a thrill through me, igniting a fierce desire to show her more, to immerse her in the magic of my world. My mind races with ideas of how to involve Bronwyn. Perhaps I could channel my magic through her, letting her feel the ebb and flow of twilight energy. Or maybe I could create shadow puppets for her, bringing to life the creatures and landscapes of her old world in swirling darkness. The urge to reach out and touch her is almost overwhelming. I want to take her hand, to let her feel the magic coursing through my veins. I imagine the spark of connection, the shared moment of wonder as she experiences Noctari magic firsthand. It hits me hard. I want to show her everything.
Chapter 10. Bronwyn. I watch, mesmerized, as Zix guides Kairos and Naya through another magic lesson. They've been doing them intermittently over the last few days as we travel, and I watch. Though I mostly watch Zix. I thought he was handsome when I first saw him, but looking at him every day as he laughs, his muscles on display, the way his wings move and he commandeers magic. Gods help me. Right now I try to stay focused on their lesson. I need some semblance of control over myself. But even that is difficult because I'm trading one want for another. My fingers itch with the desire to join in, to feel that power coursing through me. But I know it's impossible. Still, I can't tear my eyes away from the spectacle before me. Zix's deep voice resonates as he explains a complex magical theory. His midnight blue wings twitch slightly with each emphatic point, and I find myself tracking the movement, fascinated by how expressive they are. Focus on the energy around you, he instructs. Feel it pulsing, like a heartbeat. He lets his eyes fall closed. You said before that wielding was grabbing from the magic around you, but Noctari pull from the magic already in us. Kairos closes his silver eyes, his obsidian skin seeming to shimmer as he concentrates. The blue runes etched across his body glow brighter, and suddenly a small flame dances in his palm. My mind races, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. On Earth, fire needed fuel, oxygen. But here, it's as if Kairos has plucked it from thin air. I lean forward, squinting, searching for any hint of accelerant or hidden mechanism. There's nothing. Naya's turn comes next. Her brow furrows in concentration, and I see a bead of sweat form on her temple. Then, impossibly, a delicate frost pattern spreads across the ground at her feet. How? I mutter under my breath. My brain scrambles for explanations. But with magic there is none. No reason the frost can form or the flame can burn, and I struggle to accept it even as I stare. Zix turns to me, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Magic isn't about understanding every detail, Bronwyn. It's about feeling, believing. I nod, but my mind keeps whirring. There has to be an explanation, some underlying principle I'm missing. I may not be able to perform magic, but I'm determined to understand it in my own way. Each demonstration, each explanation from Zix becomes a puzzle for me to solve. And as I watch, I feel a growing sense of wonder. This new world is challenging everything I thought I knew, and I'm surprised to find I love it. I can't contain my curiosity any longer. As Zix finishes explaining another magical concept to Kairos and Naya, I seize the opportunity. Zix, how exactly does the energy transfer work when you cast a spell? I ask, leaning forward eagerly. Is it like converting potential energy to kinetic energy? Or is it more complex than that? Zix turns to me, his silver eyes gleaming with interest. It's not quite that simple, Bronwyn. The energy doesn't just transfer, it transforms. We tap into the magical essence that permeates Nithora and shape it with our will. I nod, my mind racing. So it's like manipulating a field? Like electromagnetism, but on a more fundamental level? That's actually a fascinating comparison, Zix says, his wings fluttering slightly in what I've come to recognise as excitement. I've never thought of it that way before. Encouraged, I press on. And what about the different types of magic? Fire, ice, illusions. Are they all drawing from the same source? Or are there distinct energy? Pools, for lack of a better term? Zix settles beside me, his attention fully focused on our discussion. There's debate among our scholars about that very question, he explains. Some believe all magic stems from a single universal source. Others argue for separate wellsprings of power for each magical discipline. Fascinating, I breathe. Have you tried combining different types of magic? Like, could you wield both fire and ice simultaneously? Zix's eyebrows raise, and I see a spark of something in his eyes. Respect, maybe. That's an intriguing idea. It's not commonly practiced, but theoretically possible. Your mind works in unique ways, Bronwyn. I feel a flush of pride at his words. I'm just trying to understand. On Earth, we had laws of thermodynamics, conservation of energy. Does magic follow similar rules here? In some ways, yes. Zix nods. Energy can't be created or destroyed, even in magic. But the ways we can manipulate and channel it are far more varied than what you might be used to. Our conversation continues, each question leading to new insights and ideas. I find myself drawing parallels between Nithoran magic and earth sciences, looking for patterns and consistencies. Zix matches my enthusiasm, his explanations becoming more detailed and nuanced as he realizes the depth of my interest. As Zix and I delve deeper into our discussion about magic, I find myself gravitating towards him without even realizing it. His enthusiasm is contagious, and I can't help but mirror his energy. We're both leaning in, our voices animated and hands gesturing wildly as we exchange ideas. As one of Oltix's Noctari, you are predisposed to being more in tune with nature, with the earth, I ask, my eyes wide with excitement. So you could probably pull all the elements at once, have them flow seamlessly. Zix's wings flutter, brushing against my arm. It sends a rush through me, and it quickly consumes my thoughts. That's actually brilliant, Bronwyn, he says, his silver eyes shining. I will have to try. I beam at his praise, feeling a warmth spread through my chest. Our knees are almost touching now, and I can smell the earthy forest scent that seems to cling to him. It's comforting in a way I can't quite explain. You know, Zix says, leaning in even closer, your perspective on magic is unlike anything I've encountered before. It's refreshing. I feel a blush creeping up my neck at his words. I'm just trying to make sense of it all, I admit. Everything here is so new and amazing. I can't help but want to understand it. Our eyes lock, and for a moment, the rest of the world seems to fade away. I'm acutely aware of how close we are, of the warmth radiating from his body. There's a pull between us that I can't explain, an inexplicable desire to be near him always. It's fun to theorize, I answer. But despite my fascination with the magical world around me, a sudden wave of sadness washes over me. I try to hide it, but I can feel my smile faltering. The realization that I'll never be able to manipulate energy or cast spells like Zix and the others hits me hard. It's a stark reminder of how different I am in this world. Zix's silver eyes lock onto mine, and I know he's sensed the shift in my mood. His wings twitch slightly, and he moves closer, his presence warm and comforting. Bronwyn, he says softly, his deep voice sending a shiver down my spine. I can see you're disappointed about not having magic yourself. I nod, unable to deny it. It's just, everything here is so incredible. I wish I could be a part of it in that way. Zix's expression softens, and he reaches out, his hand hovering near mine. Sometimes having magic isn't all it's cracked up to be, he says, a hint of humour in his voice. It comes with its own set of problems and responsibilities. I raise an eyebrow, intrigued by this perspective. But more importantly, he continues, his gaze intensifying, if there's anything you want to do, any magical task or experience you'd like to have, I can do it for you, any time. His words wrap around me like a warm blanket, and I feel a rush of emotion. It's not just the offer itself, but the sincerity behind it. The genuine desire to make me feel included, to share his world with me. A smile spreads across my face, reaching my eyes this time. Really? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Zix nods, his own smile mirroring mine. Really. Whatever you need, whatever you want to see or experience, I'm here. The connection between us deepens in that moment. It's not just about magic anymore. It's about understanding, support, and a growing bond that I can't quite explain. As I look into Zix's eyes, I feel a warmth spreading through my chest, a sense of belonging I haven't felt in years. And I am so happy I fell through that portal, because it brought me to the one thing I thought I'd never know. Peace.
Chapter 11. Zix. I scan the horizon, my senses on high alert as we traverse the land bridge of Terramyst. The air shimmers with the bioluminescent glow of the lumini, their light dancing across the landscape. Tide callers move gracefully through nearby streams, their forms fluid and ethereal. Lithomorphs blend seamlessly with the rocky outcroppings, their presence barely discernible to the untrained eye. The beastkin are all needed in their own right, but they are also dangerous. And here, where there is little land and not enough room to escape, I recognize it for what it is. A perfect spot to attack. A low growl rumbles through the air. My wings twitch, ready for action. "Stay close," I command. The undergrowth rustles, and a massive, fanged beast emerges, its eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Two more flank it, their muscular bodies coiled for attack. "Damn it," I mutter, stepping forward. My body shifts instinctively, positioning itself between the threat and my companions. My wings spread wide, creating a protective barrier. "Bronwyn, behind me!" I growl, reaching back to guide her to safety. Her warmth against my back sends a jolt through me, sharpening my focus. The lead beast lunges. I duck, my claws extending from my fingertips as I swipe at its exposed flank. It yowls in pain, retreating a few steps. "Kairos, Naya, use your magic, create a distraction," I bark, never taking my eyes off the circling predators. The air crackles with energy as Kairos and Naya summon their newfound powers. Flashes of light burst around us, momentarily disorienting the beasts. I seize the opportunity, launching myself at the nearest beast. We tumble to the ground, a tangle of fur, wings, and claws. Its hot breath washes over me as I grapple with its massive form. "6!" Bronwyn's voice cuts through the chaos, laced with concern. I twist, pinning the creature beneath me. "Stay back!" I shout, driving my fist into its jaw. The creature goes limp, and I spring to my feet, ready to face the next threat. Kairos and Naya subdued the others, so before the sounds of our fight can draw too much attention, I usher us to keep going. But as I lead our group through the treacherous terrain, my senses stay on high alert. The path narrows, winding between jagged rocks and steep drop-offs. My wings twitch, ready to catch anyone who might stumble. "Watch your step here," I warn, eyeing a particularly unstable section of ground. "The earth's unstable." Bronwyn approaches, her eyes fixed on the hazardous path. As she reaches the difficult stretch, I instinctively extend my hand. "Here, let me help you." She hesitates for a split second, then grasps my hand. The moment our skin connects, a heat shoots up my arm, and all I want is to pull her into me. Her hand is warm, slightly calloused, a testament to her survival on Earth. I swallow hard, trying to focus on the task at hand. "Easy now," I murmur, guiding her across the uneven ground. My other hand hovers near her waist, ready to steady her if needed. The closeness is intoxicating, her scent filling my nostrils, a mix of earth and something uniquely her. Bronwyn stumbles slightly on a loose rock. Without thinking, I pull her close, my arm wrapping around her waist. She collides softly with my chest, her breath catching. For a moment, we're frozen, our eyes locked. I can't tell if she wants this as much as I do or if I should pull away. "You okay?" I ask, my voice rougher than intended. She nods, a flush creeping up her neck. "Yeah, thanks." I reluctantly release her, immediately missing her warmth. As we continue, I find more excuses to offer my hand or steady her with a touch to her back. Each contact sends a jolt through me, like lightning dancing across my skin. I can't get enough. We reach a narrow ledge, barely wide enough for single file. "Careful here," I caution, extending my wings slightly to create a barrier between Bronwyn and the drop-off. She moves closer, her shoulder brushing against my side. I'm starting to become obsessive over every little touch, but as we make it past the ledge and deeper into the forest, I'm reminded again of how deadly it is to be out here. I sense the danger before I see it. The air shifts, carrying the musky scent of an ursini, a massive creature known for its ferocity. My muscles tense, every instinct screaming at me to protect my companions. "Stay back!" I growl, pushing Bronwyn behind me. My wings spread wide, creating a barrier between the group and the approaching threat. The ursini bursts from the underbrush, its roar shaking the very ground. It's larger than most I've encountered, easily 7 feet tall at the shoulder. Razor-sharp claws glint in the starlight, and its eyes burn with primal hunger. "Damn!" I mutter, dropping into a fighting stance. My claws extend, ready for combat. The beast charges. I wait until the last second, then dive to the side. My wings propel me, adding speed and agility to my movements. As the Ursini thunders past, I lash out, raking my claws across its flank. It howls in pain and fury, whirling to face me. We circle each other, a deadly dance of predator versus predator. I can hear Bronwyn's ragged breathing behind me, fueling my determination to end this quickly. The Ursini lunges again. This time, I meet its charge head-on. I duck under its massive paw, feeling the wind of its strike ruffle my hair. In one fluid motion, I drive my shoulder into its chest, using its momentum against it. We tumble to the ground, a tangle of fur, claws, and wings. The Ursini's hot breath washes over me as it snaps at my face. I twist, barely avoiding its jagged teeth. My fist connects with its jaw, the impact jarring my entire arm. Rolling free, I spring to my feet. The Ursini is slower to rise, shaking its massive head. I seize the opportunity, leaping onto its back. My arms lock around its thick neck, squeezing with all my strength. The beast bucks and roars, trying to dislodge me. I hold on, my wings flaring for balance. My muscles strain as I tighten my grip, cutting off its air supply. Slowly, agonizingly, the Ursini's struggles weaken. Finally, it collapses, unconscious but alive. I release my hold, panting heavily. Sweat drips down my face, mingling with a few scratches I hadn't even noticed receiving. I turn to face my companions, adrenaline still coursing through my veins. Bronwyn stares at me, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. The sight of her safe sends a wave of relief through me, stronger than I expected. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart as the adrenaline slowly ebbs away. My eyes scan the area, making sure there are no more immediate threats. Satisfied that we're safe for now, I turn my attention back to my companions, particularly Bronwyn. She's still staring at me, her green eyes wide with a mixture of awe and something else I can't quite place. I feel a sudden urge to close the distance between us, to make sure she's unharmed. "Are you okay?" I ask, my voice gruff with concern. I move towards her, my wings instinctively spreading slightly, ready to shield her if needed. Bronwyn nods, a small smile playing on her lips. "I'm fine, thanks to you." Her words send a surge of warmth through my chest. I find myself hyper-aware of her presence, the way she stands, the rise and fall of her chest as she catches her breath. My protective instincts, already in overdrive from the fight, seem to intensify around her. As we continue our journey, I can't help but position myself closer to Bronwyn. Every rustle in the bushes, every unfamiliar sound has me on edge, ready to defend her at a moment's notice. I catch myself watching her more often than not, admiring her resilience and the way she takes in our surroundings with a mix of caution and wonder. When we reach a particularly treacherous part of the path, I don't hesitate to offer my hand. "Here, let me help you," I say, my voice softer than usual. Bronwyn takes my hand without hesitation this time, her fingers wrapping around mine. And once I help her across, she tips her head up and smiles at me. It takes my breath away. I feel a warmth spreading through me that has nothing to do with the physical exertion of our journey. Her gratitude, her trust in me, it stirs something deep within my chest. I find myself wanting to protect her, to keep her safe, not just from physical dangers, but from anything that might harm her. As we make camp for the night, I can't help but position myself close to Bronwyn. Every sound in the darkness has me on alert, ready to defend her. But it's more than just protection. I find myself craving her presence, wanting to be near her. The way she moves, the sound of her voice, even her scent, it all draws me in like nothing I've ever experienced before, and I don't want it to ever stop.
Chapter 12. Bronwyn. I stay next to Zix at all times now, His hand is always reaching toward me, his wing curling around me, and I couldn't pull myself away from him if I wanted to. And I really, really don't want to. But that hasn't stopped this particular section of our journey from being fraught with dangers. It's probably why he hovers next to me, seeing as I'm defenseless unlike Kairos and Naya. If only it was for another reason. We only travel by ship, Zix is saying as I stare out at the water in the distance. Mostly out of courtesy to the gods and their realms. We want them to see us coming. I nod. But it's rare you go to other realms. Right, there are some instances in which... He freezes, and Naya and Kairos just ahead of us turn. We've all grown accustomed to how Zix reacts when he senses danger. But before he can say anything, the earth seems to shudder beneath my feet. My heart pounds as pale, elongated forms burst from the ground, twisting in the dim light. I freeze, terror gripping me as memories of Earth's horrors flash through my mind. But then Zix moves next to me. Deep dwellers, he mutters, pulling my attention. In an instant, he transforms. Gone is the gentle, patient guide I've come to know. In his place stands a fierce warrior, his midnight blue wings spread wide, silver eyes blazing with determination. "Stay behind me," Zix growls. I can't look away as he launches into action. His movements are fluid, almost dance-like, as he weaves between the attacking deep dwellers. His claws flash, retractable sharp tips I've noticed he rarely leaves out, leaving glowing trails in the air. Each strike is precise, calculated, yet executed with raw power that takes my breath away. A deep dweller lunges at me, its grotesque face contorted in a snarl. Before I can react, Zix is there. He catches the creature mid-air, his muscles rippling under his skin as he hurls it away. The sheer strength of the action leaves me stunned. "You okay?" he asks, his intense gaze locking with mine for a split second before he's off again, a blur of midnight blue and flashing silver. I nod, unable to form words. My heart races, and I realise it's not just from fear. Watching Zix fight, seeing his power and grace, sends a thrill through me I've never experienced before. It's exhilarating and terrifying all at once. As the last deep dweller falls, Zix turns to me. His chest heaves, his eyes still burning with that fierce intensity. Sweat glistens on his skin, catching the dim light. He looks wild, dangerous, yet I've never felt safer. "Are you hurt?" he asks, his voice rough with concern as he steps closer. I shake my head, still too overwhelmed to speak. The adrenaline coursing through my veins makes me hyper-aware of his proximity, of the heat radiating from his body. I can't tear my eyes away from Zix as he checks on the others, his movements still charged with that raw energy from the fight. My heart races, and I'm not sure if it's from the lingering adrenaline or something else entirely. As he turns back to me, I study him more closely. The fierce warrior from moments ago has melted away, replaced by the gentle guide I've come to know. His silver eyes, so intense during the battle, now shine with warmth and concern. It's a stark contrast that leaves me breathless. "You sure you're all right?" Zix asks, his voice soft as he approaches. I nod, finding my voice at last. "Yeah, I'm fine, thanks to you." He smiles and I feel a flutter in my chest. It's the same smile he's given me 100 times before, but now it affects me differently. I notice the way his eyes crinkle at the corners, the slight tilt of his head as he looks at me. As we start moving again, I can't help but watch Zix more closely. The way he effortlessly switches between alert protector and patient teacher fascinates me. One moment he's scanning our surroundings with keen eyes, wings slightly spread, as if ready to shield us from danger. The next, he's explaining some aspect of Nithoran geography to Kairos and Naya, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. I find myself equally drawn to both sides of him. The warrior's strength and grace stir something primal within me, a feeling of safety I haven't experienced since before the Orc invasion. But it's his gentleness, the way he patiently answers my endless questions about this new world that truly captivates me. These growing feelings both excite and terrify me. On Earth, I never allowed myself to get close to anyone, knowing attachment could be a death sentence. But here, in this strange new world, I find myself wanting to lower my guard, to let Zix in. But old habits die hard, and a part of me screams that it's dangerous, that I'm setting myself up for heartbreak or worse. I'm not sure if I can overcome that innate need to keep myself safe, though it seems the fates are going to try to tempt me. As we walk, Zix's hand accidentally brushes against mine. The contact sends a jolt through me, and I have to resist the urge to grab his hand and hold on tight. Instead, I steal another glance at him, admiring the way the dim light plays across his midnight blue skin. Zix's eyes meet mine, catching me mid-stare. My cheeks burn, but before I can look away, his lips curve into that reassuring smile that's become so familiar. It's gentle, warm, and makes my heart skip a beat. He moves towards me, his movements fluid and graceful. "Are you enjoying the trip?" he asks, a devastating smirk playing on his lips. "You are the master camper after all." I open my mouth to respond, but the words catch in my throat as his hand lands on my arm. His touch is gentle, almost feather-light, but it sends a jolt through my entire body. His fingers are warm against my skin, and I'm acutely aware of every point of contact. Yeah, it's good, I manage to stammer out, my voice sounding breathless even to my own ears. Zix's hand lingers, his thumb tracing small circles on my skin. The simple gesture sends waves of warmth cascading through me, starting from where he touches and spreading outward. It's like nothing I've ever felt before. A comforting heat that chases away the lingering chill of fear from the deep dweller attack, and begs me to act on it. I find myself leaning into his touch, craving more of this unexpected comfort. His silver eyes hold mine, filled with a mixture of concern and something else I can't quite name. It's intense, almost magnetic, and I find it impossible to look away. I'm hyper-aware of Zix's presence, the subtle scent of rain and night air that clings to him, the soft rustle of his wings as they shift slightly, the steady rise and fall of his chest as he breathes. My own breathing quickens, matching the rapid beating of my heart. I'm surprised by the intensity of my reaction to his simple touch. On Earth, I'd built walls around my heart, never allowing anyone close enough to affect me like this. But here, with Zix, those walls are crumbling faster than I can rebuild them. His hand stays on my arm, the touch no longer necessary for reassurance, but neither of us seems willing to break the contact. The warmth of his skin against mine is intoxicating, making me crave more. I find myself wondering what it would feel like to be wrapped in his arms, to feel those powerful wings envelop me. The thought startles me, breaking the spell of the moment. I blink, realizing just how lost I'd become in Zix's gaze. How quickly I'm becoming lost in him. "You'll have to tell me what it was like," he says, and I realize he's still talking about camping. "Did you travel for weeks like this, just taking in the terrain?" I catch myself studying his face as he speaks, mesmerized by the way his silver eyes flicker with different emotions. Mostly, I try to fight the attraction that won't stop bubbling up in me. I was mostly in the same area, trying to get people to safety or lure orcs in the direction I needed them to go. The pain that usually comes with the memories is noticeably absent right now. I didn't take much time to look at the nature around me. "Earth sounds like such a harsh place," Zix says, his voice soft with empathy. "I can't imagine what you've been through." I shrug, trying to downplay the weight of my past. "You do what you have to survive." His hand brushes against mine, sending a jolt of electricity up my arm. "You're incredibly strong, Bronwyn." I look up, meeting his gaze. The intensity in his eyes takes my breath away. There's admiration there, but also something deeper, something that makes my heart race. We walk in comfortable silence for a while, our hands occasionally brushing. Each touch feels like a spark, igniting something within me that I thought had long since died. Zix points out a beautiful flowering vine, its petals shimmering with an otherworldly glow. As he explains its properties, I find myself lost in the cadence of his voice, the way his lips form each word. He catches me staring and gives me a shy smile that makes my stomach flip. I return it, feeling a blush creep up my cheeks. The air between us feels charged, thick with unspoken words and growing attraction. I catch Kairos and Naya exchanging knowing glances, but I can't bring myself to care. The tension between us is palpable, a living thing that seems to pulse with each shared glance, each lingering touch. It's exhilarating and terrifying all at once, this growing attraction that threatens to consume me. I'm tempted to let it.
Prothika is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprothika.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 13. Zix. This morning I find myself walking beside Kairos, his obsidian skin a stark contrast to the luminescent flora surrounding us. I don't like being separated from Bronwyn, but when the demon inserted himself beside me and Naya started a conversation with Bronwyn, it felt purposeful, the way they separated us. His silver eyes gleam with curiosity as he bombards me with questions about Nithora. I can't help but smile, his thirst for knowledge reminding me of my own fascination with the world beyond Terramyst. But it's clear he has a focus on one thing. "So gods," Kairos begins, "have you met them?" "No," I reply, spreading my wings slightly. "I've had no need to beg for their favor, so they would have no interest in me otherwise." Kairos nods, his brow furrowing in concentration. "So they do not walk among their people. They stay in their palaces, away from the Nocturai." I shrug. I will not pretend to know what a god does in their free time, but it isn't spent in the cities that I've been in. As we continue our trek, I find myself equally curious about Kairos. His presence here challenges everything I thought I knew about demons. But speaking of gods, I start thinking over the history I know. I always believed all demons hailed from Arasak, yet here you are, clearly not from there. How is that possible? Kairos' expression shifts, a mix of pride and something deeper, perhaps longing. "I'm from Galmaleth," he says, his voice taking on a reverent tone. "It's a floating island, not unlike the ones here, and suspended by Oltix's magic." I listen, fascinated as he describes a world of red rock and black carapace structures, shrouded in perpetual storms. It's so alien, yet I can hear the fondness in his voice. "We are from Arasak." I can tell he's picking his words carefully. "But our king led us to Galmaleth, a gift from Oltix, to save us during a war. Only recently has a bridge been opened to return." "But you did not." He shakes his head. "I stayed on my island. As a Sazgaroth demon, I'm fascinated in learning as much about magic as I can. We are responsible for the more complicated spells and magic, and I could feel a stronger pull to Protheka than to Arasak. So I followed it. I nod, understanding dawning. That explains your intense interest in our magic, I muse, watching him closely. Kairos grins, a flash of sharp teeth. Indeed. The magic here, it's different. Familiar, yet new. I can't help but want to understand it all. As we walk, I find myself appreciating this unexpected kinship with Kairos. Despite our different origins, we share a common thirst for knowledge and understanding. It's a reminder that even in this vast, magical world, connections can be found in the most unexpected places. Even though I keep up my conversation with Kairos, my keen Noctari hearing picks up the conversation behind us. Bronwyn and Naya's voices drift forward, a mix of curiosity and wonder coloring their words. I can't help but smile, thinking about how different their worlds must be. So, on Earth, you didn't have any magic at all? Naya asks, her voice tinged with disbelief. Bronwyn's reply is wistful. No, nothing like what I've seen here. We had technology, but it was all science-based. No floating islands or mist bridges. I hear Naya gasp softly. That's so strange to me. In Prothika, magic was everywhere, even if it wasn't always good. Their conversation continues, a fascinating exchange of experiences. Bronwyn describes a world ravaged by war and struggle, while Naya speaks of a place where magic could be both a blessing and a curse. It's striking how two humans can come from such vastly different realities. I find myself marveling at the strange twist of fate that brought these two together. Bronwyn, hardened by a life of survival on a post-apocalyptic Earth, and Naya, shaped by the harsh magical world of Prothika. Their backgrounds couldn't be more different, yet here they are, walking side by side in Nythora, united by their shared humanity and newfound wonder at this magical realm. Bronwyn and Naya's voices grow softer, more hushed, as if sharing secrets. My ears prick up, unable to ignore their words. So, you and Kairos? Bronwyn's voice is hesitant, laced with concern. Are you... is everything... She sighs. You want to be here, right? You're happy? My steps falter for a moment, my protective instincts flaring. Why would Bronwyn ask such a question? What experiences has she had that make her worry about Naya's safety or happiness? Naya's reply is quick and reassuring. Oh yes, Kairos is wonderful. I chose to come here with him. He saved me from my captors, and while we weren't necessarily orthodox in our meeting, I fell in love with the demon. I feel a mix of relief and renewed concern. While I'm glad to hear Naya is safe and happy, Bronwyn's question stirs something deep within me. What has she endured that makes her so wary? The thought of anyone mistreating her sends a surge of anger through me, my wings twitching with the desire to wrap around her protectively. I steal a glance back at Bronwyn. Her face is a mask of relief at Naya's words, but I can see the shadows of past pain in her eyes. It makes me want to know more about her world, about the hardships she's faced. More than that, it makes me want to show her that not all relationships are something to fear. I'm suddenly jolted from my thoughts as Naya's playful voice carries through the air. So, Bronwyn, Naya teases, her tone light and mischievous. I've noticed you can't seem to take your eyes off our winged friend here. My heart skips a beat and I feel a rush of heat creep up my neck. I keep my gaze fixed ahead, pretending not to hear, but my ears are straining to catch every word. I don't know what you're talking about, Bronwyn stammers, but there is a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I'm not sure how to take that. Naya laughs, a bright, tinkling sound. Oh, come on. The way you two look at each other when you think no one's watching. It's obvious there's something there. I risk a glance back, catching Bronwyn's eye for a brief moment. Her cheeks are flushed, and she quickly looks away, but not before I see the small smile tugging at her lips. Well... Bronwyn starts, her voice soft and uncertain. He is intriguing. My breath catches in my throat. Intriguing? Is that good? I find myself hanging on her every word, desperate to hear more. Just intriguing? Naya presses, and I can hear the grin in her voice. There's a pause, and I swear I can feel the tension in the air. Then Bronwyn speaks again, her voice barely above a whisper. Okay, fine. He's handsome and kind. I've never met anyone like him. A warmth blooms in my chest, spreading through my entire body. I can't help the smile that breaks across my face, my wings fluttering slightly with excitement. Maybe, just maybe, this incredible woman feels the same way I do. The possibility is both thrilling and terrifying, but for the first time in my long life, I feel like I found something truly special. I'm jolted from my thoughts by a sharp elbow to my ribs. Turning, I catch Kairos grinning at me, his silver eyes glinting with mischief. Eavesdropping, are we? He asks, his voice low enough that only I can hear. I scoff, trying to maintain my composure. Of course not. We were having a conversation, weren't we? Kairos chuckles, shaking his head. Nice try, but I know you weren't listening to a word I said. Your ears have been pricked back the entire time. Heat creeps up my neck, and I resist the urge to flatten my traitorous ears against my head. Kairos leans in closer, his voice dropping even lower. You know, humans are some of the most compelling creatures I've ever met, he says, his tone thoughtful. I wouldn't blame you for being so interested in Bronwyn. I swallow hard, caught between denial and the desire to confide in someone. Is it that obvious? I finally ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Kairos nods, a knowing smile on his face. To anyone paying attention? Absolutely. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. How long did it take you? I ask, curiosity getting the better of me. To come to care for Naya, I mean. Kairos' expression softens, his gaze drifting back to where Naya walks with Bronwyn. The second I laid eyes on her, he admits, his voice filled with a tenderness I never expected to hear from a demon. His words resonate deep within me, and I find myself nodding. Yeah, I breathe, stealing another glance at Bronwyn. I know exactly what you mean.
Chapter 14. Bronwyn. I can't sleep. The soft rustle of leaves and the gentle chirping of unfamiliar nocturnal creatures keep my senses on high alert. It's not danger that keeps me awake, but out of habit. I don't know what it's like to relax. I sit up, careful not to disturb the others, and make my way to the dying embers of our campfire. The warm glow casts flickering shadows across the clearing. I hug my knees to my chest, lost in thought, when a soft rustling catches my attention. Zix appears, his wings folded neatly behind him, concern etched on his face. And in my raw state, I ache for him. Gods, I've never wanted anyone the way I want him. Can't sleep? He asks, his voice a low rumble. I shake my head. Too much on my mind. He settles beside me, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his body. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the embers pulse with fading light. Tell me about it, Zix says softly, his silver eyes reflecting the orange glow. I take a deep breath, memories of Earth flooding back. It's hard for me to relax enough to sleep, except for the night I was in his bed, but I keep that to myself. Earth was... It taught me to keep my guard up. That sounds awful, but thankfully, there's no pity in his voice. It was hell, I answer, my voice barely above a whisper. The orcs came years before I was born. They destroyed everything, killed almost everyone. I sigh. I hear that my planet used to be lovely, full of life and technology, but I grew up in ruins and destruction. Zix's wing twitches as if he wants to wrap it around me. I want him to. So much. Instead, I continue, the words spilling out. I lost my parents when I was little. A group of survivors took me in, taught me how to stay alive. We were always on the move, always hungry, always scared. I describe the ruined cities, once bustling metropolises reduced to crumbling concrete and rusted metal, the constant fear of orc patrols, the desperate scavenging for food and supplies, the harsh winters where we huddled together for warmth, praying we'd see another spring, the way the orcs kidnapped and raped and killed. I tell him about learning to use plants for medicine, about the small victories that kept us going. My voice cracks as I recount close calls and lost friends. Every day was a fight for survival, I say, staring into the dying embers. We'd scavenge through ruins, always looking over our shoulders. The orcs, they were relentless. I described the constant hunger that gnawed at our stomachs, the bone-deep exhaustion from endless nights on watch. My fingers absently trace the scar on my cheek as I speak of close calls and narrow escapes. The worst part wasn't the physical danger, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. It was watching hope die in people's eyes, seeing them give up, knowing there was nothing I could do. Zix's hand tightens around mine, grounding me in the present. I glance up, seeing the pain reflected in his silver eyes. It's almost too much to bear. We lost so many, I continue, the words catching in my throat. Not just to the orcs, but to despair, to sickness we couldn't treat. Every death felt like a personal failure. I tell him about the crushing weight of responsibility, of being the one people turned to for healing when our supplies dwindled to nothing. The guilt of rationing medicine, of having to choose who lived and who suffered. But somehow we kept going, I say, a hint of wonder in my voice. We'd find a patch of edible plants, or stumble upon an untouched cache of supplies. It was just enough to keep that tiny spark of hope alive. Zix listens intently, his wing now curved protectively around me. I lean into his warmth, drawing strength from his presence as I bare my soul. I pause, my throat tight with emotion. The weight of my memories hangs heavy in the air between us. Zix shifts closer, his presence a comforting warmth at my side. I can feel the tension in his body, as if he's holding himself back from something. There was this little girl. I start, my voice barely above a whisper. Sarah. She'd lost everyone, just like me. I promised I'd keep her safe. The words catch in my throat, and I feel Zix's arm tentatively wrap around my shoulders. His touch is gentle, almost reverent. I lean into him, seeking solace in his embrace. We were ambushed, I continue, the painful memory flooding back. I tried to protect her, but I can't finish the sentence. Tears I've held back for years finally spill over. Zix pulls me closer, his wing curling around us both like a protective cocoon. I bury my face in his chest, letting out quiet, racking sobs. I've never let the grief out. It's just been tucked away, festering, threatening to overcome me. And now it needs to heal. His hand moves in soothing circles on my back. I can feel the steady beat of his heart, grounding me in the present. The scent of pine and something uniquely Zix surrounds me, a stark contrast to the acrid memories of smoke and blood. I'm so sorry, Bronwyn, he murmurs, his breath warm against my hair. You carried so much for so long. I nod against his chest, unable to speak. We stay like that for a long moment, my tears slowly subsiding. I should feel vulnerable, exposed. Instead, I feel safe for the first time in years. I take a shaky breath, wiping the last of my tears away with the back of my hand. The weight of my past, a burden I've carried for so long, feels lighter now. I've never shared so much of myself with anyone before, and the vulnerability is both terrifying and exhilarating. I look up at Zix, my heart skipping a beat as our eyes meet. His silver gaze holds mine, filled with a depth of understanding that takes my breath away. There's no pity there, no judgment, just acceptance and something more. Something that makes my pulse quicken. "Thank you," I whisper, my voice hoarse from crying, for listening, for understanding. Zix's wing tightens around me, a comforting cocoon of warmth and safety. His hand finds mine, our fingers intertwining as if they were made to fit together. "You're incredible, Bronwyn," he says, his voice low and intense. "Your strength, your resilience. I've never met anyone like you." A warmth blooms in my chest, spreading through me like wildfire. For the first time in years, I feel truly seen. Not as a survivor, not as a healer, but as me, Bronwyn, with all my scars and struggles and hopes. The admiration in Zix's eyes makes me feel beautiful, powerful. It's as if he can see past the hardened exterior I've built up over years of survival, right to the core of who I am. And instead of being repelled by what he finds there, he's drawn to it. I lean into him, savouring the feeling of safety and acceptance. The horrors of my past seem distant now, overshadowed by the warmth of this moment. Here in Zix's arms, I feel like I've finally found a place where I belong. I look up at Zix, my heart racing. The thought of being alone with my memories terrifies me more than any orc ever did. "Will you stay with me?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Zix's silver eyes soften and he nods. "Of course," he murmurs. I can't help but think how his presence seems to chase away the darkness of my past. Just for tonight, I'll give in to this comfort. I'll allow myself this moment of peace. "I'll keep you safe, Bronwyn," Zix promises, his words wrapping around me like a warm blanket. "We should get some sleep." I let him help me to my feet, already feeling more tired than before now that he's chased away the memories that plague me. He moves to pull our bedrolls together, and I watch, his movements always so fluid. It makes me wonder in what other ways he can move so well. When he's done, he turns to me, opening his arms in invitation. I don't hesitate, sliding into his embrace as if I've done it 1,000 times before. Zix pulls me against him, and I sink into his warmth. His body is solid and strong, a stark contrast to the harsh, unforgiving world I've known. I can feel the steady beat of his heart against my cheek, a soothing rhythm that slowly begins to quiet the chaos in my mind. His wing unfurls, draping over us both like a living blanket. The soft membrane is surprisingly warm, and I want to reach up and touch them. But I hold back. As sleep begins to claim me, I burrow deeper into Zix's embrace. His scent surrounds me, like the soft spring rain. It's intoxicating, and I find myself breathing it in deeply, committing it to memory. My last coherent thought before drifting off is that I never want to give this up. This feeling of safety, of belonging, of being truly seen and accepted. For the first time in years, I fall asleep without fear, wrapped in Zix's protective embrace.
Chapter 15. 6. We make it a few days without incident. We're nearing the coast now, where we can take a boat to Kalis, nearly out of the deadliest part of the realm, but not quite. I tense, my wings flaring slightly as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something's off. The forest is too quiet, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. My eyes dart around, scanning the dense foliage surrounding us. "Wait," I start to say, but it's too late. They burst from the undergrowth like shadows given form. Bandits. At least 6 of them, armed and dangerous. My body moves on instinct, positioning myself between the attackers and my companions. "Get behind me!" I snarl, my claws extending as adrenaline surges through my veins. The first bandit lunges at me, blade glinting in the dim light. I dodge, my wings snapping out for balance as I counter with a swift uppercut. He stumbles back, giving me a split second to assess the situation. Kairos has taken a defensive stance, his demonic nature evident in the way his eyes glow with barely contained power. Naya's hands are raised, magic crackling at her fingertips. But it's Bronwyn who catches my eye. She's grabbed a hefty branch, holding it like a club, her face set in grim determination. Pride and fear war within me. She's a fighter, but these aren't the orcs she's used to. These are Nithoran bandits, desperate and unpredictable. "Bronwyn, stay close!" I shout, blocking a strike aimed at her head. My wings become both shield and weapon as I fight. I use them to buffet the attackers, creating space and confusion. My fists connect with flesh, my claws raking across arms that get too close. A bandit slips past me, heading straight for Bronwyn. My heart leaps into my throat. "No!" I roar, pivoting on my heel. I launch myself at the attacker, tackling him to the ground before he can reach her. We roll, a tangle of limbs and wings. I come out on top, pinning him down with a snarl that would make a Ursini proud. "Zix, watch out!" Bronwyn's voice cuts through the chaos. I whirl around to see another bandit bearing down on me, blade raised high. There's no time to dodge. I brace for impact, but it never comes. Instead, I hear a solid thunk and the bandit crumples to the ground. Bronwyn stands over him, her improvised club still raised. Our eyes meet, a moment of connection amidst the frenzy. A grin tugs at my lips despite the danger. She's magnificent. I pivot, my wings flaring wide as I assess the chaos around us. The forest has become a battlefield, shadows dancing between the trees as the bandits unleash their dark magic. My muscles tense, every sense on high alert. A tendril of shadow whips towards me, and I duck, feeling it whistle past my ear. I spring forward, my claws slicing through the inky darkness. It dissipates with a hiss, but two more take its place. "Kairos, on your left!" I shout, spotting a bandit trying to flank the demon. Kairos reacts instantly, his own shadow magic erupting from his hands. The two forces collide in a spectacular display of power, sending ripples of energy through the air. I use the distraction to close in on another attacker, my fist connecting with his jaw in a satisfying crunch. Naya's voice rises above the fray, chanting words of power. The air around her shimmers, and suddenly, the shadows seem less substantial. Her magic is creating pockets of light, disrupting the bandit's abilities. "Nice work," I call out, grateful for her quick thinking. But there's no time to celebrate. A massive shadow construct, shaped like a monstrous wolf, lunges at me. I meet it head-on, my wings becoming razor-sharp as I slice through its form. It's like fighting smoke, but I can feel the malevolent intent behind each attack. Bronwyn's shout draws my attention. She's holding her own against a bandit, her makeshift club keeping him at bay. But another is creeping up behind her, hands wreathed in shadow. My heart leaps into my throat. Without thinking, I launch myself across the clearing, my wings propelling me forward with incredible speed. I tackle the shadowy figure just as he's about to strike, my momentum carrying us both into a nearby tree. The impact knocks the wind out of me, but I recover quickly. The bandit struggles in my grip, his shadow magic seeping into my skin like ice. I grit my teeth against the pain, tightening my hold. "Not today!" I growl, slamming him against the trunk once more. He goes limp, the shadows dissipating. I turn back to the battle, ready for the next threat. Kairos and Naya are working in tandem now, their combined magic creating a dazzling display of light and shadow. Bronwyn has managed to disarm her opponent, wielding his own weapon against him with surprising skill. Pride swells in my chest, but I push it aside. The fight isn't over yet. More shadow constructs are forming, taking the shapes of twisted beasts and writhing tentacles. I spread my wings, ignoring the ache in my muscles, and prepare to face them. "Stay close," I shout to the others. "We're stronger together." As one, we face the encroaching darkness, ready for whatever comes next. I scan the chaotic trail, my senses on high alert. The clash of metal and the crackle of magic fill the air. But something else catches my attention. A flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. I turn, my heart nearly stopping as I spot a bandit creeping up behind Bronwyn, blade glinting wickedly in the dappled light. Time seems to slow. Bronwyn's focused on fending off another attacker, completely unaware of the danger at her back. I don't think, I just move. Bronwyn! I roar, launching myself towards her with every ounce of strength I possess. My wings propel me forward, faster than I've ever flown. The distance between us vanishes in an instant. I see the bandit's eyes widen in surprise as I hurtle towards them. But it's too late for him to change course. I throw myself between Bronwyn and the attacker, my wings snapping out to form a protective shield around her. Time catches up in a rush of pain and sound. The bandit's blade slices through the delicate membrane of my wing. White-hot agony explodes through me, radiating from the point of impact. I can't hold back the cry that tears from my throat, a sound of both pain and fury. Zix! Bronwyn's voice cuts through the haze of pain, laced with shock and concern. I grit my teeth, forcing myself to focus despite the burning in my wing. The bandit stumbles back, clearly not expecting such fierce resistance. I use his moment of hesitation to my advantage, lashing out with my uninjured wing to knock him off balance. Warm blood trickles down my injured wing, each movement sending fresh waves of pain through me. But I stand my ground, keeping Bronwyn safely behind me. Stay back! I growl, both to the bandit and to Bronwyn. I won't let her put herself in danger, not when I can protect her. The bandit recovers, raising his blade for another strike. I brace myself, ready to take another hit if it means keeping Bronwyn safe. But before he can attack again, a blast of shadow magic from Kairos sends him flying backward. I turn to check on Bronwyn, my injured wing drooping slightly. Her eyes are wide with concern, fixed on the bloody gash across my wing. Zix, your wing! She starts, reaching out towards me. I'm fine, I assure her, though the pain is becoming harder to ignore. Are you hurt? She shakes her head and relief floods through me. I'd take 100 slashes if it meant keeping her safe. As the last of the bandits disappear into the shadows of the forest, I let out a shaky breath. The adrenaline begins to fade, and the pain in my wing comes rushing back with a vengeance. I stumble slightly, my good wing flaring out to keep me balanced. Suddenly, Bronwyn's at my side, her warm hand steadying me. Her touch sends a jolt through my body that has nothing to do with the pain. Zix! She breathes, her voice thick with emotion. Your wing! I follow her gaze to the gash across my wing membrane. It looks worse than it feels, blood matting the delicate skin. I try to flex it and can't hold back a wince. It's not as bad as it looks, I lie, attempting a reassuring smile. Bronwyn's not buying it. Her green eyes, usually so full of wonder at this new world, are now clouded with guilt and worry. She reaches out, her fingers hovering just above the wound. You got hurt because of me, she whispers, her voice cracking. I catch her hand in mine, ignoring the way my heart races at the contact. No, I say firmly. I got hurt protecting you, and I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Our eyes lock, and suddenly the forest around us fades away. There's just Bronwyn, her hand in mine, her eyes searching my face. I see gratitude there, yes, but something else too. Something that makes my breath catch in my throat. She steps closer, close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from her body. Her free hand comes up to cup my cheek, and I lean into her touch without thinking. Thank you, she murmurs. The air between us feels charged, electric. I'm hyper-aware of every point of contact between us. Her hand in mine, her palm against my cheek, the way her body seems to gravitate towards me. My wing aches, but I barely notice it anymore. All I can focus on is Bronwyn, the way her eyes flick down to my lips and back up.
Chapter 16. Bronwyn. He saved me. It's the only thing I can think, over and over. He saved me. The air between us seems to hum, and everything in me is screaming to kiss, to hold him, to show him that I care if he's hurt, that I don't want to see him suffer because of me. But my instincts kick in, and I know we have to stop the bleeding. "Let me see," I say, my voice steadier than I feel. Zix grimaces but doesn't protest as I gently examine his wing. My fingers hover just over the wound, assessing the damage. "It's deep, but clean," I mutter, more to myself than him. I grab my pack, fishing out the herbs and bandages I've collected on our journey. The familiar motions of preparing a poultice calm my racing thoughts. I crush the leaves between my fingers, releasing their pungent aroma. "This might sting," I warn, applying the mixture to his wound. Zix hisses, his muscles tensing under my touch. "Sorry," I murmur, working as quickly and gently as I can. As I work on his wing, I feel Zix's eyes on me. The intensity of his gaze makes my cheeks burn. I focus on my task, trying to ignore the flutter in my stomach. "Where'd you learn to do this?" Zix asks, his voice low and curious. I shrug, not meeting his eyes. "Necessity. On Earth, if you couldn't patch yourself up, you didn't last long." His hand catches mine as I finish tying off the bandage. "Thank you, Bronwyn." I look up, caught in his silver gaze. The gratitude and something deeper in his eyes makes my breath catch. "You got hurt protecting me," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Zix's thumb traces circles on my wrist. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. His skin radiates heat, warming my fingers as I work, and I know he hasn't taken his eyes off of me. It takes everything in me to stay focused. I can clean the wound, apply herbs, and wrap it, but I don't think I can stitch it. I don't know enough about wings to test that. Maybe Kairos or Naya can heal it, if that's something magic can do. But either way, it needs to be cleaned before anyone touches it. As I run my hands along his wing, I notice Zix shift slightly. "Am I hurting you?" I ask, pausing my ministrations. "No," he says, his voice rougher than usual. "It's fine. Keep going." I resume my work, but now I'm acutely aware of every reaction. His muscles tense under my touch. His breath catches when I trace the edge of his wing. I slow my movements, watching him closely. Zix's eyes are half closed, his breathing becoming more laboured. It hits me then. His wings aren't just sensitive to pain. Heat floods my cheeks as I realise the effect I'm having on him. My hands falter, and Zix's eyes snap open. Our gazes lock, and the air between us crackles with tension. His pupils are dilated, turning his silver eyes almost black. My heart pounds so hard I'm sure he can hear it. "Bronwyn," he breathes, my name a caress on his lips. I swallow hard, my mouth suddenly dry. "Your wings," I manage to say. "They're sensitive." Zix nods, not breaking eye contact. "Very." My hand still rests on his wing, and I'm torn between the urge to snatch it away and the desire to explore further. Zix remains perfectly still, as if afraid any movement might shatter this moment, but I have to make sure he's all right. I've finished cleaning the wound, forcing myself to go to Kairos and Naya. Thankfully, Kairos is able to quickly heal it, and I kneel next to him as he does. I stare at the knitted-together membrane, looking almost like nothing had happened. I barely notice when Naya pulls Kairos away, saying that we'll camp here tonight. I'm too busy staring at Zix's wing, and I can't stop myself from reaching out and touching the wound. The smooth texture and warmth captivates me, and I brush my fingers over it lightly, testing it. Zix shudders, a low sound escaping his throat. Emboldened by his reaction, I explore further. My touch becomes more deliberate as I stroke the length of his wing, marvelling at how it quivers under my fingertips. Zix's breathing grows ragged, his chest rising and falling rapidly. I trace the delicate bones that run through it, applying gentle pressure. Zix's wings flex involuntarily, stretching out as if seeking more of my touch. The movement brings him closer, and I catch the scent of rain and night air that clings to his skin. My fingers dance across the sensitive membrane, and Zix lets out a strangled groan. His eyes, now dark with desire, lock onto mine. "Bronwyn," he says, his voice rough and strained. "You have to stop. I can't take it anymore." The raw need in his voice sends a shiver down my spine. I pause, my hand still resting on his wing, feeling the tremors running through him. The air between us is thick with tension, charged with unspoken desires. "No," I whisper. I lean in slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. Zix's hand cups my face, his touch gentle yet electrifying. "Not if you want me to hold back." My heart feels like it's going to leap from my throat. "I don't want that at all." Our lips meet, soft and hesitant at first. His lips are warm and inviting, sending sparks through my entire body. I melt into the kiss, savouring the taste of him. A hint of sweetness mixed with something wild and untamed. My hands find their way to his chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart beneath my fingers. As the kiss deepens, Zix's wings envelop us, cocooning us in a world of midnight blue. The edges brush against my skin, intensifying every sensation. I run my fingers through his hair, marvelling at its softness. Zix's tongue traces my lower lip, asking for entrance. I part my lips, welcoming him in. Our tongues dance, exploring and tasting. A soft moan escapes me, swallowed by his eager mouth. The kiss becomes more urgent, pent-up longing pouring out. Zix's hand moves to the small of my back, pulling me closer until there's no space left between us. I can feel the heat of his body, the strength in his arms as he holds me. My fingers trace the contours of his face, memorizing every detail. The sharp angle of his jaw, the slight roughness of stubble, the pointed tips of his ears. Everything about him is intoxicating, and I find myself craving more. I melt into Zix's embrace, my body moulding against his. His lips move with a hunger that matches my own, igniting a fire deep within me. I've never felt anything like this before, this raw, all-consuming desire. Zix's hands roam my back, leaving trails of heat in their wake. Every touch awakens parts of me I thought long dormant. I arch into him, craving more contact. Our kiss deepens, tongues dancing in a passionate rhythm. The taste of him is intoxicating, wild and sweet, like the forest after rain. I drink him in, desperate for more. Zix pulls me closer, if that's even possible. His strong arms encircle me, making me feel safe and desired in a way I've never experienced. I lose myself in the heat of his body, the strength of his embrace. A soft moan escapes me as Zix's lips leave mine to trail along my jaw. His breath is hot against my skin, sending jolts of electricity through my body. When he reaches my neck, I tilt my head, giving him better access. My hands explore the planes of his chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart beneath my fingertips. Every muscle, every contour is a new discovery, and I map them eagerly. Zix's wings quiver as my hands brush against them. The low groan he lets out vibrates against my skin, and I feel an answering heat pool in my core. I've never wanted anyone like this before. Our eyes meet, and I'm struck by the intensity in his gaze. His silver eyes are dark with desire, reflecting the same need I feel. In this moment, I'm certain he's been feeling the same pull that I have, and I am so ready to give in.
Chapter 17. Zix. I lose myself in the kiss, my entire world narrowing down to the feel of Bronwyn's lips against mine. She tastes like hope and possibility, and I can't get enough. My hands slide into her hair, pulling her closer as I deepen the kiss. Every nerve in my body is on fire, singing with the rightness of this moment. But then Bronwyn pulls back, her eyes searching mine. "Zix," she says softly, her voice hesitant. Is there a wife or partner back home I should know about?" I shake my head, cupping her face in my hands. "No, Bronwyn. There's no one else. There's never been anyone else." She relaxes slightly, but I can still see a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. I take a deep breath, wondering if this is a problem she's seen others experience. For Noctari, there are sexual partners or mates, and that is all. "Bronwyn, there's something you need to understand about Noctari," I start, my thumbs tracing gentle circles on her cheeks. "Our mating bonds they're everything to us. When a Noctari finds their mate, it's for life. We can only bond once, and it's not something we take lightly." Her eyes widen, and I press on, needing her to understand. "So, when I say there is no one else, know that I mean that." I give her a smile. "I wouldn't have even let you near my wings if there was." She scans my face, and then a small smile tugs on her lips. "Good." It seems to be all the answer she needs because Bronwyn leans in, her lips parting slightly as she presses them against mine. I wrap my arms around her, pulling her onto my lap. "Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform."
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 18. Bronwyn. I wake slowly, my body pleasantly sore as I become aware of Zix's strong arms around me. The events of last night flood back, bringing a smile to my face. I snuggle closer, savouring his warmth and the safety I feel in his embrace. As I lie there, my mind wanders over the whirlwind my life has become. Just days ago, I was running for my life on a ravaged earth. Now, I'm in a magical realm, wrapped in the arms of a winged being who makes my heart race. It's overwhelming, to say the least. The constant fear and struggle that defined my existence on Earth seem like a distant nightmare compared to the wonder and beauty of Nithora. Yet, old habits die hard. Part of me still expects to wake up and find this all a dream, to be thrust back into the harsh reality I've known for so long. But Zix's steady breathing and the solid presence of his body against mine anchor me to this new reality. I trace my fingers lightly over his arm, marvelling at the subtle shimmer of his midnight blue skin. He's unlike anyone I've ever known, not just in appearance but in his kindness, strength, and the way he looks at me like I'm something precious. Our relationship has developed so quickly, but it feels right in a way I can't explain. There's a connection between us that goes beyond physical attraction. It's as if something deep inside me recognizes him, like we were meant to find each other. Still, doubts creep in. Can I truly belong in this world? Will I be able to adapt and find my place here? And what about Zix? I've felt connected to him for so long, but will he care for me in the same way? Or have I just been interesting to him since he's never seen a human before, and after this week, he'll go back to his life? I take a deep breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. One step at a time, I remind myself. For now, I'm safe, I'm cared for, and I have a chance at a life I never thought possible. Whatever challenges come, I'll face them, and hopefully, I'll face them with Zix by my side. Zix stirs beside me, his silver eyes fluttering open. A lazy smile spreads across his face as he sees me, and my heart skips a beat. "Morning," he murmurs, his voice husky with sleep. I take a deep breath. Zix, I need to talk to you. He props himself up on an elbow, suddenly alert. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong exactly. It's just... I struggle to find the right words. Everything's happening so fast. A few days ago I was fighting for survival on Earth. Now I'm here, in this magical world, with you. It's overwhelming. Zix listens intently, his expression soft and understanding. He doesn't interrupt, giving me space to voice my thoughts. I'm scared, I admit. I don't know how to get back, or if I even want to get back. And I don't know what to do about him. But I can't say that. It's just all a lot. Zix reaches out, gently tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. Bronwyn, it's okay to feel overwhelmed. You've been through so much, and this is a huge change, but you're stronger than you know. I've seen how quickly you adapt, how curious you are about everything here. You do belong if you want to. His words wash over me, soothing some of my anxiety. And as for us, he continues like he can read my mind, we don't have to rush anything. If you were worried about that, I'm enjoying getting to know you. I lean into his touch, feeling a wave of gratitude. Thank you, Zix. I don't know what I'd do without you. He pulls me closer, and I rest my head on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. We lie there in comfortable silence for a moment, and I feel some of my fears melting away. Suddenly, Naya's voice cuts through the quiet. Bronwyn, Zix, are we going to get going? We both jolt upright, the peaceful moment shattered. Zix chuckles, shaking his head. I guess it's time to rejoin the others. As we scramble to get dressed, I can't help but smile. Despite my fears, I'm excited for whatever this new day in Nithora might bring. I stay close to Zix for the rest of the day, not even lying to myself about why. My fingers brush against his hand as we walk, sending a thrill through me. When we pause to rest, I lean against his shoulder, savouring his solid presence. Each touch grounds me, anchoring me to this new reality that still feels surreal at times. Zix responds in kind, his gestures both protective and affectionate. His wing often drapes around me when we stop, shielding me from the unfamiliar world around us. His hand finds the small of my back as he guides me, always lingering like he doesn't want to let me go. As we trek through a particularly dense part of the forest, Naya falls into step beside me. It takes some manoeuvring on her part, but she manages to force me and Zix apart. A mischievous glint sparkles in her eyes. So, she drawls, you and Zix seem close. I feel heat rush to my cheeks. Naya laughs, a bright sound that cuts through the forest's quiet. No need to be shy. We all heard you two last night. My face burns hotter. Oh God. She shrugs, grinning. Don't worry about it. Kairos and I got pretty freaky too. I stumble over a root, caught off guard by her frankness. Zix steadies me with a hand on my elbow, concern etched on his face. I offer him a reassuring smile before turning back to Naya. You did, I whisper, curiosity overriding my embarrassment. It feels a little less weird knowing we weren't the only ones. Naya nods, her expression softening. Yeah, there's something about this place, you know? Makes everything feel more intense. I nod, understanding exactly what she means. Every sensation, every emotion seems heightened here in Nithora, especially when it comes to Zix. As if summoned by my thoughts, Zix's hand brushes against mine again. I intertwine our fingers, drawing strength from his touch as we continue our journey, and I try to ignore the fact that it is coming to an end. Instead, I spend the rest of the day enjoying my time with Zix. By the time we decide to make camp, I no longer feel self-conscious about my growing obsession with the Noctari. I watch Zix as he sets up our camp for the night, his movements efficient and graceful, The fading twilight casts a soft glow on his midnight blue skin, making him look almost ethereal. My heart swells with affection, and suddenly I can't resist the urge to touch him. Without a word, I cross the small clearing and wrap my arms around his waist from behind. Zix stills, his body tensing for a moment before relaxing into my embrace. I stand on my tiptoes and press a soft kiss to the nape of his neck. "What was that for?" he asks, his voice low and husky. I shrug, even though he can't see it. "Do I need a reason?" Zix turns in my arms, his silver eyes shimmering with warmth and something deeper. His wings curl around us, creating a cocoon of intimacy. My breath catches in my throat at the intensity of his gaze. I start to doubt myself, though. We slept together once. That doesn't entitle me to anything. But when a smile plays on his lips, I start to relax. "Never," he murmurs, cupping my face in his hands. I lean in, capturing his lips with mine. The kiss is soft at first, a gentle exploration. But it quickly deepens, igniting a fire in my veins. Zix's hands slide down to my waist, pulling me flush against him. I tangle my fingers in his silky white hair, marvelling at how right this feels. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing heavily. Zix rests his forehead against mine, a smile playing on his lips. "You keep surprising me, Bronwyn," he says, his thumb tracing circles on my hip. I grin up at him, feeling lighter than I have in years. "Get used to it, big guy." Zix chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest. I look forward to it. As we reluctantly separate to finish setting up camp, I catch Zix stealing glances at me, his expression a mix of wonder and joy. Each look sends a thrill through me, reaffirming that I've made the right choice in embracing this new chapter of my life.
Chapter 19. Zix. I lead our group towards the southwestern coast of Terramyst, my senses alert for any potential dangers. The familiar landscape gradually shifts, and I can't help but smile at Bronwyn's wide-eyed wonder. "Look there," I point out, gesturing to the horizon where the terrain begins to undulate. "The living mountains are waking up." Bronwyn gasps, her hand tightening on mine. She's really enjoyed seeing these kinds of sights, so I've made sure to mark them for her. We pause, and I wrap my wing around her shoulders as the distant peaks slowly stretch and yawn. The ground beneath our feet trembles slightly, and I steady Bronwyn with a gentle hand on her waist. "Holy crap," she breathes, her green eyes sparkling with amazement. I chuckle, loving how her earth expressions slip out when she's excited. Wait till you see what's next. As we continue our journey, the air grows thick with a deep, resonant hum. Bronwyn tilts her head, trying to pinpoint the source. "It's coming from everywhere," she says, puzzled. "That's the song of Terramyst," I explain. "Some say it's Oltix's heartbeat." "Maybe the source of his magic," Karos weighs in. "It feels similar to the magic in the air on Gamoleth." We round a bend, and I grin as Bronwyn's jaw drops. Before us stretches a vast canyon, its walls glittering with exposed gemstones. But it's the river at the bottom that truly captivates, a flowing stream of liquid sapphires and emeralds. Are those real gems?" Bronwyn asks, her voice barely above a whisper. I nod, guiding her closer to the edge for a better view. Rivers of flowing gemstones. One of Terramyst's most breathtaking features. Bronwyn leans into me, her eyes never leaving the mesmerizing sight below. "It's incredible, Zix. I never imagined anything like this could exist." I press a kiss to her temple, my heart swelling with pride and affection. "There's so much more I want to show you, Bronwyn. This is just the beginning." I guide our group towards the coastline, my heart racing with anticipation. Bronwyn's excitement is palpable, her hand gripping mine tightly as we crest the final hill. "Almost there," I murmur, giving her fingers a gentle squeeze. As we reach the summit, the vast expanse of the Nithoran Sea unfolds before us. The lavender waters stretch endlessly to the horizon, shimmering under the ethereal light of Terramyst's twin moons. Bronwyn's sharp intake of breath is music to my ears. Her eyes widen, reflecting the iridescent waves that crash against the shore far below. "Oh my God, Six," she whispers, her voice filled with awe. It's beautiful." I wrap my arm around her waist, pulling her close. The warmth of her body against mine sends a thrill through me, and I can't help but grin with pride. "Welcome to the Nithoran Sea," I say, gesturing towards the breathtaking view. Naya and Kairos turn, moving further down the beach, but I'm sure it's just to give us privacy. Thank Oltix himself. The beach below is a tapestry of soft, silvery sand, dotted with bioluminescent shells that pulse with gentle light. Towering cliffs of crystal flank either side of the cove, their facets catching and refracting the moonlight in a dazzling display. Bronwyn leans into me, her gaze never leaving the mesmerizing scene. "I've never seen anything like it," she breathes. "The color, it's unreal." As we watch, a pod of luminescent creatures breaches the surface, their sleek bodies arcing gracefully before disappearing beneath the waves. Bronwyn gasps in delight, and I feel a surge of joy at being able to share this with her. "What are those?" she asks, her voice filled with wonder. "Moon whales," I explain. "They're native to these waters. Legend says they're the spirits of ancient Noctari, guiding lost travelers home." Bronwyn turns to me, her green eyes shining with emotion. "Thank you for showing me this, Six. It's beyond anything I could have imagined." I cup her face gently, my thumb tracing her cheekbone. "This is just the beginning, Bronwyn. There's so much more I want to share with you." As we stand there, wrapped in each other's arms, with the vast lavender sea stretching before us, I feel a sense of rightness settle deep in my soul. This is where we're meant to be, together, facing the wonders of Nithora side by side. "Come on." I take her toward the direction Naya and Kairos went, towards the edge of a cliff overlooking the Nithoran Sea, my arm wrapped protectively around Bronwyn's waist. I gesture for the other two to follow. As we near the precipice, I feel her tense slightly, and I give her a reassuring squeeze. "Look there," I say, pointing towards the horizon where a dark, jagged silhouette looms against the twilight sky. "That's Ruinfall." Bronwyn squints, her eyes narrowing as she takes in the distant island. "It looks broken," she murmurs. I nod, feeling a familiar heaviness settle in my chest. "That's an apt description. Ruinfall is Zydra's realm, the goddess of destruction." As we gaze at the ominous landmass, I begin to explain its history, my voice taking on a somber tone. "Ruinfall wasn't always as it appears now. Legends say it was once a paradise, rivaling even the beauty of Terramyst." Bronwyn listens intently, her hand finding mine as I continue. "But Zydra, in her quest for perfect destruction and rebirth, reshaped the island. Now it's a place of constant change. Lands shift and crumble, only to be reborn in new, often terrible forms." I point out the swirling, dark clouds that perpetually shroud parts of the island. Those storms, they're not just weather. They're manifestations of Zydra's power, capable of reducing entire landscapes to rubble in minutes. Bronwyn's grip on my hand tightens. "It sounds terrifying," she says softly. I nod, understanding her reaction. "It can be, but there's also a strange beauty to it. In Ruinfall, destruction and creation are two sides of the same coin. Nothing lasts, but everything is reborn." As I speak, I notice a faraway look in Bronwyn's eyes. She's quiet for a moment before speaking. "It reminds me of Earth in a way," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not the magic or the goddess part, but the constant destruction. Except in my world, nothing was reborn. It just stayed broken. I pull her closer, feeling a surge of protectiveness. I'm sorry, Bronwyn. I can't imagine what that must have been like. She leans into me, her eyes still fixed on the distant silhouette of Ruinfall. It was devastating, she admits. But seeing this, hearing about a place where destruction leads to rebirth, it gives me hope, I guess, that even the worst devastation can lead to something new. I press a gentle kiss to her temple, marveling at her resilience. That's the essence of Ruinfall, I say softly. And it's a powerful lesson for all of Nithora. Nothing is truly lost, only transformed. As we head back, I begin gathering supplies for our sea journey to Kalis. We've been foraging and stopping in small towns, but now I need to collect what we'll need for the days on the boat. After a quick trip through one of the coastal towns near the docks, I stand with Bronwyn, Naya, and Kairos, repacking the packs we all carry. We'll need to start getting ready, I call out, drawing everyone's attention. The trip to Kalis isn't a simple walk in the forest. We're talking about crossing the Nithoran Sea, which can be unpredictable at best. I start laying out our gear, waterproof packs, enchanted compasses that always point towards Kalis, and vials of anti-seasickness potion. As I explain each item's purpose, I can't help but notice Bronwyn's expression growing more and more anxious. We'll be taking a Terramystian vessel, I continue, trying to keep my voice steady and reassuring. It's crafted from living wood that responds to the captain's will. Makes navigating the magical currents a hell of a lot easier. I describe the journey in detail. The bioluminescent wake we'll leave behind us, the possibility of encountering moon whales or other sea creatures, and the ever-changing weather patterns we might face. With each new piece of information, I see Bronwyn's knuckles whiten as she grips the pack in her hands. Pausing in my explanation, I move to her side, gently taking her hand in mine. Her fingers are cold, and I can feel a slight tremor running through them. Hey, I say softly, my voice for her ears only. I know this is a lot to take in, but I promise you, Bronwyn, I'll be right beside you every step of the way. Her green eyes meet mine, filled with a mix of fear and determination. I give her hand a reassuring squeeze, my thumb tracing small circles on her skin. I've made this journey plenty of times, I tell her, my voice low and steady. I know how to keep us safe. Bronwyn takes a deep breath, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. I trust you, Zix, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. It's just, I've never even seen a body of water bigger than a small lake before. And now we're crossing an entire sea. I nod, understanding her apprehension. I get it. It's a big change. But think of it this way. You've already traveled between worlds. Compared to that, a little sea voyage is nothing, right? A small smile tugs at the corners of her mouth, and I feel a surge of relief. When you put it that way, she says, a hint of her usual dry humor returning. Besides, I add, pulling her closer, I'll be there to hold your hand the whole time. And if the sea gets too rough, well, I've got wings, remember? I'll fly you the rest of the way myself if I have to. That earns me a genuine laugh, the sound warming my heart. Bronwyn's grip on my hand relaxes, and I can see the fear in her eyes being replaced by something else. Excitement, maybe even a touch of wonder. Okay, she says, nodding firmly. I'm ready. Let's do this.
Chapter 20. Bronwyn. I grip the ship's railing, my knuckles turning white as I stare at the vast expanse of lavender sea before us. The gentle rocking of the vessel sends waves of unease through my stomach. I've never been on water before, let alone a body this immense. The sheer magnitude of it all overwhelms me, and I feel my breath quicken. You okay? Zix's deep voice rumbles close to my ear, his warm breath tickling my skin. I turn to face him, forcing a weak smile. just a bit. Out of my element. His midnight blue wings rustle as he steps closer, wrapping an arm around my waist. The contact instantly grounds me, and I lean into his solid frame. "I got you," he murmurs, his silver eyes meeting mine. "Is it the seasickness? I have vials for that." I shrug, swallowing hard. I think it's more the feeling of not being able to escape and the fear the ship could go down. I don't like not having any contingencies or ways to protect myself. Orcs and other nasties. Zix's grip tightens slightly, a protective gesture that sends a flutter through my chest. Well, no orcs here, just us and the open sea. As if on cue, the ship lurches and I stumble. Zix catches me effortlessly, his strong arms steadying me. "Damn," I mutter, embarrassed by my clumsiness. Zix chuckles, the sound vibrating through his chest. "You'll find your sea legs soon enough. Here, let me show you a trick." He guides me to the centre of the deck, positioning himself behind me. His hands rest lightly on my hips, and I feel heat rise to my cheeks at the intimate contact. "Spread your feet shoulder-width apart," he instructs. I comply, feeling slightly more stable. "Now, bend your knees slightly. Good. This stance will help you move with the ship instead of fighting against it." As we stand there, swaying gently with the motion of the waves, I gradually feel my anxiety ebb. Zix's presence, solid and reassuring, anchors me. I lean back against him, savouring the warmth of his body. "Better?" he asks, his lips brushing against my ear. I nod, turning my head to meet his gaze. "Much better. Thank you." Now that I'm settled, I walk back toward the railing, gazing out at the endless expanse of lavender sea. The wind whips my hair, sending strands dancing across my face. I've never seen anything like this before. The sheer vastness of it takes my breath away. The water stretches as far as the eye can see, meeting the twilight sky at a hazy horizon. Waves crest and fall in a hypnotic rhythm, their peaks catching the ethereal light and glimmering like scattered gems. The air is thick with the scent of salt, and something else, something magical that I can't quite place. I'm so lost in the view that I nearly forget Zix's presence beside me until his arm slides around my waist. His warmth seeps into me, a stark contrast to the cool sea breeze. "It's incredible," I breathe, leaning into him. "Yeah," he agrees, his deep voice rumbling through his chest. Never gets old, no matter how many times I see it. I turn to look at him, struck by the way the twilight plays across his features. His silver eyes reflect the shimmering sea, and for a moment, I'm not sure which view is more breathtaking. "I never imagined anything like this could exist," I admit, my voice barely audible over the crash of waves against the ship's hull. "On Earth, the oceans were... well, they weren't like this." Zix's arm tightens around me, a gesture of understanding and comfort. "Tell me about them," he urges gently. I take a deep breath, the salty air filling my lungs. They were blue, for one thing, and dangerous. Most people avoided them if they could. But I remember stories of how they used to be, before the orcs came. Beautiful and teeming with life. As I speak, a school of bioluminescent fish leap from the water, their scales glowing with an inner light. I gasp in delight, and Zix chuckles. "Looks like Nithora wants to show off a bit," he says, a smile in his voice. We stand there in comfortable silence, watching the sea and sky meld into one vast, shimmering canvas. The ship rocks gently beneath us, and for the first time since boarding, I find the motion soothing, rather than unsettling. But the silence of the ship doesn't last long. Once all the patrons are settled, the revelry starts up. It seems everyone is celebrating Natty early. We stay on the edge of the ship, though, while Naya and Kairos weave through the crowd. The idea of being surrounded by so many people right now makes me nervous. and it's almost like Zix can tell as he tries to distract me, pointing out various creatures in the lavender waters, his excitement contagious. "Look there," he says, gesturing to a group of shimmering forms gliding alongside our vessel. "Those are moon whispers. They're said to sing to the moons, to help us judge time." I squint, marvelling at the ethereal beings. Their bodies seem to shift between solid and translucent, leaving trails of bioluminescent light in their wake. "They're beautiful," I breathe. Zix nods, a smile playing on his lips. "Wait till you hear them. It's like nothing you've ever experienced." As we sail on, Zix teaches me about the stars and how the Noctari use them for navigation. His hand covers mine as he guides my finger to trace constellations I've never seen before. "That cluster there? We call it the Hunter's Bow. It always points towards Terramyst," he explains. I lean back against his chest, feeling the rumble of his voice. "How do you account for the perpetual twilight?" I ask, my analytical mind kicking in. Zix chuckles, the sound vibrating through me. "Good question. We use special crystals that amplify starlight. Here, let me show you." He leads me to the ship's wheel, where a complex array of instruments sits. The captain greets him with a smile, letting the two of us step up in front of the wheel. At the centre is a large, multifaceted crystal that seems to pulse with an inner light. "This is a stellar core," Zix explains, his fingers hovering over the crystal. "It absorbs and magnifies starlight, making navigation possible even in the deepest twilight." I lean in, fascinated by the play of light within the crystal. "It's incredible," I murmur. As days pass, my sea legs improve, and I find myself eagerly awaiting each new lesson from Zix. We spend hours discussing the intricacies of Nithoran marine life and the magical properties of the sea itself. One evening, as we stand at the bow of the ship, Zix points out a school of creatures that look like a cross between fish and butterflies. "Flutterfins," he says, his voice full of wonder. They migrate across the entire sea, following currents of magical energy. I watch, mesmerised, as the creatures leap from the water, their gossamer fins catching the twilight and sparkling like stained glass. Without thinking, I reach for Zix's hand, intertwining our fingers. I gesture to the sea around us, to the flutterfins dancing on the waves. "I appreciate you sharing all of this with me." Zix's expression softens, and he pulls me closer. "Bronwyn," he murmurs, his voice low and intense. "Sharing this world with you, it's like seeing it all for the first time again. Through your eyes, everything is new and wondrous." And it is. Like later, when I stand on the deck with Zix, my eyes wide as I take in the breathtaking canopy of stars above us once the cloud cover finally moves. It reveals a sky unlike anything I've ever seen on Earth. Countless pinpricks of light twinkle against the inky backdrop, some pulsing with colours I didn't even know stars could possess. "It's incredible," I breathe, my voice barely above a whisper. "I've never seen so many stars." Zix's hand tightens around mine, his thumb tracing soothing circles on my skin. "The view from Terramyst is spectacular, but out here on the open sea, it's something else entirely." I lean into him, savouring his warmth against the cool night air. On Earth, we lost most of our stars. Light pollution, then the chaos after the Orc invasion. Seeing a sky full of stars became a luxury, then a distant memory. Zix wraps an arm around me, pulling me closer. "I can't imagine a world without stars," he murmurs. "They're such an integral part of Nithoran life, for navigation, for magic, for our stories and myths." "Tell me about them," I urge, tilting my head to look at him. In the starlight, his silver eyes seem to glow, reflecting the celestial beauty above us. Zix smiles, lifting our joined hands to point at a cluster of stars. "See that formation there? We call it the Twilight Crown. Legend says it was formed when Oltix cast his crown into the sky to guide the first Noctari. As Zix continues to share the stories written in the stars, I feel a profound sense of gratitude wash over me. Here I am, worlds away from the harsh reality I once knew, learning about constellations I never dreamed could exist. And beside me stands this incredible being who's opened up not just his world, but his heart to me. "What are you thinking?" Zix asks softly, noticing my silence. I turn to face him fully, our hands still intertwined. "I'm thinking about how incredible it is that I ended up here," I admit, my voice thick with emotion. I thought I was destined to die at the hands of an orc. Zix's free hand comes up to cup my cheek, his touch infinitely gentle. I'm very glad that is not what happened. And as he leans in for a kiss, I have to bite back the question that's starting to plaguing me. But what will happen to me next? From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 21. Zix. I stand at the bow of the ship, our favorite spot away from the crowds, my arm wrapped around Bronwyn's waist as we approach Kalis. The island's unique features come into view, and I can't help but feel a surge of pride as I point them out to her, Kairos and Naya. "Look there," I say, gesturing to the massive structure at the center of the island. "That's the Concordium. It's where the gods meet during Nati." Bronwyn's eyes widen. "It's incredible. How big is it?" "So damn enormous," I chuckle. "Each side represents one of the 7 realms. You'll see when we get closer." As we near the shore, the harmonic gardens come into view. The vibrant colors shift and change before our eyes, a living reflection of the balance between the gods. "Holy crap," Bronwyn breathes. "Are those moving?" I nod. The gardens change based on the current power dynamics between the gods. It's a delicate balance, always in flux. Kairos leans forward, his silver eyes narrowed in concentration. "Fascinating. And those pools near the cliffs?" "The Nexus pools," I explain. 7 of them, 1 for each god. They're used for divination and communion. Naya points to the jagged cliffs along the coastline. "What about those?" "The Whispering Cliffs," I say, lowering my voice. "They say you can hear messages from all over Nithora if you listen closely enough." As we dock, Bronwyn turns to me, her green eyes alight with curiosity. "Why is Kalis so important? Why here?" I take a deep breath, considering how to explain. Kalis is neutral ground. It's sacred to all 7 gods, which makes it the perfect place for diplomacy, magical research, and of course Nadi. "But why is it neutral?" she presses. I shrug. No one knows for sure. Some say it's because it was the first land to emerge when Nithora was created. Others believe it's where the gods first met and agreed to create our world. Either way, it's the heart of Nithora, in more ways than one. As we disembark, I can see the questions forming in Bronwyn's eyes. Her thirst for knowledge, her eagerness to understand this new world. It's so intoxicating. I pull her close, planting a kiss on her forehead. Come on, I say, grinning. Let's go explore. There's so much more to see. As we step off the ship, the energy of Kalis hits us like a tidal wave. The air thrums with excitement, and the scent of exotic flowers and spices fills my nostrils. I can't help but grin as I watch Bronwyn's eyes widen, taking in the vibrant scene before us. Welcome to Nadi, I say, squeezing her hand. It's a week-long celebration that'll blow your mind. Bronwyn turns to me, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity. Tell me everything. A week long? Naya whispers. This is going to be great. I chuckle, pulling her close as we navigate through the growing crowd. There's a lot, but I'll just go over the basics. Nadi is when we honor all 7 gods at once. There's celebrations all across the realms in every city and home, but the biggest one of all is here on Kalis. Because the gods come here, Kairos interjects. Precisely. As we walk, I point out the various preparations underway. Noctari of all types bustle about, hanging shimmering decorations on shops and inns that seem to change color with each passing breeze. Each day focuses on a different god, I explain. We start with Axorus and end with Bizruer. There are rituals, feasts, and some seriously wild parties. Bronwyn's eyebrows shoot up. Parties? I thought this was a religious thing. Oh, it is, I smirk. But who says worship can't be fun? You should see the Nedian Day celebrations, pure chaos. We pass a group of Noctari, setting up what looks like an obstacle course. That's for the Exarian trials, I explain. Tests of strength and strategy. Gets pretty intense. As we continue, I notice Bronwyn's eyes darting around, trying to take in everything at once. I know it's a lot. I wrap an arm around her shoulder and tuck her into my side. But we've got time to explore it all. She nods, leaning into my touch. It's just overwhelming, in a good way. I press a kiss to her forehead. I get it. Then I look up to meet Kiros and Naya's eyes too. Last rule of Nadi. Some Noctari can be tricky bastards, especially during this time. And this place is going to be packed. So stay close. At least in pairs, all right? Kiros pulls Naya into his side, and she smiles up at him. I don't have much worry for those two, since many Noctari are giving the demon a wide berth, though in the large crowd he's not so noticeable. Bronwyn's eyes meet mine, a mix of excitement and apprehension swirling in their depths. I will, she promises. I pull her closer, my wing instinctively curling around her. Good. Now let's go find a good spot for the opening ceremony. You're not going to want to miss this. I keep my arm firmly around Bronwyn's waist as we navigate the pulsing heart of Kalis. The streets are a maze of color and sound, packed so tight it's hard to get through. Noctari of every variation swarm around us, their wings creating a dizzying kaleidoscope above our heads. Watch your step, I murmur, guiding Bronwyn around a group of Voltixian Noctari engaged in an impromptu earth-shaping contest. Their laughter booms as miniature mountains rise from the ground, only to crumble seconds later. Bronwyn presses closer to me, her warmth a stark contrast to the cool twilight air. I can feel her heart racing, matching the frenetic energy of the crowd. Her eyes dart from one spectacle to another, trying to absorb it all. You doing okay? I ask, my lips brushing her ear. She nods, but I catch the slight tremble in her voice. It's just so much. I tighten my grip, my wing instinctively curling around her like a shield. I got you, I reassure her, steering us towards a less crowded alley. As we move, the scents of Nadi assault us. Sweet incense, sizzling meats, and the sharp tang of magic in the air. A group of Zydran Noctari rush past, their skin crackling with barely contained energy. Bronwyn flinches and I pull her closer. Shatterborn, I explain. They get a bit explosive during celebrations. Kairos, on the other hand, looks positively thrilled as he watches the group run past. I wonder if he's seen things like that on his island. We emerge onto a wider street, where a troupe of No-Sean dreamweavers are putting on a show. Their illusions dance in the air, shimmering stories of creation and destruction. Bronwyn gasps, her grip on my arm tightening. It's beautiful, she whispers, her eyes reflecting the swirling colors. I smile, enjoying her wonder. I think you're going to have a great week here. As we continue, I notice Bronwyn's steps becoming more sure, her posture relaxing slightly. She's adapting, just like I knew she would. Tough as spikes, this one. We round a corner and the Concordium looms before us, its 7 sides gleaming in the ethereal light. Bronwyn's jaw drops and I can't help but grin. Welcome to the heart of Nadi, I say, guiding her towards the growing crowd. Ready for the show of a lifetime. This is going to be awesome, Naya gasps as they come up next to us. She and Bronwyn exchange an excited look. I stand with Bronwyn tucked against my side, her warmth a stark contrast to the cool twilight air. The crowd around us buzzes with anticipation as we face the Concordium, its 7 gleaming sides towering above us. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoes across the plaza. The ground beneath our feet trembles, and a collective gasp ripples through the crowd. 7 beams of light, each a different color, shoot from the top of the Concordium into the sky, piercing the perpetual twilight. Holy crap, Bronwyn breathes, her grip on my arm tightening. I grin, my own excitement building. Just wait, it gets better. The beams of light twist and dance, forming intricate patterns in the air. Suddenly, they coalesce into 7 distinct figures, each easily 100 feet tall. The crowd roars as the avatars of the gods' chosen heroes materialize before us. First comes Axaris's champion, a towering warrior clad in armor that seems to absorb light. He raises a massive sword and the air around him crackles with the promise of battle. The Axari Noctari in the crowd let out a deafening war cry. Next, Zydra's chosen appears in a blinding flash. Her form seems to constantly shift and break apart, only to reform moments later. With a flick of her wrist, she sends out a wave of energy that shatters the very air, leaving shimmering cracks in reality. Ultix's hero rises from the ground itself, his body forming from swirling earth and stone. He stomps his foot, and the entire island trembles. Geysers of crystal erupt around him, sending rainbow light cascading over the crowd. Sither's champion materializes in a whisper, her form barely visible at first. As she comes into focus, the air fills with a cacophony of whispers, secrets, and half-heard truths. The sound is overwhelming, yet oddly compelling. Nosaios' chosen appears in a swirl of dream stuff, his form constantly shifting between reality and fantasy. With a wave of his hand, he creates pockets of alternate realities that float above the crowd, offering glimpses of impossible worlds. Nedia's hero bursts into existence in a chaotic explosion of color and sound. She moves in ways that defy physics, leaving trails of probability in her wake. The very fabric of reality seems to warp around her. Finally, Bizruer's champion emerges from a column of white-hot flame. His skin glows with inner fire, and each step he takes leaves molten footprints. He raises his hammer, and the sky above erupts in a dazzling display of meteors and cosmic forges. The 7 avatars begin to move in a complex dance, their powers intertwining and clashing in a display that defies description. The sky above Kalis becomes a canvas for their abilities, painted with swirling magics and impossible feats. I tear my eyes away from the spectacle to look at Bronwyn. Her face is a mask of awe, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. Beside us, Naya clutches Kairos' arm, her expression mirroring Bronwyn's. This is... I don't have words, Bronwyn whispers, her voice barely audible over the roar of the crowd and the cosmic display above. Pull her closer, planting a kiss on her forehead. And this is just the beginning, I say with a grin. Kairos, however, looks slightly disappointed. The gods themselves won't appear? I shake my head. Not yet. They'll show up later in the week. This is just a taste of what's to come. As we watch the avatars continue their awe-inspiring performance, I can't help but feel a surge of pride. This is my world, my heritage, and I get to share it with Bronwyn. The thought makes my heart swell. Once the ceremony concludes, the parties start in earnest. I have to lean over to shout as cheers and music start up. We want to get a room first, I tell Kairos more than anyone else. He'll have the easiest time cutting through the crowd. They go quickly. Where? He asks, turning to scan the buildings behind us. I point out the inn that I've stayed in before, and he gives me a nod. Kairos and Naya head off to the inn I pointed out to claim our room, but I pull Bronwyn back. I want to take you somewhere first, I tell her, and she just nods. I'm glad she trusts me like this. We climb a winding path that takes us to a secluded overlook, the city of Kayla sprawling beneath us in all its twilight glory. Damn, I breathe, taking in the view. No matter how many times I see it, it never gets old. Bronwyn stands beside me, her eyes wide with wonder. The Concordium rises in the distance, its 7 sides gleaming like a beacon in the eternal dusk. Below, the streets pulse with life, a tapestry of light and shadow woven by the countless Noctari celebrating Nadi. I pull Bronwyn close, my wing instinctively curling around her. This, I say, my voice low and reverent, this is what Nadi's really about. She looks up at me, curiosity burning in her green eyes. Tell me, she whispers. I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of generations of tradition settling on my shoulders. Nadi isn't just a party, I begin. It's everything to us. It's a reminder of who we are, where we came from. I gesture to the city below, to the 7 distinct sections radiating out from the Concordium. Each day, we honor a different god. But it's more than that. We're honoring the balance they created, the world they gave us. Bronwyn leans into me, her warmth a stark contrast to the cool twilight air. I can feel her heartbeat, steady and strong against my side. When we celebrate Axorus, I continue, we're not just honoring war. We're acknowledging the strength it takes to protect what we love. Zydra teaches us that destruction can lead to rebirth. Oltix reminds us of our connection to the earth beneath our feet. My voice grows softer, more intense. Sither shows us the power of secrets and whispers. Nosaios guides us through our dreams. Netia, well, she reminds us that sometimes chaos is necessary for growth. I pause, my eyes drawn to the distant forge fires of Bizruer's temple. And Bizruer teaches us the value of creation, of building something lasting with our own hands. Bronwyn's hand tightens in mine. It's beautiful, she murmurs. I nod, feeling a swell of pride. It's who we are. Every Nithoran, from the highest mage to the lowliest craftsman, feels the pull of Nadi. It's in our blood, our very souls. I turn to face her, cupping her cheek in my hand. Nadi isn't just about the gods. It's about us, our people, our world. It's a celebration of everything we are, everything we could be. Bronwyn's eyes shine in the twilight, reflecting the lights of the city below. I can see the awe in her gaze, the growing connection she feels to this world that's so new to her. I pull her close, pressing a kiss to her forehead. As we stand there, overlooking the heart of Nithora, I feel a sense of rightness settle over me. This is where we're meant to be, in this moment, in this world.
Chapter 22. Bronwyn. I wake up to the gentle hum of music, the city coming to life, Zix's warm body pressed against mine. As I blink away the remnants of sleep, I'm struck once again by the surreal beauty of Kalis. The air here feels different, charged with an energy I can't quite explain. "Morning, beautiful," Zix murmurs, his silver eyes meeting mine. My heart skips a beat at the tenderness in his gaze. We lucked out and got a small suite with 2 rooms. As it turns out, Zix knew the owner, and he put us in the best room they had. Not even a few hours later, every room was sold out. Apparently, no one lives on Kalis. There are inns and businesses, but all the Noctari that own them belong to other realms. It's truly a neutral area for everyone. After a quick breakfast, we split from Kairos and Naya, who decide to go take in some of the more magically featured activities. I think Zix knows it wouldn't interest me, because he tells them we'll all meet up later. As soon as we step out of the inn, he slips his hand in mine. I love the way it feels, the comfortable, casual way he touches me. And I shove away the fear that after this week, I'll lose that. We start our exploration in the heart of the city. The architecture here is unlike anything I've ever seen. Buildings seem to grow organically from the ground, their forms fluid and ever-changing. Some structures shimmer with an otherworldly light, while others seem to blend seamlessly with the natural landscape. "Look at that!" I gasp, pointing to a towering spire that appears to be made of living crystal. It pulses with a soft, multicoloured glow. Zix grins, clearly delighted by my wonder. That's the harmonic spire. It's said to resonate with the energy of all 7 realms. As we walk, I'm struck by the diversity of Kalis's inhabitants. Beings of all shapes and sizes mill about, not just the Noctari. I see creatures with iridescent wings, others with multiple arms, and some that seem to be made of pure energy. "Who are they?" I whisper to Zix, nodding towards a group of ethereal beings that seem to float rather than walk. "Ether sprites," he explains. "They're native to Somniara. Peaceful creatures, but don't try to touch one. You'll get a nasty shock." We continue our tour, hand in hand. Zix points out landmarks and shares snippets of history. I drink it all in, my mind reeling with the sheer wonder of it all. The streets are alive with activity, vendors hawking strange fruits and glowing trinkets. The air is filled with the buzz of 100 different languages, some of which sound more like music than speech. As we round a corner, I gasp. Before us stands the most beautiful garden I've ever seen. Plants of every colour imaginable sway in a non-existent breeze, their leaves shimmering with an inner light. "The harmonic gardens," Zix says softly. "They say the gardens reflect the current balance of power among the gods." I step forward, mesmerised by the swirling colours and ethereal beauty. Zix's hand in mine anchors me, a reminder that this isn't a dream. This is my new reality, and as I turn to meet his silver gaze, I know I wouldn't have it any other way. Next, he leads me to the heart of a bustling marketplace, my senses assaulted by a cacophony of unfamiliar stimuli. The air is thick with exotic aromas, spices I can't name, strange fruits, and something that smells like ozone and magic. My eyes dart from stall to stall, trying to take in the riot of colours and shapes. Glowing crystals pulse with inner light, while what looks like living metal twists and writhes in intricate patterns. Vendors call out, their voices blending into an overwhelming hum that makes my head spin. I feel my breath quickening, my heart racing. It's too much, too fast. Suddenly I feel overwhelmed, closed in, and panic sets in. I need an easy escape, I need room to breathe. The world starts to tilt, and I stumble slightly. Suddenly Zix's strong arm is around my waist, steadying me. Without a word, he guides me through the crowd, his body a shield between me and the sensory onslaught. We duck into a quiet alcove, partially hidden by a curtain of shimmering ethereal fabric. "I've got you," Zix murmurs, his deep voice cutting through the chaos in my mind. He pulls me close, enveloping me in his arms and the protective cocoon of his wings. The familiar scent of him helps to ground me along with his touch. Maybe I don't need air. I just need him. I press my face against his chest, focusing on the steady beat of his heart. His hand rubs soothing circles on my back as he continues to whisper reassurances. "Breathe with me, Bronwyn," he says softly. "That's it. Nice and slow." I match my breathing to his, feeling the tension slowly start to ebb from my body. Zix's presence is like an anchor, keeping me tethered as the world around us fades into the background. "Thank you," I whisper, my voice muffled against his shirt. It was just overwhelming, he finishes for me, understanding in his tone. I know, it's a lot to take in, even for those of us who grew up here. Once I finally calm down, I look up at him. "I'm okay." He nods, his hands still running along my body. "What do you want to do now?" His eyes track over my face. "Do you want to go down to the coast? Back to the inn? We don't have to go back to where it's so busy." I shake my head. I spent so much of my life running and hiding that I don't want to do that now. "I want to go back to the festival." Zix's eyes widen. "Are you sure?" I lean into him, letting his scent and warmth ground me. "I'm sure. All I need is him." Still seemingly skeptical, he leads me back into the market. I lean into Zix's side as we wander through the bustling streets of Kalis. The air is electric with anticipation for the upcoming Nati celebration, and I can't help but feel caught up in the excitement. Zix's arm around my waist is a constant, comforting presence as we navigate the crowd. He helps keep my panic at bay, and any time it feels too overwhelming, then I lean into him. It's all it takes. We stop at a fruit vendor's stall, marvelling at the array of exotic produce. My hand brushes against Zix's as we both reach for a strange, spiral-shaped fruit with iridescent skin. "What's this one called?" I ask, tracing the fruit's curves with my fingertip. Zix's hand covers mine, his touch sending a shiver down my spine. "That's a celestial spiral," he explains, his breath warm against my ear. "It's said to taste like starlight." The second it touches my mouth, I moan, and Zix's eyes dart to my mouth. They darken, and I know he is thinking of our night together. So I am. I turn to face him, our bodies close in the crowded market. His silver eyes meet mine, filled with warmth and something deeper that makes my heart race. Without a word, he leans in and presses a soft kiss to my lips. The world around us fades away for a moment, and I lose myself in the sweetness of his touch. Zix pulls me close, his wings creating a cocoon around us. "How are you holding up?" he asks, his voice low and tender. I smile up at him, feeling safe and cherished in his embrace. "I'm much better now," I admit, "especially with you by my side." His response is another kiss, deeper this time, filled with passion and promise. When we finally break apart, both breathless, I can't help but laugh softly at the intensity of my feelings for this incredible being. We emerge from the alley to find a group of artisans at work, crafting intricate decorations for the Nati celebration. Zix and I stand hand in hand, watching in awe as they weave light and shadow into beautiful patterns. "It's amazing," I whisper, leaning back against Zix's chest. His arms wrap around me from behind, and I feel the gentle brush of his wings against my sides. "Not as amazing as you," he murmurs, nuzzling my neck. As the day's light begins to fade, Zix takes my hand and leads me away from the bustling streets. We climb a small hill on the outskirts of the city, finding a secluded spot overlooking Kalis. The view takes my breath away. "It's beautiful," I whisper, gazing out at the island that is still dancing on. It's different from where we went before, giving me a different view, but I don't love it any less. Zix sits down, gently pulling me onto his lap. His wings wrap around us, cocooning us in warmth and privacy, I lean back against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. "Not as beautiful as you," he murmurs, his breath tickling my ear. I turn to face him, struck once again by the intensity of his silver eyes. They seem to glow in the fading light, filled with an emotion that makes my heart race. "Zix," I start, my voice barely above a whisper. "I never imagined I'd find something like this. Someone like you." His hand comes up to cup my cheek, his thumb tracing my lower lip. "Bronwyn, from the moment I saw you, I knew you were special. You've brought light into my world in a way I never thought possible." The sincerity in his voice makes my eyes prickle with unshed tears. I think about our journey so far, from that first chaotic meeting to this moment of perfect tranquility. It feels like a lifetime and a heartbeat all at once. "I'm falling for you," I admit, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. Hard and fast, and it scares me a little, but it also feels right, like I've finally found where I belong. Zix's eyes darken with emotion. Without a word, he leans in, capturing my lips in a kiss that steals my breath away. It's soft at first, a gentle exploration, but quickly deepens into something more passionate. His hand tangles in my hair, pulling me closer as I melt against him. The kiss feels like a promise, a reaffirmation of the connection growing between us. When we finally part, both breathless, I see my own feelings reflected in Zix's eyes. "I'm falling for you too," he whispers against my lips, "and I never want to stop."
Chapter 23. Zix. The next day I stand beside Bronwyn, my heart swelling with pride as I watch her take today's festivities for Nadi. The air thrums with excitement, a tangible energy that seems to pulse through the very streets of Kalis. Kairos and Naya flank us, their eyes wide with wonder. "This is the ritual of illumination," I explain, gesturing to the thousands of floating lanterns ascending into the twilight sky. "It symbolizes our connection to the Seven and our hopes for the coming year." Bronwyn's fingers intertwine with mine, her touch sending a jolt of electricity through my body. "It's beautiful," she whispers, her voice filled with awe. I lead our group through the winding streets, now alive with music and laughter. The scent of incense and exotic foods fills the air, creating an intoxicating blend that seems to heighten the magical atmosphere. "Here," I say, stopping at a bustling square. "This is where the Dance of Unity takes place." As if on cue, hundreds of Noctari begin to move in perfect synchronization, their wings creating a mesmerizing display of shadow and light. I feel Bronwyn lean into me, her body warm against mine. "Each movement represents a different aspect of our history," I murmur into her ear. "See how they mimic the flight of the first Noctari." Kairos watches intently, his silver eyes reflecting the dancing lights. "The precision is remarkable," he observes, his voice tinged with respect. We move on, weaving through the crowd until we reach a quieter area near the coast. The sound of waves lapping against the shore provides a soothing backdrop to the distant festivities. "This," I say, my voice dropping to a reverent whisper, "is the altar of offering." Before us stands a massive structure of shimmering crystal, its facets catching and refracting the light in a dazzling display. Noctari approach one by one, placing small tokens at its base. "We leave something personal," I explain, "as a symbol of our gratitude and devotion to the Seven." Naya steps forward, her eyes shining with curiosity. "Can we participate?" she asks hesitantly. I nod, a warm smile spreading across my face. Of course, the Seven welcome all who approach with an open heart. As we watch the others make their offerings, I feel a sense of peace wash over me. This celebration, this sharing of my culture with Bronwyn and our new friends, feels right in a way I can't fully express. It's as if the pieces of my life are finally falling into place, here under the starlit sky of Nadi. I can't take my eyes off Bronwyn as we move through the festivities. Her face glows with wonder, and I find myself captivated by every little expression that flits across her features. When she gasps at a particularly impressive display of magic, I'm there, my hand on the small of her back, steadying her. When the crowd presses too close, I spread my wings slightly, creating a protective barrier around her. "You hungry?" I ask, noticing her gaze lingering on a food stall. Before she can answer, I'm already guiding her towards it, my hand gently clasping hers. I order a selection of Nethoran delicacies, choosing items I think she'll enjoy based on what I've learned about her tastes. When I hand her a sweet pastry filled with luminescent fruit, her eyes light up with delight. "This is amazing," she murmurs, licking a bit of syrup from her lips. I find myself mesmerized by the movement, my heart racing. As the night wears on, I notice Bronwyn's steps slowing, fatigue evident in the slump of her shoulders. Without a word, I scoop her up into my arms, cradling her against my chest. "Zix!" she protests weakly, but I can hear the smile in her voice. "Just rest," I murmur, nuzzling the top of her head. "I've got you." I carry her to a quiet corner, away from the main bustle of the celebration. Setting her down gently, I wrap my wings around us both, creating a cocoon of warmth and privacy. Bronwyn snuggles into me, her head resting on my chest. I stroke her hair, marveling at its softness. The next day we head out again. She is insatiable when it comes to seeing all that Nadi has to offer, and I'm willing to let her drag me all over the island. But Kairos and Naya aren't even up by the time we leave. On the streets, I stand beside Bronwyn as we approach the Circle of Unity, my heart pounding with anticipation. The air around us crackles with energy, thick with the scent of incense and the hum of 1,000 whispered prayers. "This ritual," I explain, my voice low and reverent, "symbolizes new beginnings and the unbreakable bonds between all Nathorans." Bronwyn's hand tightens in mine as we step into the circle. Hundreds of Naktari surround us, their wings creating a living, breathing wall of midnight blue and deep purple. The ground beneath our feet pulses with an otherworldly glow, each step sending ripples of light outward. As the ritual begins, I guide Bronwyn through the movements. Our hands intertwine, palms pressed together, fingers laced. I spread my wings, enveloping us both in a cocoon of soft feathers. The familiar scent of pine and earth mingles with Bronwyn's unique aroma of sunshine and wildflowers. We move in perfect synchronization with the others, our bodies swaying to an unheard melody. Each step, each turn, each gentle touch carries the weight of centuries of tradition. But for me, for us, it means so much more. I catch Bronwyn's eye as we complete another turn. The look she gives me steals my breath away. Her green eyes, flecked with gold in the ethereal light, hold a depth of emotion I've never seen before. In that moment, I see our entire future reflected in her gaze. Every joy, every struggle, every triumph we'll face together. Without breaking eye contact, we complete the final steps of the ritual. Our foreheads touch, breaths mingling in the space between us. I don't need words to understand what this means for us. We've always been bound by something more, something deeper. As the ritual concludes, Bronwyn and I remain locked in our embrace, lost in each other's eyes. The significance of what we've just shared settles over us like a warm blanket, comforting and exhilarating all at once. The next days pass in a blur, each one dedicated to a different god of our pantheon. The next day is for Sither, god of whispers. The air is filled with hushed voices and secrets shared in dark corners. I guide Bronwyn through shadowy alleyways where whispers dance on the wind, teaching her to listen for the hidden truths in the soft murmurs around us. "Can you hear it?" I ask, my lips brushing her ear. She shivers, nodding as she closes her eyes to focus. We spend the whole day caught up in the festivals, taking part in the different activities that celebrate him. The following day belongs to Nosaos, god of dreams. The island transforms into a surreal landscape of shifting colors and impossible structures. Bronwyn's hand grips mine tightly as we navigate through misty dreamscapes and illusory gardens. It's like walking through a painting, she breathes, her eyes wide with wonder. I can't help but smile, captivated by her awe. Every step is a journey through someone's dreams, I explain, leading her past a waterfall that flows upwards. Natia's day dawns chaotic and wild. The goddess of chaos turns Kalis into a whirlwind of unpredictable events and spontaneous celebrations. Streets rearrange themselves, colors change at random, and laughter erupts from every corner. "This is insane!" Bronwyn shouts over the din, her hair whipping around her face in a wind that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. I pull her close, steadying her against the madness. "Welcome to Nedia's style," I grin, spinning her in an impromptu dance as the ground beneath us shifts and ripples. Throughout it all, Bronwyn is a constant at my side. Sometimes Kairos and Naya join us, their own wonder adding to the magic of the experience. But often, it's just the two of us, lost in the spectacle and in each other. As we take in the sights, sounds, and sensations of Nadi, I find myself watching Bronwyn more than the celebrations. The way her eyes light up at each new marvel, the sound of her laughter carried on the wind, the warmth of her hand in mine, it all fills me with a joy I've never known before. I realize with a clarity that takes my breath away that I don't want this to ever end. Not just Natty, but this, us. Bronwyn by my side, exploring my world, sharing in its wonders. The thought of returning to my solitary life in Terramyst after this feels hollow, empty.
Chapter 24. Bronwyn. I gaze out over the breathtaking view of Kalis, the vibrant city lights twinkling against the sky. Zix's warm presence beside me feels like home, his wing draped protectively around my shoulders. We've made this our nightly ritual, finding solace in each other's company as we watch the day fade into night. Tomorrow's the last night, I murmur, a hint of sadness creeping into my voice. Zix turns to me, his silver eyes gleaming in the twilight. "It'll be the biggest night of all," he says, his voice dipping low in a way that makes heat stir low in my gut. The culmination of everything we've experienced this week. I lean into him, savouring his closeness. I can't believe how much has changed in such a short time, I admit. This whole week has just been wild. Everything since I came here. Zix's hand finds mine, his fingers intertwining with my own. A lot can happen in such a short amount of time. I look up at him, my heart pounding. The intensity in his gaze takes my breath away. Without thinking, I lean in, pressing my lips to his. The kiss starts soft, tentative, like the ones we've shared throughout the week. But something shifts. Maybe it's the looming end of Natty, the fear of what comes next, or simply the culmination of a week's worth of building tension. Whatever it is, it ignites a fire within me. I deepen the kiss, my hands sliding up to tangle in Zix's silky white hair. He responds immediately, pulling me closer, his strong arms encircling my waist. His wings cocoon us, creating a private world where only we exist.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 25. Zix. I can't take my eyes off Bronwyn as we weave through the pulsing crowds of Kalis back toward the inn. The air thrums with an electric energy that sets my teeth on edge. Natty's finale looms, and I feel the magic building like a storm about to break. "Stay close," I murmur, drawing her against my side. My wing curves protectively around her shoulders. Bronwyn looks up at me, her green eyes wide. "What's wrong, Zix?" I scan our surroundings, hyper-aware of every shifting shadow. The magical energies are peaking tonight. It can be unpredictable. A group of revelers stumbles past, their laughter too loud, movements too jerky. I tense, ready to whisk Bronwyn away at the slightest hint of danger. "I need you to understand," I say, leaning close to her ear. "Tonight's not just a celebration. It's raw power made manifest. The veil between realms thins. Spirits walk among us, and not all of them are friendly." Bronwyn's eyebrows knit together. "Is it really that dangerous?" "It can be." I cup her face, my thumb tracing her cheekbone. "I won't let anything happen to you, but you need to stay alert." A chorus of chants rises from the main square, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I feel the magic surging, wild and untamed. "Do you feel that?" I ask, watching Bronwyn's reaction closely. She shivers, pressing closer to me, like a current in the ear. I nod, wrapping both arms around her. "That's just the beginning." The air crackles with anticipation as the ceremony for the 7 approaches. But finally, the 4 of us make it back to the inn to dress for the final night after spending the day partaking in the festivities. Once we are in the room, I take a deep breath, centering myself before turning to face Bronwyn, Kairos, and Naya. "The rituals we're about to witness are the heart of Nadi," I begin, my voice low and reverent. "They are a reaffirmation of the balance between the 7 gods who shape our world." Kairos leans in, his silver eyes gleaming. "And we'll be able to see the gods themselves?" I nod. "Tonight they will walk among us. The gods love to see their people, their loyal followers, but it can make things more frenzied." "How do we know which god is which?" Naya asks, looking at Kairos. "I'm guessing you haven't seen them before." He just looks to me. "Watch the Concordium. As each god's power manifests, you'll see their symbol appear on one of the walls." Naya's brow furrows. "What do the symbols look like?" I describe each in turn. Axaris's crossed swords, Zydra's shattered mountain, Oltix's tree of life, and the rest. The entire time I talk, I can feel the energy building in me. My body is responding to Nadi, and while I do worry for the humans I am taking, I'm also excited for the night. "The order matters," I continue. "It reflects the current balance of power among the gods. Whichever deity manifests first is considered ascendant for the coming year." Bronwyn's hand finds mine, squeezing gently. "That's incredible. Does it affect daily life in Nithora?" I nod, squeezing back. "In subtle ways. The ascendant god's realm might experience more favorable conditions, or their followers might find their prayers answered more readily." As I speak, I notice Kairos's intense focus. His questions are pointed, probing the deeper implications of the ritual. I answer carefully, aware of the delicate balance between sharing knowledge and guarding sacred mysteries. "Now let's get dressed." I point to the wares we ventured out after. Tonight is the only night with a dress code. Kairos and Naya leave for the room, while Bronwyn and I go to ours. Once inside, I quickly dress. Then, I carefully lift the delicate fabric of the traditional Nithoran robe, its deep midnight blue shimmering with subtle iridescence. Bronwyn stands before me, her eyes wide with anticipation. "This is beautiful, Zix," she breathes, running her fingers along the intricate silver embroidery. "Not as beautiful as you," I murmur, unable to keep the reverence from my voice. I step closer, holding the robe open for her, arms out. Bronwyn complies, and I slide the soft material over her shoulders. My hands linger, savoring the warmth of her skin beneath the fabric. Our eyes meet, and I feel that familiar jolt of electricity. I move behind her, gathering her hair to one side. My fingers brush the nape of her neck as I fasten the delicate clasps along her spine. Each touch feels charged, intimate. "These clasps," I explain, my voice low, "represent the 7 realms of Nythora." I trace the line of her back, naming each one. "Belumoria, Ruinfall, Terramyst." Bronwyn shivers under my touch. "It's like wearing a piece of your world," she says softly. I come around to face her, adjusting the fall of the fabric across her shoulders. "You are a part of my world now," I tell her, cupping her face in my hands. Our eyes lock, and for a moment the rest of Kylos fades away. I lean in, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead, then each cheek, before finally claiming her lips. When we part, both slightly breathless, I reach for the final piece, a delicate silver circlet. "This," I explain, "symbolizes the unity of all Nythorans under the 7. I place it carefully on her brow, my fingers trailing down to caress her cheek. Bronwyn leans into my touch, her eyes shining with emotion. "How do I look?" she asks, a hint of shyness in her voice. I step back, taking in the full effect. The robe hugs her curves perfectly, the deep blue a striking contrast to her fair skin. The silver circlet gleams against her dark hair, making her look every inch a Nythoran princess. "Breathtaking," I whisper, my heart swelling. She grins, looking all too happy, and I decide now is the time to finally tell her something that has been weighing on me. We haven't talked again since she admitted she was falling for me. But for me, it is so much more. "Bronwyn," I say, and she turns to face me. "Before we join the others, I need you to know something." I take her hands in mine, marveling at how perfectly they fit. "Since the moment I found you in that forest, my world has changed. You've brought light into my life in ways I never imagined possible." I pause, struggling to find words that can adequately express the depth of my feelings. I've lived for centuries, but it's only now, with you, that I feel truly alive. My wings quiver with emotion as I continue. I know that we are going to go back to Terramyst after this, but I don't want this all to end her. I watch as her eyes fill with tears, her lips parting in a soft gasp. "Zix," she whispers, her voice thick with emotion. "I love you," I declare, the words bursting from me like a dam breaking. "I've always felt a connection to you since I first saw you, and I just want you to know that leaving this island, it won't change that." Bronwyn's response is immediate and passionate. She throws her arms around my neck, pressing herself against me. "I love you too, Zix," she breathes against my lips. "You've given me a home, a purpose. You are everything to me." Our lips meet in a searing kiss, full of promise and longing. I wrap my wings around her, cocooning us in our own private world. The kiss deepens, and I pour all my love, all my hopes for our future, into it. When we finally part, both breathless, I rest my forehead against hers. Now let's go enjoy our last night here.
Chapter 26. Bronwyn. I stand beside Zix, my heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation as the ceremony begins. The air around us crackles with energy, making the hair on my arms stand on end. Zix's warm presence beside me helps me feel grounded, and this time, I don't let the large crowd bother me. As the rituals progress, the atmosphere becomes charged with an otherworldly power. The very air seems to shimmer and pulse with magic. I can't help but lean closer to Zix, drawing strength from his unwavering calm. Suddenly, a hush falls over the gathered crowd. The air grows thick, almost oppressive in its intensity. Then, in a blinding flash of light that forces me to shield my eyes, they appear. The 7 gods materialize before us, one at a time, as Zix said, and with each, their presence becomes so overwhelming that I feel my knees go weak. Ultix is first, and I'm not sure what that says for me when he's the only god I've prayed to, the only one who has blessed me. I gasp, the sound barely audible over the collective intake of breath from the crowd. My hand shoots out instinctively, grasping Zix's with a desperate intensity. Zix's fingers intertwine with mine, his grip firm and reassuring. He squeezes gently, a silent reminder that he's here with me. I cling to that touch, using it to ground myself as I struggle to comprehend the sight before me. Each god is a vision of power and beauty beyond anything I could have imagined. Axarus, the god of war, stands tall and imposing, his very presence radiating strength and authority. Beside him, Zydra, the goddess of destruction, shimmers with barely contained chaos. My eyes dart from one deity to another, trying to take in every detail. Ultix, god of the earth, seems to pulse with the very life force of Nithora itself. Sitha, god of whispers, is harder to focus on, his form shifting and blurring at the edges. Noseos, god of dreams, captivates me with eyes that seem to hold entire universes. Netia, goddess of chaos, swirls with colours I've never seen before. And Bizrua, god of the forge, glows with an inner fire that makes me want to look away and stare forever all at once. I turn to Zix, my eyes wide with wonder and disbelief. He meets my gaze, a small smile playing on his lips. In that moment, I'm overwhelmed by gratitude. For him, for this world, for this incredible experience. But that is quickly all overshadowed when gasps rushing through the crowd. I whip around to see what has drawn the attention. I watch in stunned silence as Kairos steps forward, his silver eyes blazing with determination. The air around him crackles with energy, his runes glowing an intense blue. My heart races as he addresses the gods directly, his voice carrying a mix of reverence and defiance. "Holy Seven," Kairos begins, his tone measured but firm. "I come to you on the night of your celebration to seek answers." The gods turn their attention to him, their collective gaze so powerful it makes me shudder. Axarus, the god of war, speaks first, his voice like thunder. "Demon, you overstep. This is not the time nor place for your inquiries." Murmurs start up through the crowd. A demon among them surprises most Noctari, but for the gods to not even question why he is here seems to stir them up more. Kairos stands his ground, undeterred. "But surely with your infinite wisdom—" Zydra cuts him off, her voice a symphony of destruction. "Silence. Your questions are irrelevant to these proceedings." I feel a pang of sympathy for Kairos as the gods dismiss him one by one. His shoulders slump slightly, the glow of his runes dimming. The rejection is palpable, and I can't help but admire his bravery in the face of such overwhelming power. As the tension in the air thickens, I feel a familiar arm wrap around my waist. Zix pulls me closer, his wings unfurling slightly in a protective gesture. I lean into him, grateful for his steady presence. "It's okay," he whispers, his breath warm against my ear. The gods don't take kindly to direct confrontation, especially during Nati. I nod, unable to tear my eyes away from the scene. The gods' attention has already shifted away from Kairos, their focus returning to the ceremony at hand. But the air still feels charged, alive with unspoken power and barely contained energy. Zix's arm tightens around me, and I feel his muscles tense. I look up at him, seeing a mix of awe and wariness in his silver eyes. "Stay close," he murmurs, his gaze scanning the crowd. The energy here is unpredictable. I press myself closer to his side, feeling the warmth of his body through the traditional Nithoran attire he helped me into earlier. Despite the grandeur and magic surrounding us, in this moment, Zix's protective embrace feels like the most powerful force in all of Nithora. But the ritual doesn't continue. Not as Netia's eyes land on Naya, and she halts everyone else. All 7 turn toward us, their eyes moving from Naya to me, and Nosao speaks first. "What are you?" I'm too stunned to say anything, but Naya answers. "We are human, from other worlds." Now the crowd is practically in an uproar. Even the gods start to talk among themselves, the energy climbing higher and higher. I feel Zix's arm tighten around me, just as Altix's booming voice fills the air. My heart races, confusion and fear flooding through me as I try to process the god's words. The humans, Bronwyn and Naya, who have entered my realm of Terramyst, I claim as my own. Altix declares, his voice resonating with power that makes the ground beneath my feet tremble. My eyes widen in shock, and I instinctively turn to Zix, seeking reassurance in his familiar face. What I see there only intensifies my growing panic. His silver eyes are dark with concern, his jaw clenched tight. There's a fierceness in his expression that I've never seen before, a protective intensity that both comforts and frightens me. Zix pulls me closer, his wing curling around me like a shield. I can feel the tension in his body, every muscle coiled and ready to spring into action. His gaze never leaves Altix, but his grip on me speaks volumes. It's a silent promise, a vow to keep me safe no matter what. I press myself against Zix's side, drawing strength from his unwavering presence. My mind races, trying to understand what Altix's claim means. Am I no longer free? What power does this god have over me now? The air around us crackles with tension. I can see other Nanoktari shifting uneasily, their wings rustling in the eerie silence that's fallen over the gathering. I cling to Zix, my heart pounding as the other gods turn their envious gazes upon us. The air crackles with divine energy, making my skin tingle and my hair stand on end. I can feel the weight of their attention, heavy and oppressive, pressing down on me like a physical force. Zydra, the goddess of destruction, steps forward, her form shimmering with barely contained chaos. "Why should Altix alone claim these humans?" she demands, her voice a symphony of shattering glass and crumbling stone. "I too desire a champion from their realm." My breath catches in my throat as Axarus, god of war, joins the fray. His eyes, burning with the fires of 1,000 battles, lock onto me and Naya. "Indeed," he booms, the sound reverberating through my chest. These mortals could serve as vessels for our power, bridges between worlds. Zix's arm tightens around me, his wing a protective shield against the god's hungry stares. I can feel the tension in his body, every muscle coiled and ready to spring into action if needed. Altix's voice rises above the others, deep and resonant like the rumbling of the earth itself. "You forget yourselves," he admonishes, his words carrying the weight of mountains. "These humans entered my domain. They are under my protection and guidance." The other gods bristle at this, their forms flickering with barely contained power. The very air seems to vibrate with their displeasure, and I find myself trembling despite Zix's comforting embrace. Altix stands firm, his presence growing until it seems to fill the entire space. "If you desire human champions of your own," he challenges, his voice echoing with finality, "then you must find them yourselves. The mortal realm is vast, and surely there are others worthy of your attention." As the gods argue, their voices rising and falling like tempestuous waves, I feel a strange sense of destiny settling over me. It's as if the very fabric of reality is shifting, realigning itself around this moment. I look up at Zix, seeking reassurance in his silver eyes, and find them filled with a mixture of concern and determination. "What is happening?" Eyes wide, he says the words that send my heart stuttering. "I don't know."
Chapter 27. Zix. It took some time for the gods to get back on track, and even then, this year's ceremony felt distracted. As soon as it is over, I guide Bronwyn away from the pulsing crowd, my wings twitching with the need to shield her from prying eyes. The air crackles with residual magic, making my skin prickle. Bronwyn's face is pale, her eyes wide with shock. I need to get her somewhere safe, somewhere we can breathe. This way, I murmur, my hand on the small of her back, as I steer her through the throng of celebrating Nocturne. Their voices are a cacophony of excitement and awe, but I tune them out, focus solely on Bronwyn, and I don't want to stick around the gods longer than necessary right now. We round a corner, leaving the main square behind. The narrow alley I've chosen is mercifully empty, lit only by the soft glow of bioluminescent fungi clinging to the stone walls. I draw Bronwyn into a small alcove, my wings unfurling to cocoon us both. "You're safe," I whisper, cupping her face in my hands. Her skin is cool to the touch, and I can feel her trembling. "I've got you, Bronwyn. I'm right here." She blinks up at me, her forest green eyes swimming with fear. "Zix," she breathes, her voice barely audible. What just happened?" I pull her closer, wrapping my arms around her. She buries her face in my chest, and I can feel her heart racing against mine. My wings tighten around us, creating a barrier between us and the outside world. "The gods," I say softly, running my fingers through her hair. "We are lucky they did not see you as something they did not create and strike you down right there. It seems that Oltix has claimed you as his own." She pulls back slightly, her brow furrowed. "But what does that mean? I don't understand any of this." I sigh, wishing I had all the answers for her. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. This is unprecedented. But I think he is offering you a place in his realm, to be Earthborn, like me. Bronwyn nods, then leans back into me. I hold her tightly, my chin resting on top of her head. The sounds of the celebration seem distant now, muffled by the cocoon of my wings. "I won't let anything happen to you," I vow, my voice low and fierce. "No matter what Oltix or any of the other gods have planned, I'll be by your side. Always." She looks up at me, a small smile tugging at her lips despite the fear in her eyes. "I know," she whispers. "I trust you, Zix." Those words send a surge of warmth through me, along with a fierce protectiveness. I lean down, capturing her lips in a tender kiss. It's a promise, a declaration, a lifeline in the chaos that surrounds us. I feel Bronwyn's breathing slow as she calms in my arms. Her fingers trace patterns on my chest, a soothing gesture that grounds us both. When she looks up at me, her eyes are clearer, the initial shock replaced by a determined curiosity. "I might be safe with Oltix, but the other gods?" Bronwyn asks, still tense but calmer than before. "They wanted humans too. Why?" I sigh, my concern evident in the set of my jaw. "Because we have no humans. Not before you dot the gods. They're curious and powerful. They see opportunities we can't comprehend." Bronwyn shivers, and I pull her closer instinctively. "What does this mean for us?" she whispers, vulnerability clear in her voice. I cup her face in my hands, meeting her gaze with unwavering intensity. "It doesn't mean anything. You are welcome in Terramyst. Oltix himself said so." I swallow hard, hoping that I'm right. "Which means no god is going to come after you there." "You really think that?" I can already see the fear starting back up. She's been chased before, on the run, hunted. "I will make sure of it," I tell her without even thinking. I can't have her feeling like that again. When Bronwyn dives into my arms, I wrap them around her. There's no safer place than in them, and I want her to stay right there. But soon, we have to break apart. I sense their approach before I see them. My wings instinctively tighten around Bronwyn, but I force myself to relax as Kairos and Naya round the corner. Their footsteps echo in the narrow alley, a sharp contrast to the muffled revelry still audible from the main square. "There you are," Naya breathes, her voice trembling slightly. Her eyes are wide, shock etched across her features. She looks how Bronwyn felt moments ago, lost, overwhelmed, struggling to process what just happened. Kairos, on the other hand, exudes a different kind of energy. His silver eyes are stormy, brows furrowed in confusion and frustration. The runes on his obsidian skin pulse erratically, betraying his inner turmoil. "What was that?" he growls, running a hand through his white hair. "They didn't even... It was like I wasn't even there." I gently guide Bronwyn out of our alcove, keeping her close to my side. "The gods," I begin, trying to keep my voice steady. "They operate on a different level. Their priorities, their perceptions, they're beyond our understanding." Kairos scoffs, his frustration palpable. "I've dealt with gods before, but this was something else entirely." Naya reaches for his hand, intertwining their fingers. The gesture seems to ground him somewhat, but the tension in his shoulders remains. "They claimed us," Bronwyn says softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Oltix. He said we belong to him now." Naya's eyes widen further, if that's even possible. "What does that mean?" she asks, her gaze darting between Bronwyn and me. "Zix thinks it just means that Oltix is welcoming us into his realm," Bronwyn says. Naya looks to me, and my wings rustle with unease. "I'm not entirely sure. It's not something that happens, ever." "I don't think I feel much like celebrating now," Naya says. "Maybe we should all head back," I offer. I don't think we are in danger. But it is clear we have drawn the gods' attention, and that alone is dangerous. Kairos is still angry at the way he was ignored, and the girls are shaken. Perhaps 6 days was enough celebration, especially if it's cost us something more. I lead our group back to the inn, my mind still reeling from the events at the ceremony. The narrow streets of Kalis are quieter now, the initial frenzy of the celebration giving way to a more subdued atmosphere. As we enter our shared room, I can feel the weight of uncertainty hanging over us all. "So," I begin, breaking the tense silence, "what's next for everyone?" Kairos runs a hand through his white hair, his silver eyes clouded with thought. Naya leans against him, her expression equally uncertain. Bronwyn stands close to me, her warmth a comforting presence at my side. I'm not sure," Bronwyn admits, her voice soft. "Everything's changed so quickly." I nod, understanding her hesitation. "Well, I need to head back to Terramyst soon," I say, my wings rustling slightly. "You're all welcome to come with me if you'd like. Maybe we can figure things out together there." The offer hangs in the air for a moment before Kairos nods. "That sounds like a good idea. We could use some time to process all of this." Agreement ripples through the group, and we decide to leave in the morning. As night falls, we settle into our respective spaces. Bronwyn and I retreat to our room, seeking solace in each other's presence. I draw her close, my wings forming a cocoon around us. Bronwyn leans into my touch. Our lips meet in a tender kiss, filled with unspoken emotions. As we part, I can't shake the nagging fear that this might be the beginning of goodbye. The thought of losing her, of watching her walk away, sends a sharp pain through my chest. "I can't let you go," I murmur, pulling her closer. "Bronwyn, She silences me with another kiss, this one deeper, more urgent. Her hands tangle in my hair as my wings tighten around us, creating a world of our own. We lose ourselves in gentle caresses and whispered affirmations, each touch a promise, each kiss a declaration. As we lie together, limbs entwined, I trace the curve of her cheek with my fingertips. The moonlight filtering through the window casts a soft glow on her skin, and I'm struck once again by how beautiful she is. We hold each other close as the night deepens, finding comfort in our shared warmth and the steady rhythm of our heartbeats. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, but for now, we have this moment, this connection that feels stronger than any divine claim.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking.
Chapter 28. Bronwyn. I lean against the ship's railing, watching the lavender waves crash against the hull. The salty breeze whips through my hair, carrying the scent of an alien sea. As Kalis fades into the distance behind us, I can't shake the weight of what transpired during Natty. Ultix's claim on me, the other god's envy. It's all too much to process. Zix approaches, his midnight blue wings folded neatly behind him. He wraps an arm around my waist, and I lean into his solid warmth. "How are you holding up?" he asks, his deep voice rumbling through his chest. I turn to face him, taking in his sharp features and those mesmerizing silver eyes. "I've been thinking," I start, my heart racing, "about my future." Zix's brow furrows slightly, concern etching across his face. "What's on your mind?" I take a deep breath, steeling myself. "I want to stay in Nythora." The words tumble out in a rush. I know it's crazy and there's still so much I don't understand, but this feels right. I suck in a deep breath. I don't think I could go back to Earth. For a moment, Zix is silent, and I fear I've said too much. Then his face breaks into the most radiant smile I've ever seen. He pulls me into a tight embrace, his wings unfurling to wrap around us both. "Bronwyn," he breathes, his voice thick with emotion. "You have no idea how happy that makes me." He pulls back just enough to cut my face in his hands. "I was so afraid you'd want to leave after everything that happened." I reach up, tracing the line of his jaw. "How could I leave? You've shown me a world I never knew existed. You've given me hope, Zix. Something I thought I'd lost forever back on Earth." His lips crash into mine, the kiss filled with passion and promise. When we finally break apart, both breathless, he rests his forehead against mine. "I'm glad you feel that way." We stand there for a while long before Kairos comes up. Zix moves to talk with him about something I can't quite hear, but I find my gaze drawn to him. The way his midnight blue wings shift in the wind, how his silver eyes catch the light. My heart skips a beat when he glances my way and flashes that crooked smile I've grown to love. Love. The word echoes in my mind, and I remember Zix telling me that he loves me, that I said it back, and we didn't speak of it again. I don't just want to stay on Nythora, I want to stay with Zix. The thought both thrills and terrifies me, but what if he doesn't feel the same? Now that Natty is over, will he return to his old life? Does that life have room for me in it? I chew my lip, anxiety gnawing at my insides. You okay? Zix's deep voice breaks through my spiraling thoughts. He's moved closer, concern etched across his sharp features. I force a smile. Yeah, just thinking. He raises an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. Want to talk about it? I open my mouth, then close it again. How do I even begin to express what I'm feeling? The words tangle on my tongue, refusing to come out right. Zix's hand finds mine, his touch sending sparks through my skin. Whatever it is, Bronwyn, you can tell me. I take a deep breath, steeling myself, but I don't know what to say, and even if I did, my heart doesn't want to let my guard down. So I just press my lips in a thin line and shake my head. Thankfully, he lets me do just that. The journey back is faster. Zix got us on a merchant ship heading closer to Terra Luna than the one we took to Kalis. It's much easier to work our way across the short distance, running into no incident. As we approach Zix's home in Terramyst, I can't help but notice a change in his demeanour. His wings twitch nervously, and he keeps glancing at me with an unreadable expression. The lush, bioluminescent forest around us seems to pulse with an energy that matches my growing concern. Zix? I finally ask, reaching out to touch his arm. What's wrong? You seem off. He stops walking, turning to face me fully. The silver of his eyes seems to glow in the twilight, and I find myself holding my breath. Bronwyn, he starts, his deep voice unusually hesitant. There's something I need to ask you. My heart races, a mix of anticipation and fear coursing through me. Okay, I say softly, encouraging him to continue. Zix takes a deep breath, his wings unfurling slightly as if to steady himself. These past weeks with you have been incredible, more than I ever thought possible. He reaches out, taking both of my hands in his. I know we come from different worlds, but I can't imagine my life without you in it. I feel tears prickling at the corners of my eyes, overwhelmed by the intensity of his gaze and the weight of his words. Bronwyn, he continues, his voice filled with a mixture of love and hope that makes my heart soar. I want to ask you to be my mate. In Noctari culture, it's everything. It's a lifelong bond, deeper than any other connection we can form. He pauses, his thumbs tracing gentle circles on the backs of my hands. When Noctari mate, it's for life. Our essences intertwine, our magic becomes shared. We become two halves of a whole, stronger together than we ever could be apart. I listen, transfixed, as Zix explains the depth of what he's offering. It's beautiful and terrifying all at once, a commitment beyond anything I've ever known. I know it's a lot to ask, Zix says softly, his wings curling forward as if to embrace me. And I understand if you need time to think about it. But I love you, Bronwyn. I want to share my life, my world, everything I am with you. I stare at Zix, my heart pounding so hard I'm sure he can hear it. His words wash over me, each one sinking deep into my soul. A mate, a lifelong bond. It's more than I ever dared to dream of, especially after everything I've been through. For a moment I'm speechless, overwhelmed by the depth of emotion coursing through me. Tears well up in my eyes, blurring my vision of Zix's anxious face. I blink rapidly, letting the tears fall freely down my cheeks. Zix, I managed to choke out, my voice thick with emotion. Yes, 1,000 times, yes. His face breaks into the most radiant smile I've ever seen, his silver eyes shining with pure joy. Without warning, he scoops me up into his arms, spinning me around as his wings unfurl fully, creating a cocoon of midnight blue around us. I can't help but laugh, the sound bubbling up from deep within me. It's a laugh of pure, unadulterated happiness, something I haven't experienced in years. Zix's own deep chuckle joins mine, our joy mingling in the air around us. As he sets me down, I grab his face in my hands and pull him into a passionate kiss. His lips meet mine with equal fervour, and I pour everything I'm feeling into that kiss. All my love, my hopes, my dreams for our future together. When we finally break apart, both breathless, Zix rests his forehead against mine. "I love you, Bronwyn," he murmurs, his voice filled with reverence. "I love you too, Zix," I reply, my heart soaring at the words, more than I ever thought possible. Our laughter echoes through the bioluminescent forest, causing nearby plants to pulse with light in response. It's as if all of Nythora is celebrating with us, welcoming this new chapter in our lives.
Chapter 29. Zix. I pace nervously in my living room, my wings twitching with anticipation. Kairos watches me with amusement, his silver eyes following my restless movements. "Relax, Zix. You look like you're about to face down a horde of Ursini, rather than mate with the woman you love," he quips, his deep voice tinged with humor. I shoot him a half-hearted glare. "Easy for you to say. This isn't just a casual affair. The mating bond it's everything to us Noctari." Kairos nods, his expression turning serious. I can sense the power of it, even from here. It's unlike anything I've encountered before. I stop pacing, turning to face him fully. It's more than just a magical connection. It's a joining of souls, a promise that transcends life itself. I pause, considering my next words carefully. "You know, since you and Naya both have magic, you should be able to form a bond too." Kairos' eyebrows shoot up, surprise evident on his obsidian features. "Really? I hadn't considered—" "It's true," I confirm, feeling a surge of excitement at the idea. "Your magic might work differently than ours, but the core principle is the same. The bond is about connection, about choosing each other above all else." A slow smile spreads across Kairos' face, his silver eyes gleaming with interest. "I'll consider it," he says softly, his tone thoughtful. "Naya and we've been through so much together. The idea of binding ourselves in such a profound way is intriguing." I nod, understanding the weight of his contemplation. "It's not a decision to be made lightly," I agree. "But if you're both willing, it can be the most rewarding experience of your life." As we lapse into companionable silence, my thoughts drift to Bronwyn. I picture her preparing for the ritual with Naya. My heart swells with love and anticipation. Soon we'll be bound together in the most sacred way my people know. The thought both thrills and terrifies me, but I've never been more certain of anything in my life. When it's finally time, I'm practically vibrating with how eager I am. Kairos and I go to meet the girls, and I am stunned when I see Bronwyn. She looks beautiful and eager, just as I am. With a small smile, she takes my hand, and I guide Bronwyn into the sacred grove, my heart pounding with anticipation. The air here feels different, charged with an ancient power that makes my skin tingle. Massive, gnarled trees form a natural circle around us, their branches intertwining overhead to create a living canopy. Soft, silvery moss carpets the ground, muffling our footsteps as we approach the center. Moonlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled patterns across Bronwyn's face. She looks radiant, her green eyes wide with wonder as she takes in the ethereal beauty of this place. I can't help but marvel at her, my soon-to-be mate, looking as if she belongs here among the magic and mystery of Terramyst. In the heart of the grove stands an ancient stone altar, its surface smooth and shimmering with faint, swirling patterns that seem to move of their own accord. Surrounding it are 7 crystalline pillars, each pulsing gently with a different color of light, the essence of the 7 gods. I squeeze Bronwyn's hand, feeling a surge of emotion so powerful it nearly overwhelms me. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for my entire life, though I never knew it until I met her. My wings quiver with excitement and nervous energy. "Are you ready?" I whisper, searching her face for any sign of hesitation. Bronwyn's eyes meet mine, filled with love and determination. She nods, a small smile playing at her lips. "More than ready," she murmurs back. As we step towards the altar, the air around us seems to thicken, the magic of this place responding to our presence and intent. The colored lights from the pillars intensify, bathing us in a soft, multi-hued glow. I feel a sense of rightness settle over me, as if the very essence of Nythora is approving of our union. Once on the altar, my hand clasped tightly in Bronwyn's, the Oltix priestess begins the sacred ceremony. I had approached her yesterday, and she had only smiled and stated she foresaw I would be coming. When I asked about Oltix's claim on Bronwyn, if it would affect our bond, she only told me that the god wanted to protect the human he brought here from the others. Now the priestess's voice, rich and melodious, fills the grove with ancient words of power and love. The air around us shimmers, responding to her incantation, and I feel the magic of Nythora gathering around us. "Beloved children of Oltix," the priestess intones, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, "we gather here to witness the union of two souls, bound together by love and choice." I turn to face Bronwyn, my breath catching in my throat. She's radiant in the soft, multicolored light, her eyes shining with unshed tears of joy. "I've never seen anything more beautiful in my life," the priestess continues, her words weaving a spell of unity around us. "Speak now your vows, and let your commitment be sealed in the eyes of Oltix and all of Nythora." I take a deep breath, my wings quivering with emotion. "Bronwyn," I begin, my voice thick with feeling. "From the moment I found you, I knew my life would never be the same. You've brought light to my world in ways I never imagined possible. I vow to stand by your side through all of life's challenges, to protect you, to love you, and to cherish every moment we have together. My heart, my soul, my very being, they're yours, now and for all eternity." Tears spill down Bronwyn's cheeks as she listens, her hand squeezing mine tightly. When it's her turn to speak, her voice trembles with emotion, but her words are clear and strong. "Zix," she says, her green eyes locked on mine. "You've given me a new life, a new world, and a love I never thought possible. I vow to face every adventure by your side, to support you in all your endeavors, and to love you with every fiber of my being. My heart found its home in you, and I promise to cherish and nurture our bond for all our days." As we exchange our vows, the magic in the grove intensifies. The colored lights from the pillars swirl around us, creating a cocoon of shimmering energy. I feel a warmth spreading through my chest, a tangible manifestation of our growing bond. As the priestess's chanting reaches a fever pitch, I feel a surge of energy coursing through my body. The swirling lights around us intensify, pulsing in time with our racing hearts. Bronwyn's hand tightens in mine, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and anticipation. Suddenly it hits us! A rush of warmth floods my chest, spreading through every fiber of my being. I gasp, overwhelmed by the sensation. It's as if a piece of me that I never knew was missing has suddenly snapped into place. I can feel Bronwyn, not just her physical presence, but her very essence. Her emotions wash over me in waves. Joy, love, a hint of nervousness, and an overwhelming sense of rightness. Bronwyn's breath catches, her free hand flying to her heart. "Zix," she whispers, her voice filled with wonder. "I can feel you." I nod, unable to form words. The connection between us is indescribable, a living, pulsing thing that binds us together more surely than any physical tie ever could. I can sense her thoughts, her feelings, as clearly as if they were my own. It's overwhelming and perfect all at once. The priestess's voice fades into the background as I lose myself in Bronwyn's eyes. The rest of the world seems to fall away, leaving just the two of us in this moment of profound connection. Without conscious thought, I pull her close, my wings wrapping around us both. Our lips meet in a kiss that's both gentle and fierce. I pour everything I am into it. My love, my commitment, my very soul. Bronwyn responds with equal passion, her arms winding around my neck as she presses herself against me. The bond between us flares brightly, and I'm lost in a whirlwind of sensation and emotion. I'm vaguely aware of Kairos and Naya watching from the edge of the grove, their expressions a mixture of awe and joy. But my focus is entirely on Bronwyn, my mate, my other half. As we finally break apart, breathless and giddy, I rest my forehead against hers. "I love you," I murmur, the words feeling inadequate to express the depth of my feelings. Bronwyn's smile is radiant. "I love you too," she replies, her voice thick with emotion. "Always and forever."
Chapter 30. Bronwyn. I gasp softly as Zix carries me across the threshold of our home. Our home. The thought sends a thrill through me. His strong arms cradle me close to his chest, and I can feel the steady beat of his heart against my cheek. The warmth of his skin seeps into me, chasing away the cool night air. As he sets me down gently, our eyes lock. The intensity in his silver gaze takes my breath away. All the love, desire, and promise of our future together shine in those otherworldly eyes. My heart races, and I feel a blush creep up my cheeks. "Bronwyn," Zix whispers, his voice husky with emotion. He cups my face in his hands, his touch so tender it nearly brings tears to my eyes. My mate. My love. I lean into his touch, overwhelmed by the depth of feeling between us. "Zix," I breathe, my voice barely audible. "I never thought I could feel this way." He smiles, a soft, intimate expression that makes my knees weak. His wings rustle softly behind him, and I'm struck again by the otherworldly beauty of this man, this Noctari, who has chosen me as his life partner. Slowly, reverently, Zix leans in. His lips brush against mine, soft as a whisper at first. The kiss deepens, and I melt into him, my arms winding around his neck. His wings envelop us both, creating a cocoon of warmth and safety. When we finally part, both breathless, Zix rests his forehead against mine. "I love you, Bronwyn," he murmurs, "with everything I am." "I love you too, Zix," I reply, my voice thick with emotion, more than I ever thought possible.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Chapter 31. Zix. I wake up to Bronwyn's warm body nestled against mine. Her steady breathing tickles my chest, and I can't help but smile. It's been months since we bonded, but the thrill of waking up next to her hasn't faded one bit. I gently run my fingers through her hair, marveling at how it catches the light. She stirs, her green eyes fluttering open to meet mine. "Morning, handsome," she mumbles, voice still thick with sleep. "Morning, beautiful," I reply, pressing a kiss to her forehead. We rise together, moving around our shared space with practiced ease. Our home is a perfect blend of our two worlds. Nethoran crystals hang from the ceiling, casting rainbows across the walls, while earth-inspired tapestries Bronwyn wove herself add warmth and color. In the kitchen, I reach for the top shelf to grab Bronwyn's favorite mug, a piece of earth I was able to recreate. She slides past me, her hand brushing my wing as she goes for the kettle. The touch sends a shiver down my spine, our bond humming with contentment. As I prepare breakfast, Bronwyn tends to the plants on our balcony. Some are native to Terramyst, others are from seeds she's managed to cultivate from her memories of Earth. Watching her nurture life from both our worlds fills me with pride and love. We eat together, discussing our plans for the day. Bronwyn's been working on integrating Earth healing practices with Nethoran magic, and her excitement is contagious. I listen intently, offering suggestions when I can, but mostly just basking in her passion. After breakfast, we step outside. The familiar hum of Terramyst greets us, and I spread my wings, feeling the energy of my homeland course through me. Bronwyn's hand finds mine, our fingers intertwining naturally. Through our bond, I feel her awe at the view. Even after months, the floating islands and crystal formations still take her breath away. We have to part for a few hours, which I hate. But Oltix's favor has seemed to hold. He has not come after her, nor have the other gods. Even the people in Terra Luna haven't treated her as an outsider since. So while I don't have to worry about her safety, I do miss her while we are apart. But I need to hunt, and she has to work. But as soon as I've killed and carved up the animals we need, I'm off to find Bronwyn, which takes me no time at all. I lean against the doorframe of our healing room, watching Bronwyn work her magic. While she can use some of mine, she still has to rely mostly on her skills. Her hands move with practiced ease as she grinds herbs in a mortar, the scent of earth and Nethoran plants mingling in the air. A young Noctary sits before her, wings drooping with fatigue. "This blend should help with the inflammation," Bronwyn says, her voice soft and reassuring. She mixes the herbs with a shimmering Nethoran crystal essence, a technique she developed herself. "Take it with warm water before bed, and you'll feel the difference by morning." The Noctari's mother looks on, worry etched on her face. Bronwyn notices and turns to her with a gentle smile. "Don't fret. Growing pains are common in young Noctari. Your son's wings are just adjusting to his rapid growth." I feel a swell of pride in my chest. Bronwyn's ability to combine her earth knowledge with Nethoran healing practices has made her invaluable to our community. She's not just treating symptoms. She's addressing the root causes with a holistic approach that's uniquely her own. As the young Noctari and his mother leave, Bronwyn begins tidying up. I step in to help, our movements synchronized after months of working side by side. "You're amazing, you know that?" I say, unable to keep the admiration from my voice. She blushes, the pink in her cheeks making her even more beautiful. "I'm just doing what needs to be done," she replies modestly. "No, you're doing so much more," I insist. "You're bridging two worlds, bringing hope and healing to everyone you touch." Bronwyn pauses, her hand resting on a jar of glowing Terramyst moss. "I never thought I'd find a place where I truly belonged," she says softly. "But here with you, helping these people, it feels right." I wrap my wings around her, pulling her close. Through our bond, I feel her contentment, her sense of purpose. It mirrors my own feelings, amplified by the love we share. A knock at the door interrupts our moment. An elderly Lumini stands there, her light flickering weakly. "Healer Bronwyn," she says, her voice trembling. "I heard you might be able to help me." Bronwyn straightens, her professional demeanor sliding back into place. "Of course," she says warmly, guiding the Lumini to a chair. "Tell me what's troubling you." As Bronwyn begins her consultation, I step back, marveling at the woman I'm privileged to call my mate. Her compassion knows no bounds, her skills constantly evolving. In this moment, watching her work, I fall in love with her all over again. Once she is finished with her work as a healer, I lead Bronwyn through the winding corridors of the ancient library, our footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The air is thick with the scent of old parchment and magical energy. As we round the corner, we spot Kairos and Naya hunched over a massive tome, their heads nearly touching as they whisper excitedly. After the gods rejected Kairos, he dove into researching them. With them walking their realms, he was able to learn more about them and their magic here than ever before. I don't think it's entirely soothed his hurt, but it's helped him understand how his appearance did not rattle them, nor are they much more giving to the Noctari. "Found anything interesting?" I ask, announcing our presence. Kairos looks up, his silver eyes gleaming with excitement. "Zix, Bronwyn. Perfect timing. We were just studying how to draw from different gods' magic in one movement." Naya nods enthusiastically, her curly hair bouncing. "It's a text that talks about how to harness the powers of all seven." Bronwyn leans in, her curiosity piqued. I feel a surge of pride through our bond. Her thirst for knowledge never ceases to amaze me. "Would that not make one Noctari too powerful?" she asks, already reaching for the book. I spread my wings slightly, creating a canopy of shadows over the ancient text. The dim light makes the glowing runes easier to read. Kairos points to a passage, his finger tracing the intricate script. It shouldn't result in more power, just more variety in what a single Noctari can produce. Naya chimes in, her voice hushed with awe. "Look here. It mentions something called the Nexus. It's described as a place where the gods' powers converge." I smile at them. They've both been hard at work as researchers, Bronwyn and I regularly joining in to learn more or help. "Have you found any clues about where this Nexus might be?" I ask. Kairos shakes his head, frustration evident in the set of his jaw. "Not yet, but we're close. I can feel it." Bronwyn pulls up a chair, her eyes already scanning the text. "Let me take a look. Maybe I can spot something with fresh eyes." I settle in beside her, our shoulders touching. Across the table, I notice Kairos and Naya doing the same, their bond humming with shared purpose. The four of us fall into a comfortable silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of turning pages or murmured observation. As the hours pass, I can't help but marvel at how far we've come. From strangers thrust together by fate, to this, a tight-knit group, united in our quest for knowledge and understanding. The bonds between us, both magical and emotional, have grown stronger than I ever could have imagined. I'm jolted from my concentration by a commotion outside the library. Footsteps thunder down the corridor and the door bursts open. A young Noctari stands there, panting heavily, his wings quivering with excitement or fear. I can't tell which. "Have you heard?" he gasps. "More humans. They're appearing all over Nathora." The words hit me like a physical blow. I exchange a stunned glance with Bronwyn, feeling her shock ripple through our bond. Kairos and Naya look equally startled, their earlier excitement replaced by confusion and concern. "What do you mean, appearing?" I ask, my voice sharp with urgency. "Where? How many?" The young Noctari shakes his head, clearly overwhelmed. "Reports are coming in from all realms. It seems the gods weren't going to let Ultix be the only one with humans.